It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, March 23rd, 2022. Hello again, everyone. I hope you're doing well. It's a lovely Wednesday afternoon here in New York City. Love the Wednesday show. We've got a great lineup for all of you. We're still feeling the glow of UFC London. I got my butternut squash soup here. I've got my Virna Janjiroba hat here. I've got my water here. I've got everything. My American flag, my Canadian flag. It's going to be a great day, my friends. UFC London now in the rear view mirror, but not on this program. There's still a lot to discuss as it pertains to that event. The winners, the losers, the experience. And of course, we also look ahead a little bit to this weekend. The UFC back in Columbus, Ohio. I do believe the first time since UFC 96. It has been a long time since they were in Columbus. And so that should be a very fun event as well. We'll talk about all that and more on today's program. As always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of not only the UFC, but the MMA Hour as well. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. Use code THEMMA for a special offer when you sign up. Again, that's code THEMMA only at DraftKings. Please support them because they support us. Okay, let's run down today's lineup and get to our first guest of the day. No time to waste. A lot going on today's program. As always, back end of the show, we'll answer your questions. arielhelwani.substack.com is where you can leave your questions. Already a ton there. I'll do my best to get to as many as possible. And I think you have a lot of questions, maybe about Paddy Pimblett and his pay, maybe about where the London guys go from here, maybe about the quadrology between Figueiredo and Moreno, maybe about slap fighting. I don't know. I haven't looked at them yet. GC will join us at around 3:30 to give us his weekend bet preview, see who he likes. He gave us a bit of a hint this past Monday. We'll see where he's leaning, who he's laying some lumber on. We may be joined by a surprise guest in that time. It's still TBD. It's still fluid. It's still up in the air. Stay tuned. We may be joined by a big name or two in that time period. I don't know. I don't want to promote it because I don't feel comfortable promoting it, but it's something that's in the works. It's fluid. We'll see. We'll see if it all pans out. 3 o'clock. Big Tom Aspinall, Tommy Aspinall. He'll join us to talk about the big win over Alexander Volkov this past Saturday at the O2. 2:30, Dan Hardy, one of the best minds in the game. He'll stop by to talk London, where they go from here, all that and more. Love Dan, love talking to the Outlaw. Talk to him. And is he teaming up with another promotion? We'll find out. Paige VanZant claims she's going to show up at 2. We tried to do this last week. Let's see if she shows up. AEW, bare knuckle, MMA, you know the drill with Paige VanZant, a.k.a. 12 Gauge. John Gooden, one of the best announcers in the game, made his triumphant return back on Saturday. England zone. Great to hear him on the comms, as they say. We'll recap the experience, talk to him about his career. Love talking to John. Hopefully he's in the bath when we talk to him because he likes to digest the show, listen to the show, watch the show in the bath. We'll see if he is. But first, massive story this past weekend. You had the NCAA Wrestling Championships. It was Madness, as they like to say. And, you know, I've said time and again, not the biggest collegiate wrestling fan. Of course, I know what's going on, and I know about the guys who then go into MMA and, of course, pro wrestling as well. But, you know, I have been driving the Gable Steveson train for quite some time. In fact, I'm the one who told DC about Gable. I was like, you got to listen to me right now and look at this guy, this young man named Gable Steveson, the pride of the University of Minnesota, a golden gopher, if you will. And then finally he started to catch up and, you know, pay attention to him. And there he was in Detroit this past weekend singing his praises. But it was really because of me. Back-to-back national champion, Olympic gold medalist this past weekend, and now it appears as though he's on his way officially to World Wrestling Entertainment. Let's say hello now to the double champ, the back-to-back, Mr. Back-to-Back himself, Gable Steveson. What's up, Gable? How are you, my man?
Ariel, what's up? I appreciate it, always.
True story, by the way. I told DC about you. He had no idea. He was completely clueless.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
That is a lie.
BC knew way before.
I know. Fair enough.
Anyway,
wait, do you remember the first time you met him?
The first time I met DC was this weekend, face to face.
Come on, really?
Yeah, I swear, like face-to-face is this weekend. Like we've always FaceTimed over the phone. He's always called me out to play 2K. He's always like wanted to wrestle me, but he can never come to his senses to get on the mat with me. But the first face-to-face me and him had, I think, was this weekend.
Wow, that is incredible. When's the first time you actually met him on the phone, virtually? He called you, whatever.
Probably a couple years ago.
Okay.
A couple years ago, he followed me on Instagram, and then he messaged and said, "What's up?" And then phone numbers exchanged, and then after that, we just clicked. Yeah.
And just curious, I thought, have you gone back and watched the telecast from this past weekend?
A couple weekends. I thought it was really cool.
Yeah. So, I thought he added a lot to the broadcast. I think it would be smart to have him. What do you think?
I think it was really good. I mean, he brought a different sense of like variety to the broadcast instead of just the plain people that go out there and just say like Gable's going to win this match by this many points. Like DC brought a sense of entertainment and like a show to it that was a lot different than the regular broadcaster and announcers that are out there.
I agree. I hope he does it again. So congratulations, my friend, back to back. I mean, what a 365-day stretch for you. First national championship last year, then this one, Olympic gold in the middle. Is it even possible to ask, this might be like asking like who your favorite child is to a parent, but which experience was the best? Now that you've done the two back-to-back, you got the Olympic gold, can you pick one?
I think I picked the Olympic gold. If you win the Olympic gold, like you get to see the world. Like so many people message you and so many opportunities arise. I mean, the last time we talked, I was looking at WWE, UFC, NFL, and so many other major businesses. And so the Olympic gold lets you see the world. It lets you meet so many people. It lets you become a new person in this world that you can gain so much access from. And so I think the Olympic is what helped me push to the top, really.
What about this year's experience of winning the national championship as opposed to last year? Still, the pandemic was still very much a thing, weird season. How would you compare the two?
I would compare this year a lot better. Just last year was kind of like just getting it done. I had to win the NCAA tournament. I haven't won it yet. COVID canceled me in 2020. So 2021, I was going really hard to get it done. And 2022, we come back. There's fans. The people are cheering. The energy's there. The sirens are going off when you run out. And there's 25,000 people watching you to see who can beat you to win that NCAA championship. And obviously I went out there and did a good job and won. And I hope in everybody's eyes that they could tell that I went out there and put my best efforts too. So it was just cool to see the fans were there and my family was there to cheer me on Matt's side too.
You're no stranger to high pressure situations, but because there's this sort of like storybook element to taking off the shoes and ending the run at Minnesota and all that, like with the champion, did you feel a little pressure to end this on the perfect note?
Oh yeah, I felt a lot of pressure. I felt that as the tournament went on, the target on my back got bigger and coaches were strategizing to beat me any way possible by not tying up and playing the edge game and shooting at the right times. And I felt as things got deeper, I had to correct every single movement. Everything had to be perfect because one slip up, someone was going to try to beat me 3-2. And I would hate to go out on a note that I leave my shoes on the mat at a third place match instead of winning the first place match.
Was there one dude in particular that you were a little worried about? Now you can say, you wouldn't want to say this going in, but in retrospect, was there one guy that you were like, not that I don't think I could beat him, but like, he's going to give me a little more trouble?
I always know the Penn State, Greg Kirkley, he always comes with his best efforts. And Kale's a wizard when it comes to beating high-end opponents. So when me and Greg wrestle, I've been wrestling him since I was a senior in high school. So this is not our first time meeting each other. And he comes with length, quickness, fast feet, everything. So he's definitely a tough opponent to get by.
I think it was on Friday, that one sequence where you like leapfrogged over the dude. That's the crazy. I mean, like, who does that, especially at heavyweight? How often do you have you done that a lot throughout your life to just like jump over a guy like that? That's crazy.
I think that first day at the NCAA tournament, I was feeling myself, and I did a quick slam the first match, and then that second match, I was just like, I tried to jump over him early in the match, and it was about to be a tech fall, and tech fall is when you win by 15 points, and I just jumped over, and he missed my leg, and I was like, oh, that might go viral.
Oh my God, that was incredible. I love that you come out to. I love it when you call me Big Papa. That's always been a
walkout.
Yeah,
it's always been.
Any particular reason?
I had a variety of walkout songs my freshman year of college, and then Big Papa came, and when I played it, the crowd just fed into it. And ever since then, like, I'm the biggest weight class, just the Big Papa. Like, notorious.
Yes. So you win the national championship, and then there's a whole big scene, and they kind of know what you're going to do, and you take the the shoes off and you leave them in the center of the mat. Why does it feel like there are some people, including our pal DC, who are sort of putting it out there that maybe you're not done? Are you 1,000% done, or is there a chance that you come back? You know how it goes in combat sports. People say they're done and come back all the time.
I know. For now, I'm done. For now, I'm going to focus on WWE, go to WrestleMania, do all those things. But like I said, for now, I know that competitive itch is going to come back. And who knows, it might be at the 2024 Olympic trials when I show up again. But I do feel like I will put the shoes back on, just not for a little bit while.
Okay. Now, as far as school goes, do you care to graduate? Are you going to stick around? How's that going to go?
I do care to graduate. The main reason why I came back to school this year was to graduate and to win the national tournament too. But, not many people could say they got that diploma. So many basketball players go one and done, and they don't want to go back to school because they got this money and they're getting the fame and stardom. Or football players go 3 and out and they don't want to go back. But I feel like I just owe myself to finish strong and get that diploma in business and communication. So I feel like I owe myself to get it. And just like I owe myself to go back and win another national championship too. So
when are you scheduled to graduate? Would you graduate in May?
Yes, I think middle of May or beginning of May.
Right. But, and correct me if I'm wrong, you could come back and compete next year, right? Because you had that lost season?
Yeah, I do have a 5th-year opportunity. But I don't know, I don't want to be that old head that's like, oh, he won as a 5th year. Because there was guys that were 27 wrestling in the NCAA tournament this year because the red shirts, the Olympic red shirts, the COVID year. I just don't want to be that person that comes back for a 5th year and we dominate the tournament and all of a sudden I'm too old to be at the college level. I just don't want to have the interference. And so I think I left a good impression the 4 years, and I came to do 4 years in Minnesota. But yes, I do have that last year, and it's just on the table.
And last thing about this, is it true that you can just show up for the Big Ten tournament and then you don't even have to compete during the regular season?
No, I can show up 0-0 and just get a random seed and just walk in and win.
I mean, that's like cool. 2 weeks out of your life, and then you become another national champion. I
know it's something to think about, but we may think about that when that time comes. But for now you're done. Yeah, for now I'm done for sure.
But 2024 isn't done.
2024 is not done. I mean, when that time comes, I'll only be 24. I feel like I still got a lot left to prove. But and this time, I like to just be a part of the WWE, be a part of Vince's geniusness and go from there.
Have you made a decision about 2024 yet?
Not 100% decision. I mean, I have to run it by a couple people and make sure I'm still training wrestling, which I plan on doing anyways, and just doing the whole shebang. So I hope to maybe show up, and if I don't, then 2028 is there and I'll only be 28 and try to.
When do you have to decide by?
I can decide the week before the Olympic trials. I'm already qualified for Olympic trials, but winning the Olympic gold. So I can show up and just say, hey, I'm going to wrestle.
Wow, that is amazing. What a life. Okay, so now it seems like you are, and by the way, if you don't mind me asking, this is your apartment, this is your dorm, where do you live now?
This is my crib, just chilling. This is just a crib on campus.
Okay, and you have, you're going to class today, right?
I just got done.
You just got, isn't that crazy? You just won the national championship. You're going to be, is it tough to focus on this stuff? Or what kind of class did you have this morning?
I just had an intro to project management. I just got a few classes I need to get done. I took a quiz this morning and my intro to media study class. So I'm just trying to get done. Literally, I'm on the end. I'm trying to finish strong. Do
you feel like it's tough, to keep that motivation, that focus?
Oh, yeah. People don't understand how hard it actually is. When you're getting your life set up and you've already got so many cool things you've already done, and you got to go back to school and sit in the classroom and have a teacher tell you that 5 + 5 is 10. You know what I'm saying? So it gets a little tough, and I do sit there why am I here? But at the end of the day, I want to finish strong, and I want to be a great role model and a leader at the end of the day too. Are the kids talking to you about it in class, or being like, yo, I saw you this weekend? There's some that say what's up, but they keep it cool. Yeah. We all keep it nice. And so that's the cool thing about going to the class too. We all just come to focus on our learning. After you won on Saturday, did Brock hit you up? Oh yeah, he was one of the first.
Oh, really?
Immediately, he was one of the first. He said, "Great job." Congratulated me on my good interview too. He said I had a really good interview, which I was proud to hear. I've been working on just my talking skills and making sure that I can take things off of me and put it on other people, like my success. So I would hate to go on a ESPN interview or this type of interview and say that I'm the best, I'm the greatest American heavyweight to ever wrestle. But I would rather tell you that I would have another person do that instead of me, and say that I would love kids to be better than me, and anybody else who wants to do what I do, they can do it better too.
Wow. So he gave you, how have you been working on this? Like to improve your interview skills?
Just been watching how, people talk. I like how Roman Reigns talks on Friday Night SmackDown. He's so productive. He's strong with his words, and he's just one of a kind spokesperson. So I look at a lot of interviews online, like how celebrities talk and how they take things off of them and put it on other people to congratulate themselves, but while making sure that everyone gets the love put on them too. So it has been a hard thing, but I think I've been doing really good at it.
When Brock hit you up, did you tell him that his haircut is whack?
I told him that a while ago.
Okay.
Because he told me my haircut was whack a long time ago. So
what, the big one, the fro?
The fro, yeah, the fro.
Yo,
that's the last day I had it, literally.
The fro is a million times better than the thing that he has on his head.
That's what I told him, but he likes the Viking. He likes all that old garbage, So I'm gonna let him do him, and I'm always support him.
By the way, speaking of Brock, he's come along, like he's actually quite likable in this babyface role. Yeah. Have you enjoyed it?
I love every second of it. I mean, he's just he's bringing a new personality to the world that nobody has seen. If you know Brock behind the scenes, like that he's always a cool dude. He's funny. He talks so much, but like that in person, like TV persona has been a lot different lately. And I think it's cool for people to see like that's how he really is, and he's putting it out to the world to show.
Yeah, maybe this is more of the real Brock that we're getting to see after all these years. Has Heyman helped you a little bit with the interview stuff?
Heyman, he's a wizard. There was times where he would tell me like certain things to spin to make like an attraction bigger than it should be. He's just so smart, and he's literally a genius at what he does. I mean, if you see him with Brock or Roman Reigns, he's perfect. Like his character is just crazy, amazing. So
are you in contact with him?
All the time, yeah. Okay. I'm in contact with all of them. Okay. Triple H reached out, and he sends a lot of tweets about me. I think Triple H really high on me, and me and him have a good connection. He's a great dude. Nick Khan, he's another executive at WWE. He's a really good dude too. He reached out. They all show a lot of love, and I think that's really cool.
Nick Khan, president of WWE, not just some executive, for the record.
I didn't want to say a higher rank. You already know who he is.
Yeah. My former agent, by the way, 7 years he was my agent. He used to be an agent.
Yeah, for CAA.
Yeah, he's Uncle Nick to me, if I'm being honest.
No, he's a solid dude. I like him a lot.
Okay, so WrestleMania is next weekend in Dallas.
Yes, it is.
You will be there?
Yes, I will.
Now, are you going to be there as like the guy in the crowd, like waving, or are we going to actually like get dirty here?
I'll just be there. I'll be there.
Running?
You always try to hit me with these curveballs, and I'm ready for them. Just like last time, I'm gonna be there.
You're gonna be there. You're gonna be there as a spectator, or as a part of the show.
I'm gonna be there with capital there, straight through. I'm gonna be there, like I'm there. You know what I'm saying?
It'd be crazy. You show up, you come down. Everyone thinks you're coming down to help out Brock. Main event. You turn on Brock, side with Heyman and Reigns, and say, you've been big brothering me. I've been in your shadows. I'm a 2-time national champion. I'm an Olympic gold. Where's your Olympic gold, Brock? You ain't got an Olympic gold. I'm better than you. I'll always be better than you. What about that? That's a good promo.
That is a crazy story, but I'm gonna let the creative take that side, and I'm not even gonna say too much.
All right, fair enough. So when does it start? Like, is your WWE career starting now?
It'll start the day WrestleMania hits, or the after that. I mean, I don't know. Like, my exact start date is in middle of April, so they're letting me finish school. They're letting me do my thing, and then Monday Night Raws will either come really soon or shortly after that. But I'm planning on getting on TV and getting in the ring on TV really, really soon, probably in the next after WrestleMania.
Sick. And you were drafted to Raw, so you would be on Raw, right? Are we bypassing NXT?
As of right now, I'm not. I mean, I believe so. I think NXT is a great program. My brother's on NXT, so I love to watch it and tune in. And he's doing a great job down there too. So I think the plan for me was to go to Monday Night Raw and start out there and just produce myself and just be myself on TV right there.
If it was up to you, good guy or bad guy?
Good that goes to bad.
Okay. So start off good.
Yeah, start off good. I mean, make the fans love you, and then turn to the bad guy, kind of like Roman Reigns did. Or, I mean, even any storyline they give, I mean, I'm gonna accept it. I'm gonna go put my best foot forward on it. And I love to be on camera. I love to do my thing and just bring a variety of who Gable Steveson actually is to the outside world.
And I'm assuming you'll be yourself. Like they'll use your name, right? They're not gonna change your name or anything like this. Now,
yes, I'll be just Gable Steveson.
Now, what do we do about Chad Gable? Like, we need to have a talk with him, right?
We're gonna have to have a talk with him. I mean, I don't even know when we might even talk to him. It could be WrestleMania, it could be somewhere else, but I'm just not sure.
It's gonna be awkward. You can't have two Gables.
You can't, but right now we do. And so there might have to be a little switcheroo. Okay. I don't know, but I love Chad too. He's a cool dude.
Yeah. Okay, so you'll go start there, and this is it. Like we're now the career starting. You're fully into that world. I'm assuming you've been training.
Oh yeah, I've been down to Orlando. You know, my brother tells me everything and gives me the ins and outs while I'm here in Minnesota. So just psychologically training and physically too, just being down there and hitting the ropes here and there. So it's gonna be a good time. I mean, I love all the new challenges. I love the spotlight that it brings, and I think me being who I am, I think I can excel really well in it.
Nervous, excited, anxious? How would you describe?
I don't really get nervous. I kind of get anxious to perform. Like a lot of people ask me, even like at the NCAA tournament, like, do I get nervous to run down from the crowd and the sirens playing and all eyes are on you? I think it's more of a excitement, anxious to go out there and put on a good time for the people. Because, you know, when the lights hit, I love when the lights hit because I feel like I perform even better than I should.
Mm-hmm. You know, we've talked about how you're sort of taking the Brock Lesnar route in your career. You know, you go to college, WWE, maybe then fighting. In fact, it's actually a little bit more like the Kurt Angle route because you won Olympic gold and he went to WWE. He never went to MMA. Is there a chance that you like this world so much that you never go into MMA?
There's a chance. There's a chance with a lot of things. There's a chance I do step into the MMA ring. You know, I like to challenge myself in all aspects, and the Brock route is what I plan to take right now. And I think just learning from him and learning his steps is going to help me succeed to the maximum potential. And I think there is that chance to step in the octagon, and I think I'll be really good with the right training and the right support system around me. So I'm just gonna leave that chapter open, and maybe we'll write it, maybe we won't.
Did you see what DC said to MMA fighting? I believe it was yesterday.
It's true. It's true.
I mean,
I think it is. DC always supports. You know, I got all love for DC. I think he's a great ambassador for NCAA wrestling, UFC, and so much other stuff. So, you know, his word is really trusted.
Man, you would go into MMA right now. I mean, you would be just like you were in wrestling, but like every promoter would salivate. You're so young. You're so athletic. I love that you're going this route. I will say, like, kind of selfishly, because this is the world that I live in primarily, I would just love to see how you would do in MMA. Like, I just think, I mean, it would be incredible to watch you do that. Is there a part of you that feels like it will be, like, at least one, like maybe you're, you know, the guy who does it once? Like, do you have to try it at least once? Do you feel like that has to happen just once?
Yeah, I'm that guy that's gotta do it. Like, even though I didn't want to come back to the collegiate wrestling this year, like I feel like I had to. And at WWE, like I'm doing it. I'm going to go out there and do my best. And, you know, I'm going to put my 100% in that. And then when that time's up, maybe is there a time that I fight? You know, I would love to step in and do it. And if things go well, I just keep progressing.
When you're in WWE now, where are you going to live? Are you going to leave Minnesota or are you going to stay there?
Minnesota's home base. You know, my mom and dad, my family here, you know, we're a solid group. So, you know, I would hate to up and leave them alone. So I would just love to have them watch their son, like, grow up in their eyes and become a major figure, and just have them next to my side would be really cool too. So wherever they're at, I'm at, and that's in Minnesota right now.
So that's perfect. So you'll be, you know, by this time next year, you'll be fully entrenched in the world of WWE. You'll tell them, yo, I just got to go back and do a 3-peat real quick. I'll be back next weekend. You can train with the team throughout the year. You win that one. That's 23. 24, you win gold back-to-back. And then, a couple years later, we're going to
You setting me up again. I'm not going to fold for this. You set me up again. Every time I come on here, you got the slickest things that I maneuver through.
I'm showing you. I don't have any other collegiate wrestlers on this program. You've now been on, I think, 3 times. That's the love I have for you. These are the high hopes I have for you.
I know you're so good. I see all your tweets and I appreciate them. You give me so much love. Like you and DC, put on a good, put a good word out. So I always appreciate that.
Respect. Thank you. How do you celebrate that, by the way? How did you celebrate on Saturday?
I just went to my room and showered and just.
That was it.
I just be chilling. It's like people expect you to go turn up like it's like the greatest thing in the world, but win or lose, the sun hits the next day, and we got to get up for the plane ride, and I just don't want to stay out till 4 a.m. and I got to get up at 6 to get to the plane at 8 and then stuff like that. So I just was chilling and I just sat down and I looked at my phone and talked to a few people and that was it. No big deal.
And NIL, this has been huge for you, right? I mean, imagine if the guys way back in the day could have had this. This changes everything.
I think it'd be crazy even back in the day if a lot of them, Deion Sanders types had NILs, they would be going stupid. So I think even nowadays, just it's cool to have money in your pocket and you can go to college, you go to class, and you can buy a few things here and there and just live a good life while being 21 years old.
Finally, before I let you go, in wrestling, in WWE, is there one guy, a dream matchup for you that you would love to go up against?
I think a dream matchup that I've been wanting for a long time, obviously Brock Lesnar. Brock is Minnesota great, one-time national champ. 2-time finalist. He lost to Stephen Neal in I think 2000 or something like that. Just Brock Lesnar's the match I want, and obviously he probably knows that, and he's getting ready for that too. So when that time comes, it's going to be a great time. It's going to sell bigger than probably him or Roman Reigns. So,
oh yeah, for sure.
But Brock don't have 2 national titles. He don't have Olympic gold. So my stats right now at this age, if we put him at 21 and me at 21, my stats are a lot. Maybe just a little better besides him being just a physical specimen and being on an NFL team. But who knows? That time's going to come. And when that time comes, we're going to welcome him with open arms like everything else.
I hate to correct you. Never made it to the NFL. Never was in the world of UFC, is over the hill in WWE. I'm trying to pump you up here. 2-time national champion, Olympic gold medal. Listen, Brock Lesnar can't even freaking wipe your shoes, all right? He can't hold your jock. He wishes. He's jealous of you. He pretends like he's happy for you. He's jealous of you. So Sunday night, April 3rd, second night of WrestleMania. I'm going to be there. I'll be in Dallas. I'll be up in the...
Yeah, I can't see you again.
Yeah, I'll be there, and I can't wait. You're going to run down. Everyone's going to be like, oh, Gable's here to save Brock, his mentor, blah, blah. And then you're going to turn on his ass. You're going to hit him with the steel chair, and then you, Paul, and Roman Reigns, and you're going to... I can't believe Gable turned... It's the script writes itself. It's going to be one of the great moments in WrestleMania history.
The script does write itself, and you wrote the script practically yourself, and you did so good at it. So... applaud to you always.
Thank you.
Brock's my guy. He's been there since I was 16, and it's cool to have him watch me grow to where I am now with his help, and him sending texts congratulations. That's a lot from him because he's a man of few words if you're not in the circle that he's in. So it's cool to have that applause from him, and I got respect for everybody that shows love, like you, DC, and so many others. And I hope to slide back on the show one of these times in maybe a year or something like that, just like we did last time. So I appreciate all the love. Thank you.
For sure, man. Congratulations. Enjoy WrestleMania. Enjoy everything that comes with this. Saturday night, usually in the past, I'm watching NCAA basketball. I'm not watching wrestling. I watched that entire broadcast waiting for you. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed everything. The backflips, the Big Papa, the whole thing was great, man. I'm a huge fan. So congrats on everything that you're doing. Congrats on your success, and good luck in this next chapter coming up.
I appreciate everything. Thank you for having me on. I'll see you again I'll see you at WrestleMania.
Yes, sir.
Actually.
Yes, sir. I'll see you there. All right, Gable.
Yeah,
thank you so much. There he is, Gable Steveson. Remember that name? We've talked to you about him. He's been on the program. Now a two-time national champion. an Olympic gold medalist, and I learned from both DC and Kayla Harrison. I learned from both of them that you don't say former Olympic gold medalist, you just say Olympic gold medalist. Going to WWE now? Is he on his way to MMA in the future? Perhaps, but it ain't happening anytime soon. It's WWE. It's potentially WrestleMania. We'll see. It's Monday Night Raw. It's potentially DC seems to think he could come back just for a couple weeks. It's potentially going for the three-peat. 2024. This guy, 21. He's got the whole world in his hand. He's got the whole wide world in his hand. All right, we're still buzzing. Thank you to Gable. We're still buzzing from this past Saturday's UFC London card. What a great card it was. The O2 was on fire. Some might say it has never quite been on fire. Of course, there have been great events. I remember UFC 120 back in the day. I remember, of course, the Bisping card. They were there 3 years ago with Till and Masvidal. But again, you couldn't have scripted a better card if you're the UFC, if you're the UK scene. And a lot of smart people are saying this is the golden age of the UK scene. Well, one man who has been there for a very long time, calling the action, who knows these fighters, dating back to their early days, their infancy as fighters, their embryonic stages as fighters, has been calling their fights even before the UFC days, is the voice, in my opinion, of the UK MMA scene. The one and only John Gooden, who was back on comms on Saturday. Long overdue. It was great to have him. Longtime listener, viewer of the show. I hope he's in the bath right now. Is he? Let's find out. No, he's not in the bath. John, this is a hotel room.
This is a hotel room. First of all, you were singing.
Yes.
Can we do this? Na 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 na. Tommy Aspinall,
Tommy Aspinall.
And then you said something about being on fire.
Yeah.
Jack Shaw's on fire.
Yes, on fire.
Yeah, see what we've done?
I love it. I love it. Yeah. Where are you?
Oh, dude, I've got a story for you.
Okay.
I'm in Spain.
Okay.
Without my wife, but with my daughter. My wife we got to the gates to board the plane, and there was a problem with her passport, something because of Brexit now and the European, not being in the European Union, they need a certain amount of months. It wasn't expired. So it was a very emotional thing. When my wife's had to turn back, she's now trying to get an emergency passport processed, and I have to look after a 3-year-old. What's happening?
Wait a second. Are you
unbelievable?
So to break the fourth wall here for a second, I had to switch around the times. I double booked. It was a whole mess. And you were telling me, I'm on vacation, dinner. Part of me thought you were taking the piss, as they say. You're literally just with your daughter in a hotel room. And say, by the way, the fact that you're even doing the show now means a lot. You could have told me to F off. You're busy right now. You've got a lot on your hands.
There's going to be all kinds of judgment now, isn't there, on many levels. But it's cost me $20 to get Sing 2 on her brand new Amazon Kindle. So if something bursts out into song, it would be beautiful as well. People would want to sign my daughter at just short of 4 years of age, but you know what it is. That's what it will be.
Amazing! Wow, I can't even imagine what that was like. You're at the gate with your poor wife. Oh, there she is. Hello.
It's awful. The whole thing. She's in tears, and anyway, it's just. Honestly, right now, with the way things are, like I'm not even surprised. It's just been the last few years have just been so bonkers. But I'm happy to be having a positive conversation with you about some other stuff.
Okay, well, God bless. Thank you for doing this, and good luck. Let's talk about Saturday. By the way, I was trying to think, and I think I know the answer. When was the last time you did play-by-play for UFC? It's been a while now.
14 months ago.
Golly.
Chiesa Magni.
Oh, January of 2021 in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah.
What is that? What is that like? I mean, life, and especially this job, right, where we talk in front of a microphone, it's all about reps, right? You do it multiple times, a week, a month. You feel better about yourself. 14 months on the sideline is a very long time. Did you feel rusty? Did you feel nervous? What were the feelings?
Going into it, I was really nervous. I challenge anyone to try and do their job after they've taken a 2-week holiday, 2-week vacation, and then just get back to it. You're always rusty. And I think the first couple of fights, we had some technical difficulties which didn't help, and I think I got a little tongue-tied. But truth be told, I was in really bad shape with my prep and my notes going into the Saturday. Friday ended up being a much bigger day for me than originally planned. And I'm really happy for it, by the way. It was just a few things came at me in different directions, and therefore it robbed me of some prep time. And also I've been doing a bunch of stuff, which I'd love to talk to you about, for UFC Fight Pass, where I've been delivering some documentary style films. And I was just trying to get them all out this week just gone. And I was just going over and over edits, and they're 40-minute films, some of them. And I overcooked it. I put too much on my plate. And then on Saturday, I was just a very hectic, erratic, not normally me type dude. And I apologize to my broadcast colleagues, Mr. Michael Bisping and Paul Felder, because they probably looked at me and thought, what is this nutter doing? Like, why is he like that? But I didn't even have my notes in place, like 20 minutes before the broadcast. So the fact that it came together the way that it did, I'm actually really proud of myself, because I think a few years ago I'd have imploded. But like nothing after what's gone before me over the last few years, I really don't think you can. It's going to take more than that to tip me over the edge.
Will you go back and watch yourself? Will you watch the broadcast?
I watched the Open, and I actually remembered it to be better than what it actually was. It wasn't as good as I thought it had been. Yeah, the rehearsal was abysmal, and I didn't really even have my script. I just didn't have any of my stuff down, but it sort of came to me in the moment. I think I got through it. Again, a couple of little slips here and there, but I'll give myself a break on that one after 14 months on the sidelines.
Do you hope, are there any plans of being a little more, I'm not trying to get you in trouble here or anything, but, getting a little more active with the calls, with the assignments? I know obviously the last year was weird, but things are changing a bit.
Yeah, not change. No, I mean, listen, I'd love to do it more and more, right? That's my ultimate, like the job title I'm most proud of is MMA commentator, UFC commentator. That's the job title that I am most proud of. And probably, if I'm honest, everything hangs off of that. If I didn't have that gig with the UFC, I wouldn't probably be producing gigs for them. I wouldn't be working with UFC Europe on some social stuff like Fight Day Focus. I wouldn't have this deal with UFC Fight Pass. So it's just so odd that it's the thing that I do the least of. But it holds so much importance. So this year, hopefully, it's not as much as I thought that I would do at the beginning of the year, but that's not on the UFC, Ariel. That's just a product of circumstance still. Like I'm in Spain now and everyone's still wearing masks. Just went to the buffet and like people were, excuse me, sir, get back to your table, put a mask on. I'm like, Jesus, it feels like 6 months ago. So I have to respect that the world isn't as it is in the UK. I'm not sure what it's like in North America, but it is what it is. So I will roll with the punches. I will continue to do what I need to do in different areas of the business and just keep trying to represent this beautiful sport and have fewer moments. But if they're like the London one, then it makes me feel better.
When you call the first fights, like when do you start to feel like you're in a groove? The first fight was a quick one, Mokaev. But when do you start to feel like, okay, it's like riding a bike, I'm back in the groove, I got a few of the cobwebs out?
Yeah, honestly, I was pretty surprised. But it's one of those jobs. I've had a lot of jobs over the years, and there is no other job, nothing I do in my life where I'm more present than I am in play-by-play commentary for the UFC, because there's so much stuff going on. I've spoken about how I have 200 pieces of paper in the broadcast with me because there's so many elements. It is a marathon broadcast and you've got to be dialed in. And we have a fantastic production team behind that. Mike Ricci was my producer on a weekend, and coordinating producer Zach Candito, who saved the day for me on the final hour with some stuff that I was having difficulty with my notes. They're there for us. They want to see us succeed. We're just the spearhead. They help a lot of the stuff behind that, and it just builds it up and builds it up. And they're so well oiled. It's just whether or not that rust was going to exist right at the sharp end. But I think I got through it well enough. And the night was just impossible to have a bad show, I think.
When was the last time, if ever, that you did commentary with Michael Bisping? Was that the first time?
No, I did one with Bisping and Felder. And I think it was the Figueiredo-Benavidez card, potentially. It wasn't supposed to be, but there was a conflict of schedule with Hardy was supposed to be coming over or something, and they got it messed up. And Bisping, he jumped in on the final hour, and so that was the second time. That was then the first time. This was the second time. To
call a card like that with the UK legend, right, who had that great moment. What was that like for you? Yeah,
it was really special, and I made a point. Michael doesn't know this, but I really wanted to walk out to the broadcast position with him and just see how all the fans reacted. And I put a post up on my Instagram. It's in my carousel. I mean, it's not a grand thing necessarily, but you can just see he's our front guy, and his wife was there as well, and everyone was just buzzing to see him enter that arena. And I was aware that this was the first time that he'd ever commentated a card in the UK. The last time we were there, I had the privilege of announcing his induction into the Hall of Fame or queuing it up there at the O2. All of these things are really important to me, Ariel. As a UK MMA guy, this stuff isn't lost on me. We're still such a young sport. The work that we're all doing, I keep saying to a bunch of the fighters, it is for the next generation almost. But Bisping's done so much already. He's almost like the very first sort of generation. And you've got to tip your cap to these guys.
I do believe you were there in Dublin in 2014, right? You were calling that card, Diego Randau, Conor McGregor. This card this past Saturday has drawn a lot of comparisons to that one, how it was a bunch of local guys, if you will, and then it kept building to this crescendo. Did you feel, obviously Ireland isn't London to you, Dublin isn't London, but did you see the similarities? Did it feel familiar to that card back in 2014?
Yeah, I often get asked what my favorite calls were, the favorite events, things of that nature. And I sometimes struggle just because I've got a bad memory. But the one that always was just an obvious choice was that 2014 night in Dublin. Now I've got another one, and it's easy association, right? Being in Ireland and obviously now in the UK, London. Some of the stuff that I've done out in Australia, I've been really fortunate to go to Australia a few times. It was epic with Hooker and Felder as well. That was something else. So I am lucky to be one of the international broadcasters that gets to travel around to the more niche markets where the fans just so hungry, and they go, full beans when the UFC comes to town.
Hooker Felder, was that the last time you called a card in front of a full arena? Because that was February.
I think it was, Yeah. And the interesting thing was after that, of course, it was a wonderful occasion, wonderful fight. I got to go to this beautiful island. I've forgotten what it's called, like Waiheke or something. Please, the Kiwis, don't come down on me if I've got that wrong. But I went there with Dave Letherby, who's a quality judge, mixed martial arts judge, and Mark Goddard, two guys that I grew up on the scene with. And we went out to this little island and hung out all day. And it was just a really lovely way to finish off that fight night. And then, seriously, there was a moment where when London got cancelled and we didn't really know how this virus was going to behave, I was sat there thinking, I think I might be done, I think this might be it for me. I was really, really down, obviously.
Wow.
And then I looked back and was like, if that's the last one, if that was my last experience on the road, then what a way to go out. Of course, I wouldn't want that, but it was such an incredible experience where, I don't know if you saw where they brought Felder out to this ceremony, and the guys were, that they had this whole thing, and it was just so intense. I've never known anything like it. So it was one of the most incredible trips I've ever had. And I'm thankful to say that wasn't it. But unfortunately for me, it did feel in my little tiny mind that it could have been. And we would have been left, what would I have done then?
Well, what is that? We've talked about your journey and how, you work in the family business as well, as a carpenter, right? Is that the correct? Electrician, excuse me. Yeah.
Yeah. When the carpenters go back to school and stuff, they might become an electrician.
I apologize. But to face that, I mean, everyone faced uncertain times and whatnot, but like to think for a moment, this could be it for me. What was that like for you?
Really bad, because I still don't think that I've ever had a smooth run.
Yeah,
but a good pattern of events, the preparation being clear, all things being equal. It just hasn't been like that. And to be honest, Ariel, we're probably not a dissimilar age. I think we've learned over the years that life is imperfect. We have to accept, and things are just different for different people depending on where they are in the world and their own individual setup. So. I've learned many lessons over the last few years, and I'm a much more rounded human being for it. And if that was the end, that was the end. I would move on. I have to support my family. But I think broadcasting, I've done enough now in broadcasting where that would be where I would kick on. But I don't want it to be anywhere else than with the UFC, truth be told.
Just curious, was there any part of you that thought maybe I moved to the US and I'll have more opportunities? Have you ever had that conversation?
Yeah. I've spoken about it a bunch. People often say to me about calling US cards, and it's the visa issue. And I looked at it again recently, had a word with a lawyer, and it was about an 18-month wait. It's a 5-figure sum for people that kind of, so it's not to be sniffed, like it's a big amount of money. And sadly, over in the UK, this is going to kind of sound a little bit arrogant. I don't want it to come across that way, but you need to be an award-winning journalist, right? And I'm not saying that I should be like an award-winning journalist, but our sport is just not recognised in the UK. It really isn't. And the guys who run these big networks like Sky and BT Sport, ITV Sports, etc., I don't think they have a clue who I am and who any of the producers are, and just the complexity of the broadcast, the type of numbers that we do. And that's sad for me, really, because I think it does hold me back from being offered other opportunities and certainly being in a conversation, because then that will hold me back getting a visa, because I'm not being pulled into these award shows in the UK for my peers, my broadcasting peers, if you like. And I reckon that we put out in the UFC, we put out as good a sports broadcast as any other sports out there in the world.
So I'm clear, like you couldn't even do a Vegas card because of the visa stuff? You couldn't even do like a one shot?
No.
Wow.
No.
Dang.
No, it's a frustration. And, I've wrestled with my wife over the idea of moving stateside, and the political situation that had gone on there over the last few years and the way it was reported in the UK, it didn't paint things very favorably. So my wife was like, I would move. Honestly, I would move.
Yeah.
My wife was like, no. So we'll see. It's never been presented to me by the UFC. So maybe down the line, who knows?
All the more reason. I've been sort of on this kick lately because of this event, and even seeing the other promotions, like when Bellator goes to Dublin, it's like, why don't we have more events in the UK? Enough of these small like there needs to be one every 4 months, in my opinion. There's enough talent now in the UFC. There's enough big names. There's enough venues across the UK alone. Forget about Ireland and the rest of Europe where they could do this. Do you think we're moving back to that point? Because remember, there was a point back in the day with Gary Cook and everything where there was a push to do multiple in a year. Maybe not 4, but I really think they could do it. What do you think?
Well, I think we were heading for 5 or 6 in Europe. So the office is an EMEA office, so they have a responsibility to the whole region. And, you might get the odd one inserted in, like the pay-per-view we had in Manchester for Bisping. The problem is, you're saying they have all of these arenas, but do we? Like the Echo Arena in Liverpool, they use that for Cage Warriors. And now you're saying use that for the UFC. Yeah, they could use it for the UFC and now pack it, but it's not big enough. And I would imagine that the amount of money that would be generated would pale into insignificance compared to what they did on the weekend at London's O2. So I know that there's a bigger arena being opened up in Manchester in the next couple of years. I mean, it's not now, but down the line, that might help us. And I can only see UK MMA growing. Manchester does have a good arena right now. I think that would work. And then if they're going to do it, maybe Glasgow or, Belfast, something like that. So I don't know, but we have to look at the rest of Europe as well, where there are significant arenas to make this work. And certainly people will travel far and wide, I think, after the time that we've had to attend these events. So fingers crossed. I don't think it's going to be in the first half of the year. I'm kind of banking on it being on the second half of the year, because the books have not balanced very well over the last couple of years. And I need to now, I need to get back on the horse and earn some money. Do you know what I mean? It's been a barren period. And essentially, this is how I now make my money. It's no longer a hobby for me as much as I love it.
So you're no longer working as an electrician as well?
No, I couldn't do that. No, I think there was a crossover for about 18 months. I kept the phone call with my dad, more like his kind of counselor, because I would understand everything that he would go through on a daily basis. But no, I kind of cut ties. I think in order to really, and this goes for anyone who's looking to kick on in a new career, I would never say cut the safety net straight out the door when you have the ambition. You need to have things in place, but there is a certain point where you also need to cut the cord, because you're going to be held back and you're not going to fully commit. And I think I was in that place, and then I cut the cord and thought, right, well, I'm all in now. Like, if it's not the UFC, it has to be something else, somewhere else. So yeah, I've definitely improved as a business person within the broadcasting space since I went 100% into broadcasting.
And by the way, lest we forget, Thompson Till was at the Echo Arena, so it's not the craziest thought to go back there.
No, but I think, I don't know, they would have done the financials on that by now and things like that. I just think that we need bigger venues. And I'm not sure that the Anfield idea is going to sell Dana White. It doesn't sound like he likes the stadium thing by listening to his post-fight presser. So we'll see. But European spots is what we're after.
Sure. It feels like every week I'm watching a DAZN card promoted by Eddie Hearn, and it's in some stadium, some arena in the UK, and the crowds are incredible, and I would just love to see more of that. Alas, I know I'm preaching to the choir. What was your favorite moment from Saturday? You can pick from, 9 of them, but was there one that stood out for you?
It's really, really hard. I actually messaged Paul Craig, and I'll share this with you guys, but when we have these conversations, and you're doing the same stuff that I am, but you're doing it outwardly, Ariel, which is a much more difficult thing to do, by the way, than having a private chinwag with an athlete. And Paul told me that he wanted his 2 girls to go to school on the Monday being proud of their dad's performance. And there was a real moment in the broadcast where I brought that out, and I think I name-checked his kids and said, now you can be proud of your daddy's performance when you go to school on Monday. I got really choked up, like emotionally really choked. Being a dad, you know what that's like. And when Paul was telling me, I was like, Jesus, everything we do is a reflection, on our children as well. So that was one moment in a slightly different way. Molly's knockout was just insane. I never saw that happening.
Right.
Like, Molly is a rugged fighter, skillful boxer, but I didn't see her with that kind of dynamic spinning back fist, like the most crazy knockout, one of the most crazy knockouts we've ever seen in women's mixed martial arts. That was a moment. Arnold Allen turning back the clock to when I used to see him as a teenager, where he was very raw and he just used to go like hell for leather. And it was a bit reckless back in the day, but there were elements of that animalistic element that he has about him, where he wasn't so measured and he just let it go, and it worked for him, because obviously he can layer that with all the skill and the fight IQ these days. So there's just a couple of moments there. Tom Aspinall was someone I spent a lot of time with since December. I was very proud to see him perform the way he did. I've struck up a good friendship with his dad as well, and I know what it means to the Aspinall family, because it is a family business for them. And just a wow, it really was just a wow. Just so proud of everyone in the building, the fans as well, because they played their part. And It couldn't have gotten any better. It really couldn't.
Of all the UK fighters on that card, who have you known the longest? Is it Arnold?
I think so, yeah. I think I've known Arnold since he was... I think I've known Arnold longer. I think I got to know Corey younger. So I think I went down to see Arnold, and I'm not sure if he was there. I trained at BKK Fighters once in the past, because I know a bunch of those guys. Jack Mason, his coach and manager, is an absolute legend over in these parts. And Sean Carter, one of his closest teammates, a black belt now. He's a proper geezer. So I went down there, trained with those guys, and I actually trained with Corey when she was a teenager. Wow. And she's always had like serious attitude. Like she'd try and take your head off all the way back then. She called me out after one of her opponents missed weight at a Cage Warriors show. She had no fight. And she's like, she looked me up and down. She said, "You look about my size." She says, "I'll fight you." Love that.
That's amazing.
But yes, I think to answer your question, I think Arnold's probably the guy that I've known the longest.
It's not quite Conor Mania, but I'm getting it a little bit. People texting me like, is this Paddy guy for real? I love this Paddy guy. Like, you know that something is happening when like the non-MMA friends reach out. Are you getting that as well?
Yeah, and I mean, full respect when I say this, and I think I might have even said this to Paul Rimmer, his coach, like I didn't quite understand it at first. And I went down to Liverpool and I spent a couple of days down there with Paddy. It's the first time I've properly interacted with him on his terms rather than seeing him at a Fishgold fight or a Molly fight, something like that. And I think what he's done very well is he's captured the imagination and the support and the love of his closest people, Liverpool. And again, if we're talking about like spreading knowledge and wisdom, like don't think too far away from the epicenter of where you're from. Like make that work first, and then it gradually builds. If you try and make it in the States before you, I don't know. I just think the way that he's done it, very honestly, locally to where he is, and he's grown this groundswell has just been incredible. And then it's just gone on and on and on. And we're in this situation where Conor laid the foundation and we were hungry for someone like him, a trailblazer like him. So I'm not sure that Paddy would have had the impact he has done without Conor. Again, I don't mean to be disrespectful, it's just my analysis on that one. But I love how natural Paddy is. On camera, off camera, same guy. No filter, funny, captivating, risk taker. He takes his fans on a massive roller coaster if you've been watching him over the years. And people are like, is he the real deal? And I'm like, well, I mean, yeah, because here's the evidence. And I'm all about it. I like it. I want to see more. So
you mentioned Fight Pass and the stuff that you're doing there is great. You did a sit down with Paddy. Tell us about what you're doing there and where people can find it.
Yes, thank you, Ariel. I really appreciate that. So I've done a bunch of stuff which is going out. I do a show for every event called Eurowatch, where I spotlight European fighters that are coming up. I try and pick a different one. So it's not just English speaking. It could be someone from, Poland or Romania, something like that. I really enjoy doing that. And they're only short and they're shared on social media. So please check those out. I've done a series called Coach Dad, which I'd love your opinion on, Ariel. So I spoke with Wonderboy's dad, Jack Shaw's dad, Tom Aspinall's dad, and Nathaniel Wood's dad, and asked them about what it's like to be the dad of a fighter, but also their coach, because they've got a dual role. Yeah. It's a very unique perspective. And I spoke with them all at length, but I put it into 4 episodes and asked one question, got 4 answers. And it's really interesting to see how Wonderboy's dad is similar to Aspinall's dad, but very different to Jack Shaw's dad. So I found that was quite interesting. And I've also got my new series called Up Close, where I'm doing documentary features. We spoke about it when you were back at ESPN, where I wanted to go out and spend time in the homes and gyms of fighters, getting to know them a bit better. And I've managed to do that now. So I've got one with Aspinall, which is up, Mohammed Mukayev, which I urge people to see because he's going to be a bright new star. And I've got one with Khamzat Chimaev that will drop fight week for his fight. So
amazing.
There's a few things that I've got turning. And Fight Day Focus is a new show that we've just supercharged. It looked beautiful last week. So thank you to the UFC Europe team for making that happen as well.
So you're smashing it, John. I mean, I know you're not doing play-by-play, but you're busy. You're very busy.
No. Honestly, I've worked really hard to make this happen. I was trying to beat down the door and fight past for years. Dan Hardy and I, my daughter's singing now.
I love it.
We were both trying to do it, and I finally got there. You know, in July last year, we finally got there, and I'm so grateful. That saved my bacon last year. That deal. I think I would have had to have. I honestly think I would have had to have sold my home and moved on if it wasn't for that deal. So. Yeah, it's been rough, man. Honestly, it's been rough, and yeah.
Not for her.
I love her. She makes everything better.
Energy. I love it. No, listen, let her do her thing. It reminds me of my daughter as well. It's a beautiful thing. Last thing, when were we going to see you do play-by-play again? Do you know yet, or TBD?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
No, I haven't got anything cleared. I'm hoping to get out before, the second half of the year. Sorry, before the second half of the year. So in the summertime. But nothing's in the book.
Okay. For now, though, we have the Instagram right up there, Twitter as well, same name. Go check it out. All the stuff that you're doing, I enjoy it. UFC Europe does a great job of, highlighting your content. You're doing fine work, and it was so nice at the beginning there. I tweeted as well. Anytime the UFC is in Europe, you should be the guy. You need to be the guy, and Europe or not, I want to see more of it. I don't care if it's Vegas. I don't care if it's Canada. It's a real pleasure to listen to you work. You have a passion. You're a pro. You're just a great broadcaster. So we're big fans over here, and I appreciate your support over the years as well. You're not in the bath this time. We haven't seen the bath emoji a lot lately, so I don't know if we're on bad terms, but I know you're busy, so it's all good.
I don't get the bath with this little one around anymore. That doesn't happen, and it's a bit too intimate coming in the shower with me, Ariel.
That's true. That's true.
But I'm listening.
Okay,
I'm listening.
I appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate
Thank you for fighting the good fights.
Amen. And enjoy Spain. And I hope that your wife is able to join you very shortly.
Yeah. Yes, thank you very much.
All right, talk to you soon. There he is, John Gooden, the voice of the UFC UK team, does a fantastic job, has been covering the sport for so many years, a real pros pro, and love having him on. So that was great. Got a message here. All right, we'll see. Fluid situation here. Let's see what's going on. All right. Thank you very much to John Gooden. Appreciate him greatly. And I look forward to his next call. I look forward to the next time he is calling, but he is doing some really great stuff over there for Fight Pass. So if you're a fan of his work, if you want to learn more about the European fighters, go check it out. Now, excited to talk to our next guest. It has been a while. I think it's been almost, is it possible, almost 2 years since I talked to her? I remember talking to her before the Amanda Ribas fight. And of course, you may remember she was supposed to be on last week, unfortunately got sick. And so we had to postpone. But here we are back. And they're telling me, the team was taking bets. Is Paige going to show? Is she going to leave us at the altar? We're not used to that sort of thing. We reach a point in our careers, we're not dealing with a lot of no-shows, but these things happen. And so they're telling me she's there. She's ready to go. Let's see. Is she there? Oh, there she is. Hello, Paige. How are you?
Hey, good. How's it going?
We were taking bets. We were like, is Paige going to show? She not. We were I was nervous. I told you this. This is full. I said it.
No. I fully anticipated being on last week. I was ready to go. I was going to suck it up, but I had the worst. I haven't had the stomach flu, I think, in like 5 years.
Oh, no.
And yeah, I was not good. I canceled everything, had to cancel the flight. So it wasn't just you who let down.
I take it personally. I get all in my feelings and whatnot, but I'm happy you're okay now. All good?
All good.
Okay.
All good to go.
All good to go. I'm happy that you're here. It's been a while since we last spoke. I think the last time was before that Amanda Ribas fight, so right before your last UFC fight. A lot going on in your life. the most recent news is that you have signed with AEW, All Elite Wrestling, which is super interesting. When does this actually start? Like, I know you showed up recently. You did the thing with Ty Conti. Like, when are you like actually a part of the show? Because it's Wednesday. Like, are you showing up tonight? Are you showing up on Dynamite?
No, I won't be there this Wednesday. I kind of, signed the contract and jumped on board 100%. So now I'm doing pro wrestling practice, getting ready for my first match. I haven't heard exactly when that would be, but yeah, I'm a part of the show. I'm a full contract signed pro wrestler for AEW now.
Wow. And where are you training?
Out here in Coconut Creek or in the Pompano area. If you've heard of Gangrel, he's kind of been my coach the last few times. Dan Lambert got me set up with everything I need. I'm at a local pro wrestling gym here in Florida.
Wow. Gangrel legend. He used to wear fangs and have like bloodbaths and whatnot. So he is your coach.
He's my coach, and it's kind of a crazy world. When I first started MMA, I had the legendary Ken Shamrock as my coach.
That's right.
Who is also familiar in the pro wrestling world. And then now I get to, move into this world and have another legendary coach. So it's coming full circle, and it's all working out really well.
When you were growing up, were you a wrestling fan?
I was, but the same amount as I was a fan of the UFC and of fighting. I liked it. I liked watching it. The action was really exciting. It wasn't really, it's like I am with all sports. Do I love watching sports? Yeah, but I like competing a whole lot more. I've always been the person who wanted to be part of the show. I couldn't tell you every football player's name in the NFL, but I love playing football and I know everything about football. So it's something I just felt like AEW and pro wrestling was definitely in my future, something I really just wanted to be a part of the show.
I know that obviously Dan Lambert, who you spoke of, owner of ATT, he's been involved with their show for a bit now. Is he the one that bridged the gap here? Is he the one that got you to go to AEW?
Yeah, I would say he was definitely a big part of it. I went with him. I had his back in a few instances. He's been a big part of the AEW. But watching them, I knew my career was going to take me to the WWE or to AEW. I was watching both of them. Huge fan of both. The first AEW show I went to, though, the feeling, the audience, the crowd, everything about it, I just knew I belonged, and it was something that I knew I'd be really good at. And the whole atmosphere in the show they put on it's like iconic, and I knew that was the place for me.
Did you even have any conversations with WWE?
Yeah, I went down to their training center about a year ago. I did have some things in the work, but the AEW kind of said what they needed to say, and they had all the right words to get me to come over to the AEW.
Wow. So there was like a bidding war?
Not a bidding war, no. There was just different contract like details and like styles. Like there was things the AEW, they're working hand in hand with BKFC and letting me be a professional fighter still. I still get to be myself. It's not an exclusive full-time wrestling contract. So yes, I'm in the AEW. I'm going to wrestle for them, but they're also letting me be a part of BKFC still. I'm definitely not done boxing, definitely not done fighting. So it was an amazing partnership that they were willing to work with me in all the other things that I still want to do.
Got it. And so in other words, WWE wanted you to be exclusive.
Exactly.
Okay. Now it all makes sense. So the first time that you were there, had you ever been to a pro wrestling show before? Like when we saw you a part of the show, was that your first time actually at a pro wrestling event as well?
No, I had been to a WWE event as well.
Okay, all right. But now here you are like a part of the actual show. Did you enjoy it? Like from, the get-go to be a character to kind of playing a bad guy, all that stuff?
I love it. And for me, I'm not playing anybody. They hired me to be Paige VanZant. So I just get to go out there and be myself. And I think you can definitely see that. I still get to, it's like the best of both worlds. I get to, be myself, but then I get to look good while I do it. You don't go out there and be in a UFC fight with your hair done and looking really good. And I feel like that's a whole other side of me. Now I get to go in there and fight and look like me and feel good. So I love that this world, I feel like it just completely fits everything that I am.
We have seen some MMA fighters cross over to wrestling. I remember King Mo doing it back in the day, and he's like, man, this stuff is way harder than everyone thinks. Tito said the same. Now that you've done some training, can you confirm that it is way harder than people think?
It is definitely a lot harder than people think. I would say that there is definitely aspects of it that I come from a gymnastics background. So, and especially with my fighting. So the athleticism part of it, I'm having a really, not easy time, but I'm adapting very well. I feel like I'm catching on extremely quickly, but there is a lot of it that it's a lot more painful than people think. Like my poor elbows are just like demolished right now from training. So yeah, it's definitely more painful than I think people would anticipate the training would be.
How many days a week are you training right now? I know it just kind of started, but how often are you doing it?
I just started. So I did two days last week, and then we're still trying to put my schedule together with all of the coaches, coordinate, especially with BKFC. I still want to do a bare knuckle boxing match this year. So it's just finding the right balance between doing both the needs that I need to focus on. It was more just like getting my feet wet in wrestling and seeing how consistent I need to train. And now I feel like we're going to get a good balance between all of the coaches. And the nice thing, King Mo actually is at American Top Team with me. So there's things that me and him can do and just mess around when I'm over at ATT too.
In a perfect world, when would you make your debut?
Perfect world here in the next few months, honestly. I think that between the coaches and between everybody seeing as quickly as I'm picking it up, I truly believe that I'll be ready to get in there here in a month or two.
And would it be fair to assume that your first foe, if you will be Conti, who has a bit of a, I think, MMA-ish background as well? She's Brazilian. You signed your contract on her butt. I mean, it was a whole scene.
Yes, I did.
Is that fair to say?
No, I'd love to go in there and make a statement against her. Honestly, I know she's got a black belt in judo, so she does come from a combat sports world. I think it would be the perfect matchup for me and her to go against each other. It's a great place for me to make my name off of her. Somebody who's, been in the AEW, is a pro wrestler, but also comes from my world.
Will Austin be a part of the scene as well? Is he training as well?
Austin is training. He messes around a little bit, but he isn't as passionate, I would say, about pro wrestling as I am. I definitely see it as being a career, a long-term future for me, whereas his passion is still dedicated and focused 100% only on MMA.
So you mentioned BKFC, MMA. Why even go back? Why you got this thing now here? It looks like it will take a lot of time. Hopefully they're treating you well. What's the reason for wanting to do that still?
I mean, why not? I love it. And I think that people are so, they have this idea that if you want to be successful at something, you have to only do one thing. You have to put yourself in this box and only focus on that. But I have a different idea of success. I want to be successful all around. It's about creating a name for myself and making as much money as possible and doing the things that I love to do. And I still love bare knuckle boxing. I feel like you could see in my first and second fight, my boxing was not only getting better, my straight boxing is getting better, my bare knuckle boxing is going to get better. And I'm just not done with that part of my life yet. I think that I do want to be one of the only pro wrestlers and pro MMA fighters, pro boxers that is able to compete in every sport all at the same time.
Realistically, where does MMA or how does MMA fit into all of these plans? Like, how would you even have time to prepare for an MMA fight when you're doing pro wrestling, when you're doing bare knuckle?
At the end of the day, it's all the same combat sports world, right? There's things that I can do. I'm not going to completely change who I am going into the pro wrestling world. I'm still Paige VanZant. I'm still going to have a focus on MMA and on fighting, and on like boxing. But I feel like the training, they just go hand in hand. And I have such a supportive and amazing team that I really feel like everything is set up for success. And right now my focus is on pro wrestling and bare knuckle boxing. And then beyond that, after this fight's over, I know I'll be in contract negotiations again. So it's whether I want to stay with BKFC or I have a few doors, people knocking on the door to go back into MMA as well.
Oh, so this upcoming, whenever it happens, fight for BKFC is the last on your deal?
It is, yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's interesting. I still feel, if I'm being honest, I still can't believe Bellator didn't sign you. I felt like it was just too perfect. Your husband fights there. They've got the 120.
No, I know.
It doesn't make sense.
No, it wasn't up to them though. It was up to me. At the end of the day, I went where I wanted to go, and there was great contract offered to me. So I had a lot of contracts on all sides of things, but BKFC sealed the deal, and then they gave me an offer I couldn't say no to.
are MMA promotions still like checking in on you?
Yes.
They are. Yeah. Who?
Yeah.
You want to tell us who? Who are we talking about?
A few of them. I know I try not to focus on the contract side of things too much. I just wait until that's actually like one thing at a time. Once I become a free agent again, we'll go down that avenue. But I know my manager at first round, they're like, okay, when are you going to fight? Because we got some more contracts to sign. So I'm in a great position, but I'm also not rushing myself. I mean, I think that I could go out there and fight this last fight for BKFC, be over with, and then all of a sudden become a free agent again. I could do that immediately, but I want to spend the next few months training and fully preparing for it. Especially we were so focused on Austin and his last fight that now it's my turn. We kind of go back and forth, and we're doing everything that we need for me to be successful now in my BKFC fight and then for pro wrestling as well.
Who pays better, BKFC or AEW?
They're different contracts. So they're completely different. It depends on how many times I fight, honestly, and it depends on how many matches I have.
Interesting. Okay. And pay-per-view, probably with BK, not with AEW, right? Pay-per-view.
That hasn't been negotiated yet, but yes, for BKFC, I do.
Okay. And, I remember when you and Austin were in studio on my show when I was at ESPN, it was a whole big thing. I don't even know if you knew how big of a thing it was, because you made that comment at the time, if you recall, that you make more off your Instagram than you do with the UFC.
Yes.
Remember this comment?
And that went everywhere.
Oh
that
my
was
gosh.
Apparently a really big deal.
It was a really big deal. Not only for you, but I got heat for it too.
For everybody.
I got in trouble for it as well. Because
I'm sorry.
No, it was fine. Listen, afterwards, you then sent me the infamous GIF of, burning the bridge. We didn't talk. You blocked me. It was a whole thing.
I did.
But we're back. We're back.
We're back.
We are back. I'm just wondering, is that still the case? Do you make more off of your Instagram and social media than you do off of fighting with all these things?
I would say, so the phrasing of I make more off of Instagram, it's that I've built myself up to a point I can just take endorsement deals from companies and I can sell spots on my social media. Instagram doesn't actually pay you. So it's more just like promoting
that's what I mean.
companies. Yeah. So for clarification for everybody, but it's close, honestly, between endorsement deals. I mean, if I sat down and honestly stopped fighting and stopped doing all these other things and just focused 100% on being like an influencer, I'd probably make more money still off of my social media. But that's not what I want to do. It's all about where you push yourself and where you build yourself. BKFC pays me extremely well. I'm very, very happy with my contract, extremely happy with my AEW contract. And I also know that the more that I become successful in both those other ventures, the more they promote me, the bigger I get, the more money I can make in endorsements. They kind of all go hand in hand. The more successful I am in these other industries, the more successful I can be just on my own, selling myself as a brand.
Do you think that you need to be successful in fight or even fight, period, in order to still make that money off of the, social media stuff?
Yes and no. I think obviously the more publicity you get and the more eyes you have on you in these other organizations, they're both big organizations. And I know what makes me special is that I do fight. And that's something that not a lot of people can do, especially going from the UFC, which is already, MMA is extremely violent and brutal, but going into bare knuckle boxing, which nobody expected. I feel like those are the things that sets me apart as far as this industry. And somebody who, I can, I was well-spoken, went to college, I have all these other things going for me, but I choose to fight. And I feel like that's what makes me special. And it just goes hand in hand, I could definitely hang up and stop fighting. I'm definitely in a position in my life I don't need to fight anymore. And I'm very happy that I've been able to do that for myself. Just by having a good head on my shoulders, investing in myself, saving. But I love what I do, and I'm definitely not done. I don't plan on retiring anytime soon. I think I'm in a really good position because now I can say no to doing all these endorsements and I can just focus on fighting.
Now, you don't need me to tell you this, but, some of the social media stuff, dare I say, a little risque. Is risque fair to say? I mean, is that a fair term?
Am I risque? I didn't think so.
Is risque not what would you?
No, that's definitely a term. Yeah, risque.
Risque. Do you recall when you made it wasn't always this way on your social media, your persona? Like, when did you make that decision, that shift to go down the risque path, for lack of a better term?
It wasn't really a decision. I think I think people see me, you know, when I started the UFC, I was 19 years old.
Right.
So I went from being a teenager to being a woman, and things change in your life. You mature, you grow up, you realize the things that sets you apart. And I think for me too, it came to a point I was trying to just be on my best behavior for as long as possible. Then now I feel like I'm in a position, like before when I was in the UFC, I refused to get any tattoos. I wouldn't do anything where I felt like I was going to take myself away from getting endorsement deals, sponsorships. I wanted to make sure I was as accepted by every single venture. I wouldn't have a single endorsement deal that would turn me down for any particular reason. I was going to fit every category for absolutely everybody. And it got to a point where I built my name up so much. Now I am who I am. And it's not that I'm just going to be another sponsored fighter or another person you endorse. I'm Paige VanZant. Now I can do whatever the fuck I want, honestly. Now I do not care. I get my tattoos. I get this, I get that. I get to just be myself. And I think that came from years and years of dedication and keeping my mouth shut and just trying to be the best face possible for other people. And now I don't really have to do that. Now people hire me for me.
Do you wish that you did this earlier?
Yeah, I definitely do. I think that I wanted to, you know, I was coming into this new world, and my parents, amazing, but they always taught me to turn the other cheek, keep my mouth shut, be as respectful as possible. I think that I also needed to come into my own, and growing up in this world, I also learned that, yeah, you can keep your mouth shut on certain things, but it's also okay to speak up, and it's also okay to be yourself. And I think I'm in that position now where I stopped caring what everybody thinks, and I stopped trying to please everybody and be the perfect image for every single person, the perfect image for the UFC. And now I just get to be myself. And I think that's financial stability and like confidence in my future financially has gotten me to that point.
Do you feel like you are happier now because you just get to be yourself as opposed to when you were trying really hard to put on this front?
Yeah, I'm so much happier, but I really wasn't trying to put on a front. I was always myself. I was just like the PG version.
Uh-huh.
So it was, you know, just trying to be as politically correct as possible.
How much does your relationship allow you to be this way? Meaning you're secure, you're comfortable, you're married, you don't have to worry about anything else. And now you can just be yourself, and you know that your guy is there no matter what, as opposed to if you're single, you're this and that, you have to present a certain stuff. Like, does that help open up this side of you too?
Yeah, I would say that it wasn't me being single that like stopped me from doing anything, but the support from my husband and the support that he gives me, I never second guess absolutely anything. And I think he more pushes me to be more confident. So there's times where I'll fall back into that mindset of like worrying about what people think about me or just being judgmental or like, hey, should I post this? I don't know. It's kind of like risque. It's like, I'm not sure if that's really, if I want to post that side of me. And he's like so supportive. It's like, yeah, post it. Like who gives a shit? And he's so supportive in that sense. It's definitely helped me like open up because he kind of has he just like doesn't care mentality about everything. And I feel like he's slowly teaching me to be more like that.
Wow. I'm surprised that you even have that internal filter because it just seems like it's all out there on the page. So he's the reason why.
No, I definitely do. And also, I mean, I came from a world, I was a cheerleader, I was a dancer, I was a gymnast. I was doing photo shoots at the age of like 12. So it's a part of who I am, but it was also trying to balance that, trying to figure out where you need to hold back to be successful in life.
Do you still feel like you're holding back to a degree?
I don't know. I mean, yes and no. There's definitely things where not as far as like social media, I guess, but like, yeah, in business meetings and stuff, I definitely don't tell people to F off as much as I should.
Why not?
I don't know, but I'll work on that. I got a phone call after this.
What are they saying to you that you feel like you should be saying F off to?
Oh, nothing. More just like making sure, like, I'm still new to the whole business meeting things. And times I feel like I was just on Misha Tate's podcast as well. And it was that you worry about people, we were talking about, you worry about people's feelings, right? You go and you'll do uncomfortable things not to hurt somebody's feelings. And you'll go and you'll say yes to things, or you'll compromise financially to make everybody happy, when at the end of the day, it's my career and it's my life, and I need to put myself first before absolutely anybody else.
And by the way, you have the manager when it comes to fighting, First Round, Abe Malki, but when it comes to all this other stuff, Do you have another group of managers that do that, or do you do that on your own?
No, they handle absolutely everything for me.
Everything? They handle like the fan page and all that stuff?
Well, they do every deal that I currently have. Yeah, they get for me.
That's an interesting setup that you have with them. I would think it's just fighting for those guys.
No. I feel like they're multifaceted, so I feel extremely confident. They're in also the football world, so they do football. They have a few different, ventures, and I feel like as I've grown, as their company has grown, they've become better and better as well at these new things. They now have entire divisions for like influencers. They have their office. It went from when I first showed up at first round, there's maybe like 6 people in the office. Now I feel like there's like 25. I don't know. They could have 25, 30 employees. They have different divisions and departments for absolutely every venture. They have, football, MMA, bare knuckle boxing. Now they really make sure they're focused on they can be successful at any sort of endorsement deal that they need to do.
By the way, last thing on all this, I find it fascinating. The fan page, how lucrative is that?
It's good.
Could you give us
nice.
What is it? What ballpark are we talking here?
How much money do you make off your podcast, Ariel?
I'll tell you. I mean, I do. I'm just saying for that particular thing. Is it pretty? Like, could that alone be its own thing?
Well, yeah, it's very lucrative.
Okay, I don't know. I mean, I'm not privy to this world, so I was just curious. Like, could you drop everything and just do that and make a very good living?
Yes.
That is amazing. That is incredible.
Thank you.
I would imagine there are fighters who reach out to you and like try to get the blueprint from you.
Yeah, I've actually gotten a few people, leaned them towards that direction and helped them out and get on the platform. So
that is good.
Good.
A couple of weeks ago, we saw you guys in Dublin. Unfortunately, it didn't go Austin's way. How difficult is it for you to be, in the corner as opposed to the athlete? And, it was such a big deal for him. You were right there by his side. Like, just as opposed to competing, just like being there and not being able to do much.
Yeah, it's definitely harder to be a corner, especially when, of course, every coach is invested in their athlete. But when you're married, you're invested like 10,000 times more. So it sucks just because you can't do anything. And, unfortunately, he's been in my corner when I've had some tough fights as well. But it was a good learning experience. Honestly, he's still young. There's a lot that he learned from this fight. And I think it was more in my position where it was like, I told you need to take care of your body. And, there's things that he doesn't want to make excuses and I'm not allowed to like share his story or whatever. But it was a good learning experience to start putting your body first and start taking care of injuries. So this kind of stuff doesn't happen in the future. And he definitely, as scary as it is for me, this got him even more focused than he's ever been. We showed up from Ireland, we landed the plane and we just flew across the country or across the world and he's back in the gym an hour after we land. So, extremely focused and dedicated. It definitely didn't set him back in a sense at all. He took this loss not easily, but it was just more as a learning experience.
Paige VanZant will compete in MMA by...
What year is it right now?
It's 2022. It's
2022. Yeah, we'll see. I got some great contract offers, so we'll see what contracts come my way.
And when you compete again, will you compete as Paige Vanderford? Or I thought it was very significant that he told me I dropped the Mr. VanZant gimmick, and he's like, no, I like it. I'm keeping it. But so I don't know. And I see like your Zoom thing says Vanderford. So are you going to go with Vanderford when you compete again, or what?
No, I will always be Paige VanZant.
Okay.
That is my fight name. That is my name I go by. But yes, I am a traditional woman. I did take my husband's last name, and I'm very happy about it.
And are we still 12 gauge?
We're still 12 gauge.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I got a tattooed on my arm now.
All right. So in AEW, it'll be 12 gauge as well?
12 gauge, yep.
All right. Well, congratulations on the AEW deal. Nice to speak to you again. Congratulations on everything going on in your life. The businesses,
Thank you.
You're blowing up. You're doing great. You're doing great things.
Thank you.
And I'm happy that you're feeling better. And I look forward to the wrestling debut. Yes, you wanted to say something?
Oh, no. Thanks for being on your best behavior. You did a good job today.
I mean, I feel like I'm usually on my best behavior. You were mad about something I said to someone else, if you recall. We don't have to get into it, but you remember with you, I feel like I'm usually.
Hey, you can be a little squirrely, Ariel. Everybody knows that.
What do you mean squirrely? What is that supposed to mean?
Squirrely. You're squirrely. Anyways, thank you so much for having me.
This is how we're ending the conversation? You calling me squirrely?
Yeah.
You didn't like the one question you didn't like. There was just, I feel like there was one squirrely question. She hung up. Squirrely is not a nice thing. That's not very nice. She got that from Chael, by the way. She got that from Chael, the hang up, right? I mean, that wasn't very nice. Squirrely. Frank, is squirrely a good thing to be called?
Yeah, I think it's all right.
I don't know. Let's see. Squirrely. Tending to be unusually active. Restless. That I was a squirrely kid whose need to leap from the piano bench, run outside. I'm definitely not squirrely. Eccentric, flighty, dotty, crazy.
She got in your head with this one.
Yeah, I mean, squirrely. I think of like a rat. I think of like a rodent. That's what I think of. And I sure as hell ain't that. Mildly insane, according to the Urban Dictionary. Unpredictable and jumpy, nutty, resembling a squirrel, looking for nuts.
That's a good one. Yeah, like
I'm looking for nuts.
For the nut,
oh,
yeah.
I'm looking for things. Nuggets, if you will. All right, fine. Squirrely. Let's put a picture of a big fat squirrel on the set over here. Okay, thank you very much to Paige VanZant. Appreciate her time. Good luck to her in this new chapter. All right, next guest knows a thing or two about the UK MMA scene. We were talking to John about this. We've got Tom Aspinall coming up in about 30 minutes, so stay tuned for that. He, of course, was the star of the event. He was the main eventer. It ended on such a great note with his big victory, but I wanted to put the performances into their proper context. And so there was only one name that came to mind. The perfect man to do this is the great Dan Hardy, a.k.a. The Outlaw. Here he is from his familiar set. Dan, how are you?
I'm good, Ariel. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for the time. I appreciate it. What a night. It was one of those nights that I think that we'll be talking about for quite some time, very similar to 2014 Dublin. I don't think you were in attendance, right, on Saturday, but you were certainly watching. Did it remind you of 2014?
Oh, it did absolutely, yeah. I mean, a much bigger arena. The Dublin arena, I think it held about 7,000 fans, and it felt a lot more intimate, especially when 50% of the air was filled with beer and Guinness. The O2 Arena has got more that Coliseum kind of feeling, and I think you could feel that on Saturday night. Even through the TV, it's got that. Yeah, there's such a grand feeling to the O2 Arena. You feel it as you're walking up to the arena. As a fighter, you feel it as you're pulling into the backstage area on buses, and I think that comes through on the performances. It's just always a special event, and I'm glad that UK MMA delivered, because I know how talented the fighters are over here, and it's very rare that they get to perform on home soil.
So I mentioned on Monday that one of the best parts of an event like this is you have a magical night, and there's probably some 15, 16-year-old kid who's watching, and he says, I want to be there, I want to do this. And 5 years ago, the same thing happened, and these guys are here fighting now. And maybe you wouldn't want to say this, but I feel like we don't have this moment in UK MMA, if not for you and Michael Bisping and some of the others, but mainly you two guys, right? When you watch this, do you watch like a proud papa? Do you feel some sort of ownership?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I remember when the UFC first started to come over to the UK. I wasn't on that first card, of course. We had Ian Freeman and Mark Weir, James Zikic, Lee Remedios. They were the guys that stepped foot in the octagon on UK soil for the first time. But when Bisping and I started competing in the UFC, it seemed like a much more of a staple within UK MMA. We've always had good shows over here. Cage Warriors has always been really consistent. But then when the UFC started to come over, they were such big events. UFC 105 was amazing. 95 was incredible. But they just seemed to keep leveling up. I mean, that at the weekend was, in my opinion, it was the best performance of UK mixed martial arts in a long, long time, if not ever. The times that stand out before maybe was Bisping against Anderson Silva. But that was a spectacular moment because it was a battle of attrition, and there was drama and there was back and forth and it was bloody. And Anderson Silva, obviously, is the legend that he is, and Bisping now the Hall of Famer and legend as well. But it felt on Saturday like we had a lot of young stars emerging. Tom Aspinall's future's ahead of him. Arnold Allen's future's ahead of him. Same thing with Paddy and Molly and Jack Shaw. You could go down the list. All the UK fighters, they don't feel like they're kind of winding down and having that big, massive fight, towards the end of their career. It feels like there are lots of different, bandwagons that we can jump on right now, but they're all going in the same direction, and that's towards the rankings.
The other thing is, back in the day, I feel like they said the UK fighters are great, but they're primarily strikers, maybe a little jiu-jitsu, no wrestling. Those days are over. They are as well-rounded. Like, Aspinall reminds me of a mix of a young Frank Mir and Cain Velasquez. And I feel like that's the best compliment I could give him, right? Like, each one of them, Mokaev, this guy is like a freaking beast on the mat, but you see what he does. I feel like that's been the most impressive part over the last couple of years, the evolution of the UK fighter. They're just a fighter now. They're not just, the fighter with the one skill set. It's completely come together. Would you agree?
I would definitely. And, you could even say that there is definitely a preference still towards striking, but they're so much better at all the other elements of their game that they can now strike a lot better than some of the fighters in the past in the UFC from the UK, because we always had that deficit that we were going to get taken down, and then we would be kind of out of our depth. I mean, I think, in my opinion, probably Brad Pickett was the first one to bridge that gap and become a very, very MMA fighter from the UK. Even Bisping and I, we were much more strikers that learned wrestling and takedown defense, and Bisping eventually was able to become a very well-rounded MMA fighter, but it was a journey. I look at these guys now. I mean, Jack Shaw in particular, for me, he's just so complete as a fighter. Valiev's a very, very tough test, and I think he controlled the fight very well. He's a very mature fighter. There's not a facet of his game that I feel is very weak. Same thing with Tom Aspinall. I mean, he's an all-rounder. He can strike. As Bisping said the other day, he would be very successful as a boxer as well. But then, when he was fighting, Andre Arlovski, he'd had enough of striking, took him down and choked him out. He's a very, very well-rounded fighter at 12-2 in his career. It's exciting times for the UK because these guys are going to stay on the mats for a while, and they're going to be training alongside the next 2, 3, 4 generations of fighters who will be on the undercard of the UFC London cards for the next 2, 3 years coming.
In your opinion, who is the best UK-based fighter in the world right now?
Oh, I mean, I would have to say Leon. I would have to say Leon Edwards. I think he's very slick. He's very skilled. He's a very, very intelligent fighter, and I think sometimes that works against him. Sometimes he kind of overanalyzes circumstances and holds back. But on the moments when we see him shine, he looks incredible. And I think this is a good opportunity against Usman. He's very familiar with Usman. They've fought before. I think Usman's, his striking's improved so much that he's going to be more confident now than he was previously to fight with Leon on the feet. And I think Leon's takedown defense and grappling skills have come up to the point where he's not going to feel so smothered by Usman if it hits the floor. I think right now he's the most well-rounded. But I honestly, Arnold Allen is incredibly well-rounded. He's a little bit reckless, but that's one of the reasons why we love him. Same thing with Jack Shaw. I've been watching Jack since he was a young kid coming up through Cage Warriors, and he's just always seemed like he was going to be a very complete fighter. Very smart. He can explain everything that he does and why he's doing it. And I just can't see him ever slowing down his progress the way that he's moving right now. He in my mind is the one that's going to be. He's the one to watch. He's the most consistent out of all of them, I feel.
Wow, that's high praise for Jack Shaw. I hear the comparisons to GSP, a man you know very well. Do you see that in him? I think they call him the Welsh GSP or something like that. Do you like that comparison?
I do and I don't. I mean, I think there are some things. Obviously, it's a huge compliment to be compared to GSP, but Jack Shaw's very comfortably in every range of the fight, and GSP would use the ranges of the fight against his opponents where he would feel they would be weakest. Now, if you watch Jack Shaw against Hunter Azure, he gets into a striking match that he didn't really need to. He likes to fight as well, and I think that's something that we did see lacking in Georgia, towards the end of his career. He didn't quite enjoy it as much. And, Jack is at that point where he's calculated, but he's he's flowing in the moment. I just feel like, you look at his game, he's taken the best parts of everything that's working in mixed martial arts right now. He's got a very complete skill set. He's got great takedown offense, but he's also got that incredible control up against the fence where he smothers people and forces them to give their back. Very consistent, taking people's backs and choking them out, but not, he's not in a rush to do it. He's quite happy to cook them a little bit and beat them up. I'm always excited to watch him fight. I think a lot of the other fighters on the card, they had fantastic performances, but these moments where they take risks that, they might pay for it against someone, further up the rankings. For me, Jack Shaw cuts through the nonsense and he deals with everything that's in front of him.
It's such a great point about taking a risk because, as a Montrealer, I have love for TriStar, but I do feel like they have molded their fighters into a certain way where they are not big risk takers, right? You think of GSP throughout his career, especially after the Matt Serra fight. Even when Kenny went there, Kenny Florian, Rory McDonald, Arnold Allen isn't necessarily these days known as a risk taker. So to see him shed that and just go for it, I thought was really nice. Do you want to see more of that from Allen, or do you think that it's better to be the more traditional TriStar type fighter, use the jab, be methodical, cerebral, and not get into these moments like he had with Dan Hooker?
Of course, I don't want to see him get clipped on the chin and put down on one knee because, it makes me, take a second breath and my heart skips a beat. I think he's a very skilled fighter, and with the record that he's got now, one blemish on his record, you can see he's very calculated. But he was coming off a string of split decisions, I think, 3 in a row. They're just going to hold you back, those things. As well as this being a sport where you have to win consistently, you have to also win impressively. What are we talking about since the weekend? We're talking about Paddy blazing through Vargas and finishing with a rear naked choke with a bit of drama, and then also Molly catching her opponent with that spinning elbow. They're risk takers, and that's one of the reasons why we're talking about them coming out of the weekend. Like as a technical analysis, I like to watch Jack Shaw and I like to watch Arnold Allen, in his decisions, because I can learn things from their approach. But as a fan, I want to see that chaos, that craziness. And I think Arnold, you've got to think most of the time he prepares at TriStar. I think this is the first time he's done his training camp in the UK. He's been training with the guys at Renegade. I know he's been traveling around the UK, but there was a little bit more recklessness to his game. But that might also be the opportunity that he had. Co-main event at the O2 Arena, you're fighting Dan Hooker and he's going to come for a bloodbath. I think it just brought the best out of Arnold, and he's finally arrived at that moment where he realizes who he is and what he's capable of. I think the calculated approach of TriStar is a very, very clever and very methodical breakdown of mixed martial arts. But you do need those bits of flair on the end. You do need those moments where you have that flash knockdown or that scramble up to the back. You probably watched Jordan Vucenic win at Cage Warriors on Friday night. He lost the first round to a really strong James Hendon, but that scramble to the back in the second was wicked to watch. The crowd were just bouncing. You need those moments to make people remember you.
How do you feel about the way the UFC has booked Paddy so far? 2 fights in, Big John saying earlier this week on his podcast that he fought tougher competition towards the end of his Cage Warriors days than he has thus far in the UFC. Do you like the way they booked him? Do you not like the way they booked him?
Yeah, I do like the way they booked him. I think the UFC recognised that Paddy's still a developing talent. To expect him to be thrown in, towards the top 15 and to be the same fighter that he was on Cage Warriors is, you just can't expect that. The other thing as well is, the guys that he's fighting, Vendramini and Vargas, they're not pushovers. They're tough individuals. They've both caught him with good punches. And there's been moments where Paddy did look like he could lose the fight. So to me, that tells me that they're matching him correctly for this moment, because those opportunities against other 155ers, they don't end in him turning around that fight around and finishing. They're gaps that need to be closed before he moves on from the Vargases and the Vendraminis of the division, especially because 155 is a shark tank. It always has been up until recently, when it seems the sport's kind of leveled out across the weight classes a bit more. 155 has always had a real strong talent, and you've got to make sure that you've got no real massive holes in your game by the time you get to there. Sometimes there is a tendency to rush fighters, and The reality is as well, if you're paying Paddy, what was it, 12 and 12, you can't expect him to be fighting guys in the top 15. He's right in what he says. I'll fight better guys when you pay me better.
What do you make of that? It's been a huge story this morning. He admitted yesterday that he made 12 and 12. Now, he did get the bonus, but that's not a part of the deal. The deal is 12 and 12. When you hear that, what do you think?
The only thing, it's not surprising, but it's disappointing that things haven't moved on a great deal. I mean, I fought UFC 95. I was the co-main event, and my contract was 5 and 5.
Come on,
a $10,000 bonus.
5 and 5.
Yeah, that was my second fight on my contract. You fight what you agree to fight for. It is what it is. We all know that these fighters should be getting paid so much more than they are. The disappointing thing for me is the lack of security that these fighters are getting from their job. I mean, they need to feel like they're going to be supported and be able to pay their bills, especially with the global economic crisis and all this kind of stuff going on. You can't bank on sponsors being there to look after you. And if you think, what was that, 2009? Like, we're looking, 13 years on, and the pay's not increased a great deal. 5 and 5 for me and 12 and 12 for Paddy. You consider what the profit increases of the UFC have been. Is it 1,700% or something profit increases over the last few years? You've got to wonder where that money's going. And the bonuses are a lovely thing, but you can't get a mortgage on that. You can't start a business on that. What we need is these fighters getting paid, not so they can buy loads of watches and fancy cars, but so they can invest it back in the sport. Like, who's opening the gyms of MMA in the next 20 years? It's the guys that are fighting now. Like Brian Kelleher talking about him needing to get a job at Walmart. I want him to have an MMA gym because he might be able to make a champion or two. That's the short-sightedness of the fighter pay thing for me, is that the grassroots stops growing. The grass goes brown, and then the UFC starts to cut its own head off because there's no talent coming through.
Dan, how about this? Last year, the UFC's revenue was approximately $1 billion. They have to make this public now because Endeavor's a public company. $1 billion, Dan. And guys are making 12 and 12. And who's the guy that we compare Paddy Pimblett to the most these days? Conor McGregor, right? He's the one. For Conor McGregor's second fight back in 2013 against Max Holloway, the one in Boston, Conor McGregor made 12 and 12 for that fight. And so you'll say, oh, he's making the same. Yeah, that was 9 years ago. It shouldn't be the same. It should grow exponentially. They didn't sell for $4 billion. They're not making the same amount of money. So that to me is very jarring when you hear, and if I'm being honest, I do think some of the onus has to be on the managers as well. The managers have to do a little more to get the fighters like a Paddy a little more money, but it's deflating to hear that. Like, Paddy is hugely responsible for that crowd and the success of that show. He should not be making 12 and 12 when the UFC is making a $4.5 million gate in addition to all the other money that they're making. It just, when you see how the sausage is made, it gets a little bit depressing.
It does. And the problem is, a lot of these young fighters, they're so grateful and so fortunate to be in the UFC because that's what they've been aiming for so long, that they'll take the crumbs off the table. That there are very few fighters that have the confidence to stand up for what they want. And unfortunately, we've just had a champion that's done it and nobody had his back. You hear one person, Francis Ngannou, had a fantastic speech on your show. He spoke truth, he spoke honesty, he spoke for the sports, and he spoke for every athlete in the sports. And what I see next is a whole bunch of other people signing very lucrative deals while they leave him in the dark. Like, nothing's ever going to change if we have one person speaking out and everyone clapping and then signing behind closed doors. It's happened so many times. It happened, before I signed with the UFC. It happened while I was with the UFC. People disappear into an office and they come out with a smile on their face and a check in their pocket and they say nothing else. Like, the sport needs to rally and it needs to stand on a level footing with one another and not think about taking one another's places. It's a very cutthroat industry. I mean, that's the job in itself. It's difficult to try and have fighters unite when their job is to beat each other up. Yeah. You can't unite outside the octagon and then be throwing punches inside. It's a juxtaposed position. It's hard for the fighters to understand the benefit of it, but it's necessary.
drives me nuts, and this is a bit of a tangent, but I just want to say, like, it drives me nuts when I hear the younger guys say, like, oh, I hear all this talk about fighter pay, but you guys don't see how they treat us behind the scenes. You don't see the PI. Guys, the PI, every athlete, you don't think Man U has a great PI? You don't think every single, like, you don't think Ronaldo has access to a guy making his lunch, at the training grounds? Like, these things aren't a reason for why you should be making 10 and 10. Like, they try to almost justify it in their mind, meanwhile ignoring the fact that they've got $1 billion in revenue. It drives me nuts, and I want to see all the fighters make more. Could I ask you, based on what you've seen from Paddy, and you've been watching him for some time in Cage Warriors, what's his ceiling? Like, do you think he can be a champion? Do you think he has what it takes?
Absolutely. I can't count anybody out at his age. He's got everything in front of him. He's got all of the opportunities. He's got the fame and the opportunities. Every gym door is going to swing open to him. The Performance Institute will welcome him in and build him up like their next top athlete, because he's such a valuable commodity to the UFC. Like, as long as he's dedicated and focused and he wants to be a world champion, there's nothing that could stop him. He's going to have to develop, of course. He's going to have to learn. But then everybody in the division that's not currently the champion has still got something to add to their game. Like, a very, very few people get to a championship level. And, there's nothing to say that Paddy can't do it. Like I said, there are things he's got to work on. But he's still a young guy. 10 fights into his career. I mean, Michael Bisping, people counted him out over and over again. I'm not saying that we might see Paddy in his early 30s fighting for a belt and winning, but we can't count him out. With the flair and the aggression and the confidence that he has, everything else can be bolted on the sides.
Speaking of championship level, I think Tom Aspinall is championship level already. I think this time next year he could either be interim champ, or even, depending on how the Francis thing goes, like about to fight for the belt, or even win. Like, I don't know if there's a lot of guys who could beat him right now. Do you feel the same way, or do you want to see maybe one or two more from him?
I mean, I would love to see one or two more, but that's only because I can see how much better he could potentially be. He's a scary, scary prospect right now, but he's had 14 fights. The problem when he was on Cage Warriors is that there just aren't enough heavyweights around for him to be sparring with or fighting. So he's found himself in the UFC, very much in a similar situation to Cyril Gane. Not had a great deal of experience, but there's no competition for them. So they're accelerated through the rankings to the point where they don't get the experience that, look at Andrei Arlovsky or Alistair Overeem or Volkov. What is he, 35 and 34 and 10 now is his record. It's an incredible amount of experience. Like, the fighter that Tom Aspinall is, if you give him another 10 fights of experience, that's a different fighter entirely. And it's not that he's not ready for the top guys in the division right now, but I'm most interested in seeing the potential of the individual as opposed to where they stand in comparison to everybody else. Because Tom's limitless, really.
Not a UK guy, but related to this card, do you think it was a mistake for Dan Hooker to go down to 45?
It's hard to say, It's hard to say because I don't know how he's feeling on his weight cut. I don't know how close he is to the weight class. If you look back into his career, when he signed with the UFC, he was a featherweight and he alternated wins and losses. The losses were always decisions and the wins were always stoppages. So he was either really effective or he was outpointed over the distance. And then he went up to lightweight and had 4 fights in a row where he starched everybody. And then he hit the top of the division where you're supposed to struggle. You're supposed to struggle against the guys that he was struggling with. But he's such a hard-headed fighter and he's so game for a fight that he puts himself at more risk than he needs to. I think in his head, he was going to go back down to featherweight with all that experience and be the bigger guy. But I also think he realized that he's the slower guy. He wasn't particularly fast as a lightweight. He's persistent and he pushes forward. But Arnold Allen looked super quick. For every one punch that Dan Hooker was throwing, Arnold was throwing 3 or 4. And that's a standard in the featherweight division now. I think it would be better for Dan Hooker to take maybe 6 to 12 months off, like entirely off, no contact, get some good rest, and then reapproach his career as a lightweight. He's a superstar. Who would not want to see him fight again? I just want him to do it healthily in the right weight class.
I was talking to someone earlier today, and they said they hypothesized that maybe he hasn't been quite the same since the Poirier fight, that maybe that took a lot out of him. That's a real thing, right? we saw that with Rory. Like, fighters are sometimes never the same after a fight like that. You think that there's, obviously it's impossible to know for sure, but perhaps some truth to that?
Yeah, 100%. People need to realize, this is sport and it's entertainment, but you can have a serious characteristic change from one fight to the next. There are a few fighters that stand out in my mind, and I would never mention their names on live on a broadcast, but I've seen them before the fight, a few days before the fight. I've had a conversation with them. I've seen them get stopped at the weekend pretty badly, and then I've seen them not have the same look in their eye ever since. There's a subtle change that sometimes happens with a fighter when they get really beaten up or stopped really badly. And, that's why we need to be a bit more cautious with these guys and putting them through the ringer, because we don't know which punch it is that's going to change them. And, sometimes it's not a physiological change. Sometimes it's not like a brain injury or a physical injury. Sometimes it just takes their soul a little bit. They don't feel like they're the same person. I don't think Dan Hooker doubts himself in any way, but I do think he takes a lot of damage in his fights. And I do think that's probably unnecessary. The Paul Felder fight, you were talking to John earlier about it. We were Octagon side for that. And they took lumps out of one another. I thought Felder was done in the first round. I thought Dan Hooker was done in the second, third round. It's a wild sport. And Dan Hooker's had, 30 plus fights now, nearly 40 fights. They do take their toll. But, if he takes some time and he rests and he reapproaches his career maybe 12 months down the line, we might see a whole new wave of career for him.
Last thing on this card, Topuria had a great win over Jai Herbert. Herbert looked tremendous in the first, crazy knockout in the second. He very much wants Paddy. Do you think he can get Paddy? There's a lot of people, and even himself, it's like, they're not going to give me him. What do you think? Do you think that the UFC would do that?
I think this is a very interesting circumstance, because I think Topuria wants to go back down to featherweight. So him calling out Paddy is actually going to open that door back up for him, because I think the UFC would much rather him go back down to featherweight than to stay at lightweight and fight Paddy next. It removes the option for that match to be made if he moves back down to his weight class. I think Ilya could stay at 155, but if he can make 145 healthy, that's the weight class for him. I think it's a bad matchup for Paddy right now, because Ilya is very, very direct in his game. He had a really rough first round against Ilya, but his fights previously, he's an absolute monster. He attacks the neck in the first round. If he doesn't get it, it's the overhand in the second. I think it would be a fascinating matchup and it would really sell, but there's also a risk it could potentially derail Paddy for the sake of a bit of, a bit of a disagreement that no one's really paying much attention to now.
Last time I spoke to you, there were some rumblings of you and Tyron Woodley in March. It doesn't look like it's happening. March is about to be done. What is going on with you? And now I hear you talked a little bit about Eagle FC recently. Broadcaster, fighter, where are we at in terms of your active competitor career?
Honestly, it's all up in the air. We've been negotiating for a boxing match in June, and I've had 3 opponents on the table. I've agreed to all of them, and none of them have come off at the moment. So I'm kind of seeing what's happening with that. I would have been at one championships event on the 26th this weekend. What a card that is! I was going to be out there, but I've got guys on Cage Warriors. So at the moment, I'm just kind of taking it one weekend at a time because there are so many things going on. But I feel in great shape. I'm training. I'll see what the next couple of months offers me. But at the moment, what I'm looking for really is the next microphone I'm going to be speaking into. I've got some options on the table. So probably within the next couple of months, I'll be signing a contract to deal with one of the other promotions.
Okay, to be a color analyst again for the events.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that mean that you will no longer do Cage Warriors?
No, I'll always do Cage Warriors.
Okay.
I love being a part of those events. The Indigo at the O2 was wild on Friday night. They always have great fights. Just signed a few more of my guys from the team as well. So I want to be a witness to their careers as they come through Cage Warriors and pick up belts before moving on. So I'll always be a part of Cage Warriors. I've got belts hanging up in my gym over there as well. It's a part of my blood, Cage Warriors is. So I love it. But I would like to get out and travel and to be in front of a bigger audience, a different audience, maybe in Asia or somewhere in Europe.
Okay.
But we'll see. There's a few options on the table, and MMA, as you know full well, is exploding behind the scenes at the moment. And I think within the next few months, there's going to be a lot of shifts and changes and organizations emerging and strengthening, and exciting times to be a part of it, Ariel.
Yes, and just to be clear, the one championship thing that you mentioned, they have their big 10th anniversary show this weekend. That was to be what? A fan, a broadcaster, a competitor? What was that for?
It wasn't a competitor because
Okay.
they were, we were talking about the John Wayne Parr fight, and that one never came about. But he's got Edward Folayang. That's going to be a really interesting one because obviously Folayang's got a wushu background and he's predominantly an MMA fighter. I think it's a really good card. I was planning on being out there to help them promote it, to do some media, potentially sit circle side and talk about the fights as they were progressing as well. But we'll see. I have a very encouraging and youthful relationship with One Championship. I think there are a lot of options on the table. I'm going to be watching this Aoki Akiyama fight closely this weekend because, two old guys like me that are fighting, that might be a potential opponent for the future. Who knows? Okay,
very interesting. And as far as the opponents for boxing, who are you thinking of? Any names we can share?
Well, I mean, unfortunately, they keep, because I want to fight a pro boxer. I want to fight someone that's well recognized. But the names that keep coming to me they're all kind of too small. I don't want to be fighting a guy that's like 5'7", 5'6", and there's some good options on the table, but they're just not. They're not the right fights, They're not the right fights. When the right one presents itself, the most important thing is I'm doing my martial arts journey, and if that takes me back to fighting at some point, then I'll do it. It's a conversation that happens over and over again, and I never seem to have any progress for anybody. But it's life is taking me in so many different directions right now. I just need to stay ready for whatever's going to come, and if that's a fight, then it will be. But I'd like to be commentating again soon on a big show.
And the Woodley thing is dead?
I just don't know where he's gone.
Right.
I literally don't know where he's gone. He's kind of fallen off the face of the planet. I've had a couple of different organizations put offers towards him, and I know they're good offers. I know they're comparable with what he was getting because I've spoken to the team on the other side that have already paid him his paycheck. So I don't know. I don't know what the hesitation is, to be honest. It makes no sense to me. I mean, it's a good chunk of money. It'd be a bit of fun. He could punch me in the face. I know he hates me. I don't really care either way, to be honest. But I like it when people don't like me and they're trying to hit me because it makes me giggle. I just think it'd be a lot of fun, and he just doesn't seem to want any part of it. I don't know whether his brand's taken too much of a hit over the past couple of years to take a loss against me as well. Maybe that makes sense.
Well, always great to talk to you, Dan. Appreciate the insight. I'm not going to harp on this. I don't want this, but I'll just say this. You don't have to say anything. It was a great night. It was a magical night. It was great to see John and Bisping there. And I love Felder. You should have been there as well. Everyone knows that. You should have been there. And you don't even have to say anything, but it wasn't the same without you. And that's me saying, friend to friend. So I know better days are ahead, and you're going to be on a broadcast very soon. I can't wait for that. You're a compliment, a testament to the sport. So thank you for always coming on and for sharing your knowledge. And I can't wait to see what's coming up next for you in the coming months. And perhaps we'll have you back on to talk about that whenever it happens.
I'd like that, Ariel. It's always good talking to you, and I appreciate your kind words. I did thoroughly enjoy the broadcast on Saturday night. I will just say that John does a fantastic job, and I agree with you. He needs more broadcasts. The more we see him, the better he gets. So I hope he gets some more opportunities.
Amen. Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Ariel.
There he is, the outlaw, Dan Hardy, one of the very best minds in the game, and great insight there, great stuff on the card, on the fighters. He knows them very, very well. And so I enjoyed speaking to him. Okay. Doing things, working on things, working on other things. Still can't quite get over the squirrely line, if I'm being honest. Let's see if there's any apology here. No apology. Okay, interesting. Thank you very much to Dan Hardy. All right. Next guest, I was going to say, one more. Next guest is the man who, of course, headlined the show this past Saturday, main event. You know, a lot of people had him listed as the underdog. A lot of people were like, it's a little too soon. Volkov, he's big, former Bellator heavyweight champ. He's been in there with the likes of Greg Hardy. I mean, this guy is going to give him his toughest test. I do believe on this show, we don't have the clip. I should have had it ready to go. But I do believe right here on this program, I said, hogwash. Tom Aspinall is a real serious contender in this division. He should not be the betting underdog. And in fact, I said, put the life savings not only on Aspinall winning, put the life savings on him winning via finish. And what happened? Finish. And then what happened after he won? Remember the scene outside the O2? Do we have the clip? Tommy Aspinall, da na 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 na. There it is, outside the O2. Listen. Aspinall, Tommy Aspinall. I mean, this was the scene. His best friend, Alex Gilly, walking out of the O2, and they're dancing on top of police vans. Could you imagine what that must feel like? Knowing a man for 25 years, main eventing at the O2 in the heart of London, and there are hundreds of people singing and dancing while chanting his name. Magical stuff, the type of stuff that you dream of. Of course, we had a lot of the big winners from Saturday's card on Monday's show, but, you know, you got to give some separation between the big names on the card and the headliner. The headliner needed a few days. Without further ado, let us say hello to Tommy Aspinall. Tommy Aspinall. Na 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 na. There he is.
No. It's got to be every time now. Every single time it's got to be that. Please, God, that was epic.
Wow, we have a lot of things to discuss, Tom. It's okay. I'm not mad that you didn't come on Monday's show. I'm happy it worked out this way. I'm not holding a grudge, just for the record. I want you to know.
Okay, good.
I wasn't sure there if there was a hic. Last time, of course, we remember the Wi-Fi, piss poor to say the least. It looks like we have a strong connection. Are we in a different location?
We are in a different location. I have moved house. The Wi-Fi is now switched off. We're now on the 4G. I've got the new phone going. Oh my, it's all coming together. It's all coming together.
You moved into a new place. That's how good things are going for you right now.
Things are going nothing short of amazing right now, Mr. Helwani.
You are on cloud 9.
I think I might be on cloud 10.
Are you? It's like, has the glow of Saturday has it worn off, or do you still honestly feel like you're on a high? You're still buzzing from Saturday.
No, I think it's worn off a little bit. To be honest, it lasted a few days, but one bad hangover can bring the high right down.
Sure. How was that? I mean, how was the after party and then the next day? How was it on you?
Oh, you know what? It was great. To be honest, I didn't sleep on Saturday night. Like zero. I had zero sleep. Zero. Absolutely zero. Yeah, zero. Nothing. And then when I got home on Sunday evening, then I got tired. On Sunday evening. But I'm still, to be honest, I'm still so excited about it. I thought there were a lot of people like, obviously, this was my first fight in the UK, in the UFC. It was my first fight with the crowd. It was the first, so many firsts, sort of the first main event, all that stuff. And everybody was hitting me up like, Tom, where's the after party going to be? What's going on? Are you getting a club? Are we going for food? What's going on? There was 1,000 people there from my town. There was people flying in from all over the world who I know, people coming from Spain, people coming from frigging all over the place, people who came from. Everybody's hitting me up saying, Tom, what's going on with the after party? And to be completely honest, I never booked an after party because I was pretty sure that after this fight I was going to be getting some medical attention of some kind.
Wow, you thought it would go 25 minutes?
I was sure it was going to go 25 minutes.
So this surprised you?
It did and it didn't. Like I always expect to go the distance, to be honest. But when I get in that kind of like, my coaches, they like to call it like a flow state. When I get in that flow state and each fight is getting easier and easier for me to get into that flow state. Once I'm in that, I'm so dangerous. Like I can finish you from any position. So I expected it to go 25, but at the same time, I wasn't really surprised that I finished him.
When you found out about his travels, 24 hours, all this stuff, did that give you a little more confidence? Like, that's a lot to go through just a few days before a fight.
No, Volkov's a veteran, man. He's been through this a million times. He's fought all over the world. He's fought absolutely everybody. Stuff like that doesn't faze a 45-fight veteran.
The one thing I was really curious about as the week went on was, you know, everyone talks a good game when they get their first main event, all that stuff. But, you know, were you going to be nervous? Were you going to be a little tentative up there at the press conference? Even in the cage, the walkout, you looked as cool as can be. It looked like it was like your 20th main event. Like you had been here a million times before. Was that just the front? Internally, were you super anxious, super nervous? How were you?
Honestly, I've never felt calmer in a fight in my life. Honestly. Like, don't get me wrong, before the fight, like in the hotel and stuff, I was freaking nervous. Like, I'm nervous every time. I ain't gonna lie about it. I'm so nervous. But we got to the arena. We got to the arena for us English people. The O2 Arena is freaking big, man. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it's big. It's the arena to fighting in the UK, the O2 Arena. And maybe we pulled up at that arena in the bus, seen the size of the place, heard the crowd roar, and honestly, I got this calm like come over me like I've never had before in my life. I felt so calm, and it was all smooth sailing from there, basically.
Why do you think you felt so calm? Like more calm there than at the Apex?
Way more calm there than at the Apex. Way more.
Why?
You know, I just think every fighter says this, you know, and I think a lot of the time it's like a front or whatever, or, you know, I notice these days a lot of fighters say stuff just to kind of fit in with what other fighters are saying. You know, there's like certain trends or certain things to say. But I honestly believe that I was put on this earth to do this thing. Honestly, like I truly, truly believe it. Like I'm a born and bred fighter. Like that. This is what I was put on this earth to do. Like, and you know, when you're truly passionate about something, like truly, truly passionate, I believe that like it should come quite easy to you. And like I friggin' love this sport, man. I live and breathe this sport. And again, I think that a lot of fighters just do this just to, I don't know, say they're a UFC fighter, or, you know, say I'm a cage fighter and I think they're a tough guy. Like, I love this shit. I love it. And I think it shows in my recent performances.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. I believe it 100%. Is this the path that you're on now? Everything's changed, right? I think back to the September conversation, slow. You're no longer on the slow path anymore. I mean, you are right there. I think yesterday you posted your number 6 in the rankings. When the career in the UFC started, in the back of your mind, did you think it would go this quickly, this well, or did you think that you would be a little further back in the process, you know, at this juncture?
I don't really know, to be honest. I don't know. Like, I always knew that I had the skill and I always knew that I had the mental and physical makeup to do this, but I just wasn't sure if the experience would be a massive factor or not. The lack of experience compared to the other guys. But apparently it's going pretty good for me. Let me just tell you though, this morning, Ariel Helwani, the greatest UFC fighter of all time, GSP, commented on my picture.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
What do you say? What do you write?
I'm not going to... Just like amazing performance or something like that. Honestly, I had goosebumps. It was unbelievable. I couldn't believe it. GSP, man. Oh my goodness.
Incredible. Have you ever met him?
I've never met him, but I'm about to meet him next week.
Oh, right, because he's going to be at that expo thing, right?
No, I'm coming to Canada.
Oh. Wait, I thought there was like some UK expo, MMA expo. What are you doing in Canada? You're going to TriStar?
I'm going to train with GSP.
Because of this?
No, he's coming to the friggin' thing in the UK.
Oh, geez.
He's coming to the thing in the UK. I'm joking.
Golly, gee, I mean, well, some kind of joke.
If the invite's there, I'm coming.
Yeah, I see the message right here. Amazing performance. Congrats. He wrote this on your Instagram page. George St. Pierre, you think he's the greatest ever? I do as well. You think he's number one?
Of course he's number one. Who else is it going to be?
There's some people who say Khabib. There's some people who say Anderson. There's some people who say, I don't know, DJ. Some say Darren Till, you know?
That's a very bold statement, the final one. Well, let me tell you, this is what I think. To be the greatest of all time, this is going to sound like madness, but GSP, first of all, did it in 2 weight divisions.
Amen.
Also, GSP had some bad losses and came back.
Avenged.
Now, to me, that is a sign of a real champion. Of course, you can be like Khabib, you can be undefeated and all the rest of it. Like, that's brilliant. But what does he do under the adversity? We still don't know because he's that much better than everybody else. But in my opinion, 2 weights, that's the difference, the 2 weights.
I made the comparison. I wonder what you think of this comparison. I said that you remind me of a hybrid of a young Frank Mir and a young Cain Velasquez. Sort of the body type of Frank Mir, the movement, the jiu-jitsu, Velasquez, the speed, the wrestling. Why, no good? You don't like that? A hybrid. I mean, that's the highest compliment that I could give you. Frank Mir, Cain Velasquez?
Can we give up with the Frank Mir stuff already, please? It's old news. It's old news. This is 2020 stuff, Ariel. You got to move with the times. Like, this is old news, but
no one said Cain.
I'll take the Cain Velasquez
Hybrid.
No, I love Cain. Come on, Cain is the man.
He is the
Cain
man.
is the man. I would love it. Maybe. I don't know. I think I got my own style, to be honest with you.
Fair.
I think I got my own style.
Why don't you like the Frank comparison?
No, I like Frank, of course. I like Frank, but it's just everybody says that I look like him, and it's just like I know I look like him. I know. Okay, yeah, fair enough. It's like someone telling you you've got a big nose.
Sure,
you knew that 20 years ago.
Yeah,
we knew. It's public knowledge. Everybody knows that.
The straight armbar was nasty. I do a lot after the shows, and I was like watching and writing things at the same time, and I initially called it a Kimura. It wasn't a Kimura. Everyone came from my head. How dare you call this? I'm like, all right, John Danaher, calm down, all right? I made a mistake. Straight armbar. You don't see that often. Is that something that you work on a lot, that particular move? Yeah,
I catch it quite a bit. It's more of a big guy technique than anything. Like, if you get on top in half guard position where we were, it's difficult to get another big guy off from that spot. If you're a smaller guy, you don't get as much leverage on the technique. Like, obviously, I've got a lot more weight than someone who weighs 145 pounds going forward on the arm. But I actually felt like something was popping in that arm, man, so bad. When you watch the replay, you can see like arm hyperextending, and it didn't feel the best.
Wow.
It didn't feel great. I don't know if he broke it. Or something in their pot, but it didn't feel great. To be honest, I've actually broke someone's arm with that in a jiu-jitsu competition.
Oh my!
I broke it.
That doesn't feel good, right? I mean, I can't even imagine what that feels like to the guy who's actually doing the pulling.
I don't want to break someone's arm, especially this was years. Are you familiar with a guy called Braulio Estima?
Of course, legend,
jiu-jitsu guy.
Yeah,
yeah.
What do you think I am? Some Johnny come lately here, Tom? I mean, come on.
Well, a minute ago, you didn't know the difference between a Kimura and a friggin' straight.
Well, I mean, no, I was watching. I was doing a lot of stuff. Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
Well played. Okay,
thanks. But yeah, I was in the jiu-jitsu competition, and Braulio was reffing, and I straightened the guy's arm, and the guy, it was going to break. I knew that it was going to break. So I just looked up at the ref, who was Braulio, and I just said, what shall I do? Like, what do you want me to do? And he just said, give me that.
Wow.
So I just broke it.
Damn. Oh, gosh. Which fight did you arrive? Like, when you arrived, which fight was going on?
I think it was the Meatballs fight, I think.
Oh, wow. That far in? You arrived at the main card? Like a couple?
Yeah, it was actually quite late. It was only... So I think I was supposed to walk, and we arrived at 9. So it's quite late, actually.
Yeah.
And we had to wrap the hands. We had to do the we had to do the drug test and everything, and the whole medical thing, and obviously warm up and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, we were a little bit pushed for time actually, but to be honest, it was quite good because it doesn't give you that much time to think. It was just like going straight away. So it was nice. It was nice.
Okay, so there's a lot going on. It's very hectic, but are you at all sensing anything like it's Molly and then it's Patty and then it's Arnold, 3 incredible finishes? Are you feeling a momentum? Are you looking at what they're doing? You're like, oh man, I got to end this on the right way. I mean, like it felt like it was all it was very reminiscent, as we've said, of the Dublin card in 2014 with Conor at the top. Did you feel any kind of sense of momentum, a wave that you had to finish? How are you internalizing all of that?
No, to be honest, I'm different, Ariel.
Yeah,
I'm different. I don't take this emotional stuff on board with me. Like I'm ice cold when I fight, completely ice cold, cold-blooded finisher. That's me. Like none of this stuff matters to me. None of this first main event thing doesn't matter. None of this Alexander Volkov, number 5 in the world, 6'9", tallest, biggest guy in the UFC matters. None of this, all the UK guys winning matter. None of this 20,000 people matter. Like this doesn't matter to me. And I'm sick of frigging saying it. Like people need to get with the program that I'm different.
Let's go, Tom. Enough of this crap. Same old questions every time. What about that song? Is that the first time you heard that song, or was that a song that we've heard before?
What? No.
I wanted to hear you keep going. Keep going.
I've heard the song. You not heard the actual song?
I know it's a real song. I know it's like a play. What is the real song?
Give it up, baby, give it up. No. Yeah.
Where do they come up with that? Like,
but
how do they choose that song? People are like, Ariel, it's a football chant thing. Yes, I know it's a football chant, but how do they pick that song, that tune to start singing your name? That's what I want to know. How does it happen?
I don't know. I have absolutely no idea. I'm just as shocked as everybody else. But it reminds me of actually, as a Manchester man that I am, we used to watch Ricky Hatton, the Manchester legend, when we were younger. And we used to sing Ricky Hatton song, "There's only one Ricky Hatton."
Yes.
Like full blast. And if we can get that kind of support going for me, and I think we're on the way. We're well on the way there.
Yes.
We're on the way. Like that's what I'm after. Like that's what floats my boat, is that kind of thing.
So I shared the clip. You sent me the clip of your best friend of 25 years, Alex Keeley, I believe. Am I pronouncing his name correctly? Keeley?
Alex Keeley, yeah.
Yeah. He walks out of the O2 and sees those people, those fans, jumping around, dancing, chanting your name on a police van, all that stuff, sends it to you. You're obviously not there, but like when you see that, how do you react to that?
I honestly couldn't believe it. I met him after, when I got back to the hotel. Like he came to the hotel and stuff, and he showed me on the video, but it was in a bar, so it was quite loud. Like I couldn't really hear it, and he was just like, "Look at all these fucking people, what they were doing after the event." He said, "I just walked up, and everyone was like chanting and stuff, but I wasn't really focused on it. Like there was a lot of people around at the time. I was in a bar, I had a few drinks and everything, so I didn't really take it into consideration. And then the next day, I watched it back and was like, oh my God, the chanting, I couldn't believe it. Like I couldn't believe that it was me. And he started telling me that. So I seen another video, which I didn't send you, and there's actually way more people there than you actually, than it looks like. There's got to be at least 2,000 people, at least minimum. And yeah, the police showed up, tried to break it up. Obviously, people started jumping on the police car. People started getting pepper sprayed and tasered and stuff.
Oh my!
And then people started like tipping up the police car, like they tipped the police van on its side and started jumping on it. It was just absolute scenes outside the O2.
Wow! All for you.
I don't know if all for me.
No, it's all for you. You're the star. You could say it.
I was the final guy, so I was the last guy, so maybe I was a bit fresher in the minds or something. Who knows?
How many times have you watched that clip of them dancing, chanting your name? A lot, right?
A lot of times. Yeah, I've been singing it everywhere I go. I'm just singing it. I'm turning up at friggin' my kids' school doing the kids' drop off, just like I'm trying to get the parents going with it. But no one's interested.
By the way, when you're back in normal life, doing your daily things, what kind of love are you getting now?
lot of love, honestly. To be honest, I've not really been anywhere like I've been to drop my kid. Like I didn't see my kids much over the time that I've been training and stuff. And then obviously I was away at the fight week and stuff. So I've just been, taking my kids to school, picking them up, and that's it. But a lot of love at the school gate area. I'm not going to lie. Yeah. All kinds of parents coming over, wanting pictures with the kids, wanting pictures for themselves and everything. Just absolutely wild, because last week they didn't really care about it, and now I'm like, I see you every day. I see you like nearly every day. Why you not speak to me before?
That is amazing.
Yeah, it's wild. It's absolutely wild. But I'm yet to really. After on the way back, so we went to the train station, obviously, to get the train back, and they were just so. Obviously, everybody's leaving London. A lot of people are there for the UFC anyway. So yeah, I just got absolutely bombarded at the train station. It was wild.
By the way, I have to ask last thing on the night, and then I just want to ask you a bit about your future. A lot of talk today about Paddy's pay for that card, 12 and 12. People are upset on his behalf for him. Are you happy? Do you feel like you got your fair share?
With what? With my contract?
Yeah.
I'm happy with my contract, yeah.
Okay.
But this is, people saying about the Paddy thing and everything, like, he'll still be on his first contract. I would imagine now he'll be able to renegotiate after he's had 2 wins. So, next time, Paddy's a big star, so I'm sure he can, that first contract's just to get your foot in the door, and Paddy's put more than his foot in the door.
Sure.
He'll be able to, he'll be on way beyond that in his next fight. So all the best to Mr. Pimblett.
What about Izzy saying, "Hey, Darren, it's not your moment. Get off the cage." You saw that clip where he's like, "Hey, get off the cage. It's not your moment. It's your teammate's moment." They went back and forth. You saw that?
I actually felt a bit bad for Till, because that was my fault. That was my fault.
How so?
Because I was all excited and stuff. I jumped on the cage, and then Till came in, and I was like, "Come on, get on. And then he jumped on. So that's actually my fault. Otherwise, he wouldn't have jumped on, I'm sure. So apologies for that.
You set him up. What kind of friend are you? You set up your friend.
I wasn't thinking about it. I was just very excited at the time. So, yeah, sorry about that.
All right. So afterwards, you call it Tai Tuivasa. This is the one you want. How confident are you that you're getting it? A few days have passed. Any chatter, any talks? UFC in agreement with this? What are we thinking? What are we hearing?
Maybe a little bit.
Oh.
Maybe not. Oh. We don't know. I can't disclose that kind of information just yet, but I'll tell you one thing.
Yeah.
I'm fighting in the UK.
Oh, next?
Well, they're bringing another show to the UK.
Yeah.
I can't miss that crowd.
Sure.
I ain't missing that. That was, in Dana's words from his own mouth, the best crowd that he's ever seen.
Yeah.
I don't want to miss that. I want to fight in the UK. And they're coming back to England this year.
Yeah.
Somewhere in the UK. I don't know if it's England, but
sure, they're
coming somewhere in the UK. Like, I want to be there.
How soon are they coming back?
I don't know exactly. I don't know at this point. I have no idea.
Is it possible that your next fight will be in the UK?
I want my next fight to be in the UK, yeah. Of course I do. Of course. Like, it's got to be. Why are you doing that?
No, I love it. I love it. You know why? Because why go to Vegas where you're just kind of another name, as opposed to in the UK where you're celebrated like a freaking hero, where you're Ricky Hatton, where, you know what I mean? Like, you should be fighting in the UK. I say they should go once a quarter to the UK. Once a quarter.
Exactly. At least twice a year. It's good.
Yes.
Ariel, that crowd at the weekend, mate, honestly, it was like nothing that anybody had ever seen. And I don't know if that came across on the TV.
It did.
Or in the broadcast or whatever. Like, everybody was saying it. Dana was saying it. You know, all the UFC staff was saying, like, we've never seen anything like that. So they've got to come back to the UK, and I'm the guy. Like, I want to be the guy along with the other guys who are bringing this thing to the UK. I don't want to, like you say, I don't want to go and fight in the Apex again. Like, no. I don't want to fight in the Apex. I don't want to go there where nobody cares about it. I want to be the guy.
Yeah,
not go to the Apex again.
What are the chances your next fight is for a belt, either interim or vacant?
0.
Really?
I don't want to fight for the belt.
Why?
I'm not ready to fight for the belt.
Oh, stop it. You told me last time in September, I'm not ready to main event. I want slow. Now you're main eventing. You're a huge star. I don't believe this for 1 second. What do you mean? If they say you versus Ty for the interim title, you're like, nah, I don't want it? That could happen.
We'll see. We're living in that. We're having a hypothetical conversation here.
I like hypothetical.
It's like saying, oh, how would Batman go if he fought Superman? Like, it's just stupid talk.
It's fun. This is barbershop talk.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So I don't want to be involved. I'm here for serious conversation only, Ariel.
Okay, well, so what? Why aren't you ready for a title? Can I ask that?
I want more experience. And I have, like, I've just thought, I've only just broken into the frigging top 10.
Yeah. You're number 6.
I want to be involved. I want to be involved in more big fights first. I want to get as much big fight, like get me to the UK, get me high up the card or main event. Let me do that again first. Let me do another one of those and I'll be ready.
Okay. In a perfect world, is it Ty your opponent?
Yes.
Do you feel like there's interest there from him?
Maybe. I don't know. I think he's trying to fight Stipe in it at the moment, which is fair enough. Do you know what I mean? Everybody's got their idea of who they want to fight in the perfect world, but we'll see. Like, I'm a massive fan of Ty's. And for me now, it's all about the UK crowd.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I'm about now. Like, I wasn't about that before. After Saturday, like, that's what I'm about. And I know Ty is also a massive fan favorite. Globally. Ty's a global superstar.
Yeah.
I'm not. And I'm a massive fan of his style. He's on I believe, a 5-fight finish streak. I am also on a 5-fight finish streak. How can that not be exciting?
Oh, it's tremendous. I love the idea. I think they should do it maybe at the Echo Arena. Is it the Echo Arena or the Echo Arena? Or the Manchester Evening News Arena? One of those?
It's got to be done. It's got to be done. But I also understand, like, me, Ty, who else? Cyril.
Yeah.
Cyril Grant, Chris Dawkins, Curtis Blades, people like, we're all going to be around. Like, we're pretty young.
Yeah.
Especially me and Ty. Like, we're in our 20s still. Me and Ty are still in our 20s. So we're definitely going to fight down the line at some stage. So I understand, like, it doesn't have to be right now, but in an ideal world, I would love to fight Ty just because I'm a big fan of Ty's. Like, I love Ty.
Any ideal venue?
The Manchester Arena.
Oh, yeah.
The MEN. Well, it used to be the MEN. It's not even called the Manchester Arena anymore, actually. I don't even friggin' know what it's called these days. It's something else.
Something else.
I actually went recently, but...
What'd you go for?
Changed it again. I can't remember.
One Direction?
I went for... no, but I am a fan. One Direction boys were actually at the UFC this weekend.
They were?
They were at this... Yeah. Liam Payne was there. You know Liam Payne?
Yeah, I'm familiar with him. AO Arena, it's called.
That's it. Yeah, I was there, not for One Direction. I don't know. I was there for Chisora versus Parker.
Oh, right. Yeah. Did you meet Anthony Joshua?
No, I didn't actually. I've never met Anthony Joshua. I seen him there. He looked very handsome.
Yeah.
Great.
Eddie was there. Eddie Hearn. Did you meet him?
I didn't meet Eddie Hearn. I'd never met Eddie. I didn't meet anyone really. I didn't really meet anybody. Did you? There was some Game. There was some Game of Thrones people there as well. I didn't meet them. Nobody. I was getting no love.
Wayne Rooney. Didn't you meet Wayne Rooney?
Didn't meet Wayne Rooney.
I've
never met.
What? He was meeting everyone. He was meeting Molly, Patty, everyone.
Not me.
You were too busy hobnobbing with Till, stealing your spotlight.
Apparently so.
Have you trained?
He loves the spotlight though.
He does. That's what I'm saying. He's stealing your spot. Have you trained with him and Khamzat? No, because they haven't come to England to do any of that, right?
No, I've not trained with them.
Would you want to? The superpowers?
Yes. Maybe, yeah. Maybe I'll look into going to Sweden at some point and doing a bit of training or whatever. We'll just see. We'll see what happens. Maybe I might join the party. Who knows?
Yeah, Rico. You have Rico on your side. Helped you train for this one. Pretty damn cool.
Yeah. Do you know what though? Me, Rico, Dennis, Rico's coach, and the other guy, Benny we had a good thing going. We had a great thing going. I would love to go back there.
Well, I'm thrilled for you. What a story. This is amazing. I said earlier, I've said
why didn't you come? Why were you not there?
I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. No, I'm joking. You know what? It's rare these days where you have FOMO, right? You know what FOMO means?
Yes. Fear of missing out.
Look at you. And, you know, one of my favorite cards of all time that I've been to was the Dublin card in 2014. I've been to the O2 a couple times. I was there for Bisping Silva. I was there for UFC 120 back in the day. You were just a youngster when that was going on. And, I felt I was like, man, I wish I was there. I don't have a good reason for you. My duties right now don't require me to be at the events like I once was. There's no real difference, but it would be nice to be there.
So, as we say in where I'm from, you couldn't be asked.
ARSED.
Yes.
No, I don't think that's fair. I could be arsed.
Okay. Fair enough.
I would like to be there. There's no real reason. I wasn't abstaining. People think I'm banned. I'm not banned. It's just the duties don't require me to be there. I do a post show. It doesn't need for me to be there. But you know what? When you fight for the belt, and I said this, I think by this time next year, you're either already interim champion or you're about to fight for the belt, or maybe just vacant champ. You get that belt if Francis leaves. Who the hell knows how this whole thing is going to play out? I will be there.
That's what I mean. And when you say about me fighting for the belt, like, what about Stipe? What about John Jones? What about these guys who deserve it way more than some like young up and comer like me?
Why? Why do they deserve it more than you?
Well, in my opinion, Stipe is the best heavyweight of all time. I think he deserves an instant rematch.
How many title shots are you going to get in a row?
Well, Stipe doesn't get the love he deserves, man, in my opinion.
I agree, but like new blood, you know? I mean, like everyone loses a title shot. You go back, you fight someone else, you get back in there. I mean, I'm not saying that he doesn't deserve a title shot ever again, but the idea that he just like, okay, so then what if he loses to Francis again?
Yeah, true. I see what you mean. But one day, you better believe it's freaking coming. My day's going to come and people are going to be like, listen, this is the guy.
No,
this one is the guy.
I feel like we're all saying that now. I feel like you're the only one who's not saying that.
No, listen, I've shown this much.
Wow.
This much. Do you know how much I can really do? It's more than that. It's a lot more than that. And there's a handful of people who are aware of what I can do. A handful. The main one being my father. There's not a lot of other people who actually know what I can do. And people think they know what I'm about, and they've seen this much, and nobody knows. Nobody's got any idea. And soon, I'm going to show it. I've shown a glimpse of it on Saturday. A glimpse, a teeny tiny bit, and people still look at me and think, "Oh, this guy's fighting a veteran. This guy's." Because Volkov actually had double the amount of knockouts, nearly, as I had fights. Nearly double the amount of knockouts as I had fights. And people look and think, oh, you know, he's going to struggle against a veteran like that. You know, he's fought everybody. He's going to struggle in front of these 20,000. Not me. Not me. Other people might do. Not me.
Damn. This is quite the promo here. When do you think you're champion by?
2024.
2024.
Maybe.
All right. And how soon do you want to fight again? Perfect world?
When the UFC come back to England, that's when I want to fight again.
I know.
So I think I've got a feeling it's going to be like late summer.
Okay. All right. That's good.
That's what I think. I might be wrong, but yeah, 2-3 fights a year. That's perfect for me. That's perfect. I just did a long camp. I had a good fight. We got out there clean. Everything's good. I've got some more stuff to work on in the gym. I'm actually gonna wait till you see me with a little bit more muscle on. Wait till you see that. I need to mature into my frame a little bit. I'm only 28.
Yeah. Like
these guys are all mid to late 30s. Like I need to mature into my frame and get a little bit stronger. Like I'm going to work on that a little bit for now.
Well, I can't wait to see it. I think it feels like it's inevitable. A lot of people think that you are going to be a champion, that it's your destiny, and it certainly feels like it's going that way, my friend. So congratulations on the win. The chant was amazing. The performance was amazing. The Kimura/armbar was amazing, depending on your vantage point. It could have been a Kimura if you were watching it from a certain angle, just a certain, like I had a different angle. The walkout, everything was great. The composure, the confidence, the hair, the facial hair. We're always going to go with this facial hair. Are we ever going to go beard, or are we just going to go with this one?
I am aware. I'm completely aware that the facial hair is awful. I am completely aware that it's like a C. It's a C- or something like that at best. But I can't grow a full beard, man. I can't grow one.
Nothing.
It's not good. Yeah, I can, but it's like I'm also aware of the big giant chin. You see, I know about it. You can't surprise me with the insults like these people.
I'm not.
I know. I've got a mirror. Believe it or not, I own mirrors and everything. Like we have mirrors in the UK, and I need to cover the chin with something. Something it needs. But the full beard, it's just not. It's for me. I mustn't be manly enough. Some people are blessed. Some people are not blessed. I'm not in the beard department, at least.
When was the last time you were completely clean shaven?
Oh, it was a few years ago now, and no, it wasn't. I actually did it once again, probably about 6 months ago, and it just doesn't look good. It just I'm not the best looking man anyway, and to take that off, it's all I've got. It's all I've got. You got to work with what you get.
Sure. But I think you look like an aristocrat. Like, I think you look very regal with the little mustache and the thing.
I know. I'm completely aware that it doesn't look the best. No, it looks better with than without. So I'll take it. I'll take it.
This is tremendous. Tom, pleasure. Thank you. Thank you for the good internet. Congrats on the new home. It's all looking up for you. Life is good for Tommy Aspinall. Tommy Aspinall. Na. Thank you, my friend. I'll see you in the UK in August. Breaking news, UFC going back to the UK in August. Tom Aspinall just confirmed it. Tremendous stuff. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it.
Don't do it.
I'm kidding. Kidding. Thank you for doing this. All the best to you. Enjoy the win.
Thank you.
Tom Aspinall. What a legend. Tommy Aspinall. Tommy Aspinall. Na. Tremendous. Oh. What do we got? Let's see. All right. Thank you to Tom Aspinall and his tremendous facial hair. Later in the program, we're going to answer your questions. arielhelwani.substack.com. GC going to join us, going to do the bets, going to see who he likes this weekend. We just spoke of the Chris Daukaus versus Curtis Blades fight coming up this weekend in Columbus, Ohio. But first, a quick word from our good friends over at... Yeah. This is nice. What is this, Frank? Feels like UK club music.
I Want It Now.
Oh, really? Okay. College basketball fans, join the action on the court during the biggest tournament of the year with DraftKings Sportsbook. Turn your team's victory into your own big win. New customers can bet $5 on any team to win and get $200 in free bets if they do. It's that simple. If they win, you win. If Sportsbook isn't available in your state just yet, you can still join the college hoops action with DraftKings pools. Everyone can play for free all March long for a shot at a share of over $250,000 in prizes. Simply join a pool and answer questions like who will make it to the next round and who will hit the most three-pointers, then track your results. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use promo code TheMMAR. Bet $5 on any college hoops team to win and get $200 in free bets if they do. If they win, you win with promo code TheMMAR. This week at DraftKings Sportsbook. Must be 21 and older. or older. Restrictions apply. See show notes for details. Please support them because they support us. I've been craving this soup here. Nice consistency. Okay, what do we got? Oh. Just went down the wrong. Yeah, just went down the wrong. Okay. All right. So it appears as though Joe has made contact with our mystery guest. Really? I think Frank may have let the cat out of the bag over there. With you, I mean, oh, wasn't?
Ariel.
I was gonna say we ruined the great surprise. Remember that?
Yeah, no. Stand by 1 sec.
All right. You remember that, Big Daddy? You blew it. We wasted the good surprise on you. But they're telling me that our mystery guest, singular, is going to join us. They are telling me that his internet connection is predictably terrible. He has put me through the ringer trying to get him on the program. So much so that in a rare 11th hour decision, I decided not to promote that he was coming on because I wasn't quite sure, despite the fact, to his credit, that he told me he would show up. It seemed like people around him were telling me, dicey. I didn't want to be the guy to promote and then people don't show up. I don't like that sort of thing. But now they're telling me that we are going to be joined by a last-minute guest. And so I do look forward to that conversation. Still to come, it'll be on the nose as I answer your questions. And still to come, GC will join us to give his picks for this weekend's card. Great card this weekend. Also, don't forget, 1X this Saturday, a rare 1 Saturday card. PFL Challengers as well. Nice little card this Saturday night in Columbus. Alexa Grasso versus Joanne Wood, in addition to the Curtis Blades, Chris Dawkins fight that's headlining the Pride of Ohio. Matt Brown against Brian Bam Bam Barberina. Very important flyweight fight. Askarov going up against Kaikar France. Kaikar France, a pretty large underdog going into this fight. As of right now, a plus 290 according to DraftKings. An important fight. Maybe not the number one contender fight that we all thought it was going to be, because yesterday I reported that they are definitely moving towards booking Brandon Moreno versus Davison Figueiredo number 4. Historic stuff. 4th straight time that they fight. All for the belt. Remarkably. Now, is there a chance someone does something great on Saturday and they reconsider? I'd be surprised. Had some people say, hey, Ariel, I can't believe that they're announcing this fight, the Figueiredo Moreno 4 fight, before Askarov versus Kaikar France. They ain't announcing nothing. There's a big difference, guys, between reporting and announcing. Huge difference between reporting and announcing. They didn't give me that. That wasn't them announcing. There's no little graphic on at UFC with the little picture there. That was me reporting. And this was in the works well before yesterday. Just so happened that yesterday I reported it. So point is, yeah, as a viewer, as a fan, does it take some of the shine, some of the luster away from the fight this weekend? For sure. But I'm not surprised. We were talking about this for weeks, for months now, since the fight back in January in Anaheim. Had a feeling this is the way that they would go. When they went with the immediate 3rd fight, why would they stop at the 3rd fight? Belt changed hands again. Let's go to the fourth fight. Not surprised at all. And I still think that the winner of this fight will be in a great spot, and I still think it would be very important for the winner of this fight to look good. The winner of this fight could be next. By the way, the winner of this fight could still fight for the belt next. If they, in fact, do the fourth fight, Figueiredo Moreno 4, in July, perhaps July 30th, maybe July 2nd, sometime this summer, if they do that, winner of this fight could still fight for the belt at some point this year. There's not a huge gap between the winner of this fight and the title fight. So I don't necessarily agree with the notion that this takes anything away. Let's say they were doing the title fight. They wanted to do a flyweight title fight in July. I mean, the winner of this fight would get 3 months to prepare. But if it's like a war, they did this very similar thing recently with someone. Oh yeah, it's actually almost the exact same thing as the Giga Chikadze versus Calvin Kattar fight. In that case, back in January, it was really all about Giga because people didn't think that Calvin Kattar was going to get a title shot right away, even with a win. But people were like, why don't you just wait? Remember that? We went through this already. Why don't you just wait? What happened? Giga lost, and they went with the Korean Zombie versus Alex Volkanovski. And there was the exact same amount of time in between. It was like January to April, right? And so the same thing again, January to April, April, end of March to July. They don't usually wait to see how these things play out because a lot of things can happen. Injuries, slip-ups, withdrawals, cancellations, who the hell knows? So that's an interesting one of the card. Alexei Oleinik versus Ilir Latifi is a heavyweight fight that's happening on the card. Let's see who else. I can't believe Neil Magny's on the prelims. Crazy. Carl Hossa against Sarah McMahon. McMahon, an underdog, by the way, plus 175 for the silver medalist. Jennifer Maia against Manon Fiorot. Elle vient du France. And so that's all happening. There's also the One Championship 10th anniversary show, which I'm actually really looking forward to, in particular because of Demetrius Johnson versus Rod Tang. I'm really looking forward to that. Headlined by Angela Lee against Stamped Vertex. Demetrius Johnson versus Rod Tang. Adriana Moraes versus Yuya Wakamatsu. And then Shinya Aoki versus Sexyama Yoshihiro Akiyama. All right. Maybe not. For our surprise guest, looks like he will join us, but maybe not quite. So in the interim, shall we go to GC so it's not just me just like wasting time here?
Sure.
All right, let's go to GC.
Internet's being a little squirrely.
All right, GC, you there? I mean, I didn't mean to eat into your time, but there's moving parts here.
I thought you were doing great there.
I mean,
you were doing good. Just reading down the card.
I'm just reading cards. That's what I'm doing.
It's good stuff. I mean, yeah.
Feel free to jump in at any time to save me.
I was enjoying
like 3 hours here. I'm just like going through the card. Yeah. Well, why did you jump in? Don't be shy.
I was being serious. I was enjoying it. I mean, it appears that we have commitment from the guest. We just don't have the internet to back it up.
Now, is it guest singular or plural?
Singular.
Why?
Singular.
Has this been discussed?
It appears the second of the plural
doesn't want
at the moment. No, it's sponsorship obligations. He has some sort of
come on. What sponsorship?
I'm hoping we get a surprise appearance, and they're just. If this is really giving it away here.
I mean, it's a group of guys. It's two guys in particular who have been around town, around the world of MMA. They've been inseparable over the last 2 months.
Yeah.
The mega powers, if you will. Yep. We've talked about them a lot. And
I feel like people are starting to understand it, but they're also, I feel like people are guessing someone else right now also.
Who are they guessing?
I don't know, a duo
duo.
That's been in the news.
Who?
I feel like that's
Jorge and Colby? Could you imagine? What, people are actually guessing that?
No, but at the beginning of the show, yeah, I saw.
What do you think of that story, by the way?
Oh man, I don't know. It's been everywhere. Like
crazy.
I don't know. I feel like it's a bad look all around.
Someone texted me yesterday, like, "Oh, I don't know what Jorge was thinking. What a bad look for him." And I said to that person, actually, I don't think he was thinking, and I honestly don't think he cares if it's a good look or bad look. He took it personally. Colby said things about kids, right? And he wanted revenge. There's two things that I think Colby didn't take into account. Number one, Jorge is truly beloved in South Florida. And when you pick a fight with a guy who's truly beloved, there are people who are going to snitch on you and tip him off where you are. I think that's a thing. Like, you look at the report, Colby's outside a restaurant. Jorge wasn't just like walking his dog, right? That's number one. And number two, I'm not condoning it, but people do crazy things when you talk about their family. That's why I said, like, the stuff with Poirier, it's just like, it's low-hanging fruit. It's unnecessary. It's way too personal. This could all be avoided.
Yeah. I mean, the whole Nelk Boy aspect of it as
That's
well
a weird,
is wild. I mean,
so what, did they out him? Did the Nelk Boys stab Colby in the back?
I don't know. Like, I don't know. I know that he was at dinner with the Nelk Boys and they posted stuff on the story. And then Jorge's manager, been on the show.
Mm-hmm.
He like tweeted out. You know his name.
Oh, you're asking me his name.
Yeah.
Malky,
yeah. He tweeted out like, thanks for letting us know where he's at Nelk Boys. I don't know. It's a big drama. Some people had some really strong opinions about it. I did not have that strong of opinions about it.
I mean, obviously, it's not a good thing, and you can get in trouble for it.
For sure.
Again, not providing any commentary here whatsoever. Interesting to note that a very similar thing happened to Leon Edwards back in the day, and he just left it as is.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to get left as is, to say the least. To say the least.
Oh, my gosh. Actually, a lot of people siding with Colby on this one.
Yeah. I feel like I feel like the opinion is that it's a bad look for Jorge. That's what a lot of people were saying. And then Jorge posted the video when he got home, and people are saying that's incriminating.
Right.
It's a pretty big scene.
It's a big scene. It is a big scene. All right, what do we got?
Yeah. How about Tommy Aspinall? The man?
What about Tom? Talking about his facial hair. He's
the man.
Self-deprecating, but also...
I'm just imagining him pulling up in a minivan to school, blaring the Tommy Aspinall song.
And the fans and all the parents being like, "Hey,
dads,
you available for a play date?" Go ahead. That's what we say in the parent world.
Yeah,
play date.
Oh, is that what you say? I didn't know. I wasn't a kid at one point. All right, it looks like we got someone joining the Zoom room, so I think we'll hold off on all UFC Columbus.
Oh, jeez. All right, this is like a real tease here.
I got eyes on it.
I'm told the internet is bad.
I'm gonna dip off here. It looks much better now. I'm going off so we can get everything.
All right, great talking to you. Yep. This was great. This is probably one of your better segments. Thank you, GC. All right. I mean, this is a whole big to-do. By the way, we've had this guest on before in the past. I don't know why it's so difficult this time around, but this is the beauty of dealing with this individual. He has run me through the ringer, but let everyone know, it appears as though we are going to get a last-minute guest. This is this is why you do a live show, right? For situations like this, I could just sit back. I can have my butternut squash. I could be singing Tommy Aspinall, Tommy Aspinall. I could be doing a million things. Of course, we could be getting GC's picks right now. We can be talking about Paddy Pimblett, about his pay. We could be talking about... New York Rick, tell me longest tease. Sorry, New York Rick, I didn't plan it this way. Okay, I showed you all the messages. This is the price that you pay for being not only the best host in the game, but the best booker in the game as well. Sometimes you have to deal with these things. Okay, sometimes these things happen in MMA. Tonight, on 60 Minutes. If I may say, I think GC kind of jumped ship a little early, a little premature. It kind of left me here, and I have to go back to the card. Well, that one championship card on Saturday is a great one. Oh, is he ready? Is he ready to show? Is our long international nightmare over? Is Darren here? Is Darren finally here? Is he finally going to show his face? Ah, there he is. Finally. My brother Khamzat. Salam alaikum, my brother.
Wa
alaikum.
Alhamdulillah. Inshallah.
You finally got it done. How are you, my friends?
We're good, brother. We're good. How are you?
I'm doing great. This is amazing.
I see those things, brother. You have everyone there. Where is me, brother? Where is Mayor Darren?
Well, Khamzat, I mean, I don't know if you know this. We've never actually met before, you and I.
Everything from there, brother. It's only the shit fighters. You have there. Me, brother. Best one, pound for pound, number one killer, brother. Yeah. I'm future pound for pound.
Do you guys have toys? Is there a block acid bobblehead that I can get? See that plug there right off the top?
Well, block acid, yeah. Block acid comes up.
Block acid forever, brother.
Forever, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Well, this is beautiful. I mean, what a love affair you guys have right now. I mean, have you guys left each other's side in the last couple months? I guess you came to England for a couple days, right, Darren? But otherwise, it's all you guys are together the whole time.
He left me 2 days. I left him 2 days, and look what happens when I come back. He fucking beats the shit out of me.
I don't do any more of that shit, bro.
I won't.
How did this happen, Darren? How did you guys link up like this?
So obviously, me and Khamzat, we did like the live when he pulled the knife out on me, and we were like, let's fight. And then obviously, like, we... Khamzat signed now to block acid and that, and I said to Khamzat, can I come over and train with you? And he was like, of course, brother, like, you're very welcome to come to Sweden. So as soon as I got there, we just sort of like clicked straight away. So now it's Team Smash Bros for life. Gonna take over, aren't we?
Kill everybody, smash everybody.
What was your impression of Darren when you first met him, when you first trained with him, Khamzat?
He wasn't there. He was there first time when he come there. I was like very fast, not very, very bad shape. Like he could spar 1 minute and he gets like done. Like he go all in the first minute and then he was done. But he didn't give up. Yeah, just okay. We'll go one more. Like when somebody never give up, the guy's house, like he just get the conditional and little bit skills. You're the champ. You can never give up in the sport, and you can be champ.
Now, at some point, are we building towards an eventual Khamzat versus Darren fight? Is that the teammate, friends turn teammates, or now that you have this relationship, you will officially never fight the man?
No, not me. I know this guy want to fight me, not me. I can't fight with my brothers. The guy don't care. He fights for money.
Listen, Ariel, you get away with asking this shit with everyone else. Are you stirring the pot right now, are you?
No.
Never will happen, the guys like that will have like was the Colby and Masvidal. If it was the guys was real brothers, they never get a fight. Like they was fake. They both like
like now I'm genuinely like what I am like with my teammates Tom and Team Carba Mahon. It's the same for Khamzat now. Like I'm genuinely concerned about his fight. Is how he feels. I'm helping him for this fight so that after his fight, he can help me for mine. And that's just how it is. So that's how it is, brother.
Are you going to corner him, Darren? Or are you going to corner him for the Gilbert fight?
I've literally just signed the what did I sign?
I don't know.
I signed the legal documents.
Ask me, brother.
I signed the legal documents.
I don't understand the papers, brother.
Neither do I. I just signed the legal documents today to be in his corner for Jacksonville.
And I saw you guys, you extended an invitation to Conor McGregor to join the Smash Bros. Yeah. Any response from him, Khamzat?
No, I don't think so. I don't know. I didn't hear something about that. But yeah, we said he welcome if you want to come. I don't think so. The guy he will fight
with me and with Darren, never, because we're too big for the guy. I fight 84, 77, I'm too big for him. And Usman is smaller than me. I see him in the live. Maybe he can fight with the guy. Yeah, we can help him if you want to come be back. You know, like I talk about he's famous. You know, the guy more famous, 10 times famous than me. The UFC can make that claim. You know, this is everyone understand this is business.
But he needs to leave his ego, doesn't he? No ego, humble.
No, just come and train with
come
us.
And
we help him.
Yeah.
So from I don't care. You know, like people don't talk about shit. We help the guy, and he beats then Usman. I will be happy. Then, if you want to fight with me after that, come. We're ready for that as well.
Are you surprised, Khamzat, that Gilbert took this fight? It seemed like a lot of the top guys didn't want to fight you. Were you surprised that he said yes to it?
Yeah, but there was like, you know, they was thinking of how problems on visa and these things, you know, that somebody told him about that. He was speaking about that. He was thinking like maybe I don't get the visa. I have visa, everything, you know. Like I've been in Vegas 4 times and I haven't come back. I never had some problems. Come to USA. I'm from Sweden. Like, you know, like people talk about like a lot of shit, you know, like about me and the countries, you know. I represent my country, my Sweden. I live there. I come here and never get some problems. And now when I come here, you know, like he talk about different way. Oh no, he said like maybe we're gonna arrest him, maybe we're gonna grab her, maybe we're gonna come in or strikes. He don't know what they're gonna do. He's stressed. Now he has like big drama in his head. He thinks about it. When you listen to him, you understand the guy is done. He said, I have 2 like secret Russian wrestlers. How you fucking level wrestling 2 months, 2-3 months? Never. If he is his dreams, he can't take me down. He knows that. The guys and being in my gym, you know, like some guys train there with him. They've been in my gym. I don't know what they told him, but I beat them all. And he knows about that. He's scared.
What is at stake in this fight? You win this fight, what happens?
I think I'm how to fight for the title. Who is the next? I'll 10 fights, 10 finishes. After that, 11 fights, 10 finishes. And what are you gonna say? The guy number 2 in the ranked, and now they talk about, oh, did I fight somebody in the ranked? You know, like now if I beat this guy number 2, what are you gonna say? Cheers. If Usman will stay a long time away, I'm gonna fight a Colby and kill that guy. Nobody could knock him out like real, you know, like if you knock him out like he did, he never talk more. That's how to do. Usman couldn't do that. Masvidal could do that. I'm gonna do it for them all.
So in a perfect world, you win this fight April 9th, you want the winner of Usman Edwards.
Yeah, of course. If Usman, I don't understand Edwards. If he is like real gangster, if he is a real fighter, if you want to fight, you want to be best in the world, he has to fight with me, and then you can, if you think you're the best, beat me and go to Usman. Because Usman has surgery, I don't think so. 1 year you're gonna be away, and what are you gonna do 1 year? Just wait for him.
Well, it sounds like they're going to fight in July. And Edwards did say yes to you, right? We got to give him credit, right? Didn't he say yes to you when no one was saying yes to you?
What?
Edwards last year said he would fight you, even though...
Yeah. First he get corona, then I get corona. First when he come out, he get out from the fight. He jump out. He said he has corona. And then I had corona as well. And didn't happen, but we can make it now. Both is healthy. He's healthy. I'm healthy. Let's go. After Gilbert, I'm ready. If the guy want to fight with me.
Darren, this is so nice. I mean, look at you bringing us together, me and Khamzat. Oh, I want to know, why did it take so long for Khamzat and I to have a conversation like this? Isn't this nice? Isn't this a pleasant conversation that we're having?
Because Khamzat doesn't fucking like you, mate. What do you want me to do? I've had to beg him.
Is that the truth?
What do you want me to say, pal?
Why don't you like me, Khamzat? I was banging the drum about you before anyone was banging. I was saying
because we've got no money. Pay us money. Tell him, come here.
You told us you want to give him money, but we need the money first. But then Dairo said to me, okay, brother, come. He will send them later. We'll wait for money as well after that, bro.
You're crazy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Everything okay?
How much you will send to us? How much?
Oh, I send you love. I send you love. Inshallah.
You don't want your love.
Love, brother.
Go and love your wife.
All the world give us love, brother. No money. Need the money, brother.
Right.
We need the money.
Why is UFC not paying you enough? Is UFC not paying you enough?
The Smash Bros NFT drops in 2 weeks.
Oh yeah,
that's a lot of money. The Smash Bros NFT drop, isn't it, Khamzat? You want to see his NFTs and mine? They look fucking unbelievable.
Yeah.
What are they?
Forever.
Block acid forever.
Acid forever. This guy's.
2 weeks. I just said 2 weeks.
Yeah, he just.
You fucking muppet.
Where can people get them?
Where can they get them?
On the Block Asset Marketplace.
On the Block Asset what? Marketplace. See, I don't even know what my own company's up to, Ariel.
What is Khamzat chewing on? Some what is that? Aluminum? What is going on over there?
He's having a monster. That's how good weight is. Zero sugar.
Yeah, zero sugar. That's some.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Khamzat, oh, look at that! Wow, that is pretty sweet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got the wolf there.
Yeah.
I'll turn the camera. Hold on.
Like this.
What?
What's going on?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you guys are amazing. Oh, Khamzat,
you see that?
Yeah, I see it. It's incredible. The wolf. You got the Wolverine. I mean, it's incredible.
Yeah.
I was curious if it was very scary when we thought that Khamzat was going to have to retire because of the issues that you had. Do you feel anything anymore, or are you 100% healthy now?
I feel I kill everybody, brother.
Isn't that confidence just great?
Oh gosh, you fear no man.
I'm greatest all the time, brother. I'm the best.
He's a little bit scared of me.
Yeah. What do you, Khamzat? What do you walk around at? Like right now, how much do you weigh?
Don't tell him. Don't tell him. Don't tell him.
Why? Why not?
107 kilos. Because you're the police, Ariel. We don't tell the police nothing.
Yeah, I know. And so how long before you...
For all the questions, if I answer, brother, it's like 1,000.
I know. Every question is $1,000. I'm sorry. When
money, bro? This is
no,
this
but all the
business, all about the business, you know.
Yeah, no, I understand. Well, why is
controversial questions?
This is controversial. This is not controversial at all. I mean, these are softballs. But Khamzat, when will
the first minute of our interview, you asked if me and Khamzat were going to fight. You little shit staring from.
I just feel
where he lives. New York. New York. There we go.
We can always address.
As address. Where do you live, Ariel?
Right here. You guys can.
People have a lot of money.
Oh Jesus! Why do we have to get into this, Khamzat? I mean, really? Why? Why do we have to open this door? I thought we were friends.
Friends, brother.
The racism's great.
Is that why, Khamzat? Yeah. First time I ever saw you fight, I'm like, oh, this guy's the man. Oh, he's a man. I go, oh, I'm gonna go see what he's up to. I see on your Twitter, blocked. You had me blocked. What's up with that, Khamzat?
Brother, it's not my wrong. Somebody else will block you, but maybe somebody don't like you. What I gonna say for that?
But now
I don't use that Twitter.
He doesn't give a fuck.
Some guys use that shit, you know.
But now we're friends, right?
Did you pay his money?
If you pay money, you're our best friend, brother.
When will you fight at 85 again?
I don't know. If somebody I gotta go like now fight. If nobody wanna fight, if Easy take the fight, yeah, why not? And I call out, hey, everyone, you know. Easy. This is most. I think it's more easy. It will be easy for me to smash that guy. like he has zero resting. The guy he fought last time, he's not wrestler. He took his back. If I take his back, but I squeeze his head off. Now I take his head off. Easy money for me.
So for you,
yeah,
Izzy's easier than Usman because of the wrestling. Would the dream be you go for the welterweight title and then move up to 85, like the same as Conor? Conor won the 45 and then he went to 55 right away. Is that the dream for you?
Yeah, I want to fight. I'm gonna get that for 3 belts. We'll see.
3 belts.
I'm a big guy, I'm big. I'm not the small guy. Like I can go up to 95 kilos. Fight and the guys in 93 as well, but not right now. But just how to take the belt, 170 or 185. Then I left the belt to my brother, and I'm gonna smash easy too.
Darren, how good is this guy?
Yeah.
He's good, mate.
Is he better than advertised?
What does that mean?
Well, because people say, he's incredible. I talked to Alexander Gustafsson about him. He's training 5 times a day. Like, he looks incredible.
Trust me, Ariel, you know who my sparring partner was for 15 years was Tom Aspinall.
Yeah.
He's one of the greatest in the world right now in MMA. Khamzat's the same, mate. Not many people surprise me. Because I know I'm a beast. So this guy must be a beast.
He's the beast, brother. Now
I just need to get conditioning. Let me take over, brother. Make sure I'm healthy.
Right.
He's making sure I'm healthy. If I miss training, he's on my ass. If I'm eating shit, he's on my ass. Just like his diet now for his fight, I'm on him.
He can't miss the training body anymore.
Doesn't let me miss training.
He didn't come to training because my training was hard. He go to the boxing spot.
Come
Did that?
Don't talk shit.
I did that.
I done 12 rounds today.
I told you don't.
I done 12 rounds.
Don't go in easy ways.
I done 12
Take the
rounds.
hard way to be with champion.
I done 12 rounds today.
12 rounds.
You only
Boxing,
did sprints.
just about
What did you do? You just did sprints?
I did the back. I did the sprints.
No, they said you just done sprints.
Everything. I did the bike as well.
No, they said you just done sprints today.
Brother, shut up, bro.
This is incredible. What a love affair this is. I mean, this is one of the best bromances in MMA right now.
Yeah.
I was training hard like me.
We're the biggest thing in MMA.
Sure.
Come on.
No, I
Dana's coming a part of us, and Conor.
What do you mean?
Conor wants to join. Well, Dana's already our 3rd guy, isn't he? And if Conor wants to join, he can join. Conor allowed to join, Khamzat, yeah? No problem?
No problem. Why is it supposed to be a problem? The guy don't want to be back. I don't know, if I'm honest with you, I grow up in fights. I see when I'm working, I see his fights. I get motivation. I'm here, I get some money, because the guy, all of the guys make more money. I respect about that shit.
Who was your favorite when you were coming up? Like, who was the guy you tried to emulate?
Not until.
Other than Darren, of course. Who did you try to be like? Who did you like watching the most?
Alex, of course, because he was in my gym. He was like big picture for me. How he's like patient and like how do everything, helps the guys. And he was the beast, in the match. And he was I want to be like him. He helped me a lot.
How did you even end up in that gym? Why did you choose that gym? How did you end up there, All Stars in Stockholm?
Because Sweden, the best gym was the All Stars.
Didn't you come in one day and wanted to just spar everyone?
Yeah.
That's what the story I've been told. He just wants to spar everyone, and they were like, "Fuck, who's this kid? His game is fuck." So then,
how old were you?
Ariel.
Yeah.
What? No, Khamzat, what time is it?
You trying to wrap this up already?
He's going. It's been a long time. If he wants to talk more, he has to pay us.
Oh, my God. You made me sweat for this, Darren. You're in, you're out, you're in, you're out.
You do that job, brother.
Yeah.
You make so much money, and how you can be like that, bro? Give us a little bit money, brother.
I know, why?
From the beginning, MMA, it comes MMA, you start the job and you're working there and makes money, but give us a little bit, brother. What is that?
Are they not paying you enough? UFC not?
I know
you need
the
to call
Jewish
them?
people love the money, but we the Chechen people love to take the money. You know, like
I know.
beat somebody, take the money, or kill somebody. No.
Oh my gosh, jeez Louise, this is.
phone and that.
I mean, this is Darren's
Now we have
phone.
no money for phones.
Darren,
What?
this is amazing stuff. I mean, this is magical stuff. You did it. You made it happen.
We'll come on once a week. Just please pay us, Gator, because money's tight.
Why is money so tight? I mean, it leads to that. We saw the money, the story about Paddy Pimblett, 12 and 12. They're not paying you that kind of money, right?
No, they're not. But Paddy's starting out. He's gonna be a big star and he's gonna get the money. But we need more money, don't we, Khamzat?
Yes,
you seen the Lamborghini we wanted to buy?
We want to buy all Vegas, bro. we went to take over the Vegas, you know. I know our friend Dana White half Vegas, but we're gonna take over.
Sure. Well,
and then we want to buy everything from here. MJ and Grand Brothers, it will be my block. I'm gonna buy a half city, you know.
Sure. Darren, when are we gonna see you back?
Say bye. Say bye.
Darren,
not paying us.
Not pay?
What about you, Darren? When are you gonna see you back?
Hey, wait before you're talking, you didn't pay for us. He didn't pay. Why you lie for me? He pays.
Oh no, he didn't pay.
I pay with love, my
They
friend.
got money now.
Salam alaikum,
Brother,
alhamdulillah,
money, yeah.
inshallah.
It doesn't help. Well,
What, these words don't mean anything to you?
Okay. Send money, brother. Then we talk.
What about Uriah Hall? What about all that stuff that he was saying about you?
Uriah Hall, shit, bro.
Oh my gosh, what is going on? Is that it? Brother. All right, well, that was fun. I think we accomplished a lot. If you only knew the pain that I had to go through to make that happen for all of you. I hope you all appreciate it. The Smash Bros. Watch what I'm going to do now. He's not back on, right?
Right.
I'm calling him on FaceTime. Let's see if he picks up. Tommy Aspinall, Tommy Aspinall, na. Do you think he picks up? Or do you think that was it? I mean, it was a solid, 20 minutes. All right, he didn't pick up. Well, that was fun, guys. One of my favorite moments since we've done this show was the pop that I heard from that side of the room when I could tell that Khamzat was there only because I heard you all explode when he showed up. Is that not true?
That's absolutely true.
It was beautiful. Oh, here he is. He's calling back. Let's see. I just wanted to thank you for coming on the show. You guys so rudely, we're still on right now, just to let you know. I just wanted to thank you guys. There he is, Majdi, my friend. How are you?
Thank you, Ariel. I appreciate it, but you do have to pay us money.
Oh my gosh. I guess that's our last interview, Darren. All the free plugs for Block Asset. It's not enough, huh?
Block Asset. Smash Bros NFT in 2 weeks, but get people on it.
All right. Well, I wish you the best. Can you just answer the one last question? When are you coming back?
Soon, Ariel. I need to. If I'm coming back to take over, so I need to be 100%.
Well, we missed you. And by the way, for the record, I didn't think that you were trying to steal Tom's spotlight.
Is he, man?
I thought you guys were friends.
He's just. It's okay when he's posting videos crying about his teammates, like making weight. I think that shit's lovely, but when Tom tells me to get on the cage room, I can't spend the moment with the guy who I know once wanted to retire. Tom told me that. He was like, and now look at where he is. He's the best heavyweight on the planet. I can't be happy for the guy. What? Because I lost the fight. So his little fucking yes man is fucking. What are you on about? What are you on about? Magdi's talking shit about you here, Ariel.
Why? Why are you talking smack, Majdi? I thought we were friends.
How can you believe this guy? How can you believe this guy? Yeah, like, come on, let me be happy for Tom.
I thought that it was a nice moment. Just for the record, I want to let you know it was a great scene. You know,
I'm happy for all the English guys that won, but especially, you know, obviously Grundy, it was sad, but, you know, I'm happy. You know, we're with your team when you lose, and you're with your team when they win.
well, I want to wish you the best, Darren. This was very nice. Thank you for doing this. You're a man of your word.
Me after the show, Ariel, we'll talk shit about everyone as we always do.
All right. Take care, Darren. Much love. Bye-bye. There he is, Darren Till, everyone. I just had to ask the last question. You know, I had to get one more in there. That's, I mean, twice in one show where I get hung up on. All right. I believe GC. Let's go back to him now. Let's digest. I mean, I can't believe they actually showed up. They actually showed up. You didn't believe me, GC. I said, Khamzat, Darren,
Yeah,
New
I
York
didn't
Rick
believe
said, no chance, right?
I said I thought they were going to. I started losing faith as the show was going on, the communications that we're having, that Khamzat was going to show up. And then we saw him in the background. And I was like, oh, he's there. I was using more profane language, but yeah. And then he you didn't get to see it. He slid onto the couch, it
was all one big tease.
Yeah, like Chris Collinsworth on
Sunday Night
Football.
Sunday Night
He slid in, put his arm around him. Yeah, I went pretty crazy. I was screaming back here.
Certainly not the way in which I thought. By the way, I should have told him that his picture is on the. Yeah,
Wars right here.
Certainly not the way in which I thought my first interview with Khamzat would go, but you know these things happen, and I'm glad that we can deliver.
Yeah. I hate that I have to follow that up. I mean, for being such like a madman, he's quite reserved.
Yes, I mean he is reserved,
chill.
but you have. You have a feeling that he would bite your neck off. Yeah, I mean, he would just be like.
I mean, he headbutted the camera. That was ridiculous.
Hey, brother, I need some money, brother.
I mean,
brother.
the money thing is hilarious.
Oh my
Wait,
God.
he's not paying.
I love it. We get right into the Jewish jokes. It's perfect. I wouldn't want it any other way.
Darren, the racism is great. Jeez.
It's beautiful. All right. So thank you very much to Khamzat. Thank you very much to Darren, the team, for stopping by. Check out Block Asset. They're good people. They're doing big things for a lot of fighters and non-fighters too. Wayne Rooney involved, etc. But time to transition. Can't be here all day, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
Who do we got?
Yeah, I'll rip through these pretty quick. I know you got some questions to answer as well.
Oh, geez, I forgot about that.
Yeah. Yeah, we're getting off the rails here, especially with that last one. I mean, that was just pure chaos. All right, so let's dive right into it. I don't have a ton. This is a dicey card. I got 4 plays and then 2 parlays. First up, I'm going with Neil Magny. He's going to be the bigger fighter here. 4 inches height, 4 inches reach. Despite he's got 25 UFC fights. Griffin's only got 12. Neil Magny's actually going to be the younger fighter in this one. Griffin, he's got the KO potential. I really think that's his only path to victory here, honestly. It's unlikely we see him try to wrestle kind of what Chiesa did and control Magny. I just don't really see that happening. If anyone's going to go for the takedown, it's probably going to be Magny. So with the size advantage and, in my opinion, the skill advantage that Magny has over Griffin, I think he's just going to be able to outstrike him, outclass him here, moving forward, putting on the pressure, working in the clinch, and get it done. We've also seen Magny avoid, some of the harder hitters in the welterweight division. Jeff Neal last time out, Li Jingliang. So I'm going to trust that he's going to be able to avoid the power of Griffin here and get his hand raised. Yeah, not on the main card.
You caught me mid thing, but last time I checked, by the way, what did you have it up as there?
I had it at -188.
Okay,
so it's on my Twitter.
Yeah,
which I post
so
on my
this is the
Twitter.
new thing that you're doing.
And I get it. I know people don't like the line movement, so I'm trying to get out ahead of it, posting it on the Twitter. It does make sense.
I think it's smart. Okay.
He's like -220. It's not like a huge movement. I saw someone being like, when it's moved 500 points from what you took it at, it's like, okay. I think last week was a little bit of an exception, but I do get the compliance with that.
All right.
Next up, I'm doing it, Ariel. I'm taking the shot.
Wow, that's a big one. Golly.
I'm going light. I'm going to sprinkle on it, but I will be taking Kai Kara France. Now before everyone comes at me, everyone that's parlayed Askarov up, I do think Askarov is the rightful favorite here. I mean, he's sick on the ground. He's got the relentless pressure. He's also pretty good on the feet, like in that Tim Elliott fight. I'm pretty sure he standing KO'd Tim Elliott, and Tim Elliott just came to and then immediately went for a takedown. He's good. There's zero doubt about it. He's a title contender for sure. But I'll play a little bit of devil advocate here for the Kai bettors, just to make my case, so I'm not just blindly taking it because I am a Kai Kara-France fan. I am a little bit biased. I mean, what if the takedowns aren't coming for Askar? I mean, he went 4 of 11 against Moreno, 0 of 7 against Tim Elliott, and 2 for 15 against Pantoja. So, like, he's only got a 28% takedown accuracy. And I also think that Kai, I think he's got a little bit better of a ground game than people think. He's got 87% takedown defense. So if it does end up being a striking affair, more of a striking affair than people anticipate, then I think it's not only going to be a much closer fight than people think, but I think Kai's going to have his moments, like without a doubt. Like when you watch Kai striking, it's hard to imagine that he won't have his moments here. I mean, we've seen Askar get hit. He got dropped by Moreno with a kick. Pantoja had a nice counter that took him off his feet. And I mean, I think Kai's just going to bring the output. He's going to bring the volume. He's going to bring the pressure. We know he's got the power. We've seen 2 first-round knockouts in his last 2 fights. He's got 6 knockdowns since joining the UFC in 2018. And he trains in an elite gym as well. I think training at City Kickboxing could be huge. I mean, you never know. It's a long shot. I understand that. But I don't think it's impossible.
I mean, you have been on the Kai Kara-France train for quite some time. I would be, I don't know. I would be disappointed if you weren't riding.
I think I would be disappointed in myself. I think he would be disappointed in me.
I think he'd be disappointed in you. Yeah, I was going to say that. He'd be.
It's a T-shirt. It's a T-shirt bet.
What does that mean?
Kara-France wins.
Oh, okay.
I will take the winnings and buy his T-shirt.
Oh.
Posted this. Yep, the don't blink. He's got the tongue out and everything.
Oh, that's a sick one.
Yeah, it's a sick shirt, and I'd love to buy it with winnings from Kai Kara-France winning.
All right.
Australia will get to know my zip code, man. First, the Shui Vasa, which I still need to bring in. And
yeah, why didn't you bring that in?
I forgot it the day of, and
there's been a lot of things.
Yeah, a lot of things going on. I will bring it in.
All right.
Will I have to do a water when I do it since we're at work?
If only we had an actual, sponsor. That could, a drink sponsor, someone. I don't know.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
That would be cool.
Next up, Matt Brown, Brian Barberena. I'm going to take this one not to go the distance. Matt Brown, he typically brings the violence. Since his debut on The Ultimate Fighter back in 2008, including those fights, 31 fights, 21 have ended inside the distance. Barberena, his last 3 fights, sure, there were decisions, but those were against people that were taking him down. He got taken down a combined 17 times in those fights. Barberena, he gets finishes, and he gets finished. 12 of his wins by finish. 2 of his last 3 losses, he was knocked out. And also, shout out to Manpreet, MMA Lock of the Night on Twitter. He tweeted this.
That's my guy.
My guy as well.
Okay, sorry.
Give him a follow. Great guy. He
Fellow Canadian as well. Sorry.
Yeah, that is true. He tweeted this out. Matt Brown, 9 pro fights in his home state of Ohio in his career. None have gone the distance.
Wow.
That's what really pushed me over. So shout out to Manpreet for that tweet.
That being said, that's very much like a Derek Lewis's 8-0 in the month of February type of factoid, if I'm being honest.
Which I fell victim to that as well.
Manpreet, great guy, one of the best bettors in the game. That being said, actually, I know of Manpreet maybe since he was working actually as an intern for the UFC back at UFC 129 when they were there in Ontario in 2011. He's great. He does this. He's like you. He looks at all the factoids and stuff. I put out the note that I like Aspinall via finish, and he was very quick. Within seconds, one of these guys, nah, man, Volkov is winning this one. I was like, oh, really? You know something I don't know. Okay. And
also, you went to Aspinall. You said put your whole life on it.
I did say that. I mean, what do you don't know if it's true or not.
I think it was more you were like, yeah, I think I lean maybe get the finish.
Wow. You know what?
And then you talk to Tommy and you're just like, I told people to put their life saving.
Rewind the tape. It's all there for you. Here's the amazing thing about it. The reason why, truthfully, why I messed up the whole Kimura straight armbar thing is because I went straight to DM Manpreet and be like, what were you saying again? It's a fact. I did go and gloat about this, so I just want to throw that.
But all in good fun. Great statistic there from Manpreet. Shout out to him. MMA Lock of the Night on Twitter. So yeah, don't think that one goes the distance.
All right.
Last single up, Alexa Grasso.
Oh yeah,
over Joanne Wood. Yeah, big fight. Should be a fun fight.
Yeah. Important one for Wood.
Yeah, I mean, it could get dicey. It could be dicey, especially if it's just going to be mostly standing with a woman like Joanne, who's going to bring a lot of volume. She also has the takedown threat. So this one could be dicey, but I have been impressed with Grasso. The Carolina fight, she proved how good she can look. Ji Yeon Kim fight, she also looked good in Kim's style, like similar in the sense to Joanne, that she's like always coming forward and she throws a lot of punches like Joanne does. I also think Grasso is only getting better as she moves on. She's only 28 right now, while Joanne is more likely to be on the decline than Grasso is on the way up. And Grasso, when you look at her losses, it's coming to top-tier people. Carla Esparza, Tatiana Suarez, the major what-if, of this division. But, I mean, there's always the chance that Saturday night, I'm sitting there sweating as Bruce Buffer's giving the third score of a split decision. I'm wishing I never had this ticket.
Yes. This feels, by the way, well, I don't know what the distance is on this one. Like, what is it? No, like, you know what I'm talking about?
What are the odds? Yeah. The distance.
Do you know?
You know?
No, I'm asking you.
I'm sure.
You're the guy, not me. I feel like I would.
Had it ready to go.
No, I mean,
I'm imagining it is heavily juiced, and it is.
Jedi loves this stat.
Yeah, minus 300 that it goes to the decision on DraftKings right now.
Yeah.
Minus 590 over 1.5.
By the way, what is a Joanne via finish?
Joanne via finish. Let's go.
Plus 800.
Nah, plus 525.
Okay. All right.
Not terrible.
Not terrible. What's Alexa via finish?
Plus 475.
Okay.
Obviously on DraftKings Sportsbook.
Yeah. Shout out.
Or it's not that close, and what I'm hoping and what I'm thinking happens is Grasso makes it look pretty definitive, and she gets it done by unanimous decision. Could be dicey, though.
Yeah, it's a big one.
Very big one. Let's keep it rolling. 2 parlays, and then I'll get out of here, and we can get to some questions.
One championship? No?
We can't get any lines.
No lines?
Someone asked me this week, they were like, where are the lines for
1X? There's no lines for, if there's not going to be lines for 1X, I think we could just, yeah. I mean, this is one of their better cards ever.
This is on you. Call up Chatri.
Chatri.
Where the lines are.
Where the lines. What time is it there? It's 4:30 a.m.
That's excusable. We got to get the bets in before Friday.
I'm going to, you know what? While you talk, I'm going to text their guy right now. He's always texting me all kinds of stuff.
I think it would help with viewership, honestly, if they got lines. I feel like people are interested in it. All right, parlays, though. Fiore. I feel like you pronounce it differently. Yeah. I thought it was Fiore.
Manon Fiorot.
Manon Fiorot.
Manon. You don't pronounce the second N. Manon.
Manon Fiorot.
Fiorot, yeah.
Fiorot. I'm trying to learn French myself. This one, a couple people have mentioned me Maya's ground game because of the takedown she had against Valentina Shevchenko. Other than that one takedown, she has one other takedown in her 8 UFC fights, and then she armbarred Joanne Wood. And that is her only submission attempt in the UFC as well. So I'm not really too worried about the ground game. And even if I was, Fiorot, she has a brown belt in BJJ. I just honestly think Fiorot is just so much faster. I think she's going to be much more aggressive. She's just going to work my head. And I mean, we saw it in the Chukagian fight a couple months ago. I just think Fiorot just runs through her here and she makes it look easy. 30-27 decision, honestly.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm fairly confident in her. Curtis Blades.
Mm-hmm.
For me in this one, Dacus, he's yet to face a true wrestler in the UFC. I just think Blades is going to do what he does. He's just going to chain wrestle, bring this one to the mat. When you look at Blades, the 3 losses, Derek Lewis, Francis Ngannou twice. I mean, he's losing to the elite level guys. I know it's kind of comparable to Derek Lewis himself. But Dacus has yet to prove that he's one of those elite level guys. His path to victory, KO Blades. I mean, obviously that can happen. Anything can happen in MMA, especially heavyweights and a power puncher like Dacus. But I just think Blades is going to use the wrestling and either just dominate over 25 minutes or potentially get the finish when it is on the mat.
Big fight for him. Big opportunity for Dacus to get back on track, fighting in a main event. Didn't think that he would get the main event slot after the Derek Lewis fight, but
yeah. It's an interesting one. Great poster.
It is a great poster.
I think it's one of the best posters of the year so far. And then the last parlay is those same 2, and then adding Kizreev, the Black Wolf, finally back in the octagon after 3 fights getting canceled. This one almost got canceled as well, but he gets a replacement. Dennis Tululin, he's going to step in, UFC debut. Not the greatest fighter. Last time out, he did get a win over someone that was 11-2, but his 4 fights before that beat a guy that was 7-9, 0-0, 0-11, and 0-0. He's 6-4 in his last 10. None of that at the UFC level. I really think he's just getting this contract because he's stepping here to take this fight. Kizreev, I think he might be the real deal, 13-0. 5 first-minute finishes, made light work in the Contender Series. I think he does the same here. I think this is a showcase for him, and he gets it done.
All right, 141. There it is, plus 141.
Yeah.
I've put in the word to try to get the lines for 1.
If that happened, if we manifested it from the MMA hour,
yeah. I mean,
we'd have to play some bets.
Great point here from our.
Who would do it?
Well, great point here from our good friend EK. First, Ari Helwani makes the call to have Casey's fight stream. Facts. I did. I mean, I got the word. I was like, what? What are you talking about? No fight stream. What? It's like 2022. How is this possible? And now he's going to work to getting the betting odds for 1X fight card. Who's like, how do we not have this?
That's what I'm saying. Like, we have LFA, we have PFL Challenger Series.
Yeah.
Like,
what the hell?
We have Octagon, we have Fame MMA, we have ACA, we have Fury FC. Like, we have lines on, we have UAE Warriors. We have lines on all of these, but we can't get 1X. Demetrius Johnson is fighting and we can't bet on it. That seems outrageous to me.
It's actually insulting. I'm insulted.
If we don't get lines for this next time Chaudhry comes on,
I'm done. I mean, forget about weight controversies, forget about this, that, and the other. Like, this is the big thing. Let's see what time this card is taking place at 8 a.m. main card. All right, that's
Friday
doable.
morning?
No, it's actually Saturday.
Ooh, what a great way to start your weekend.
I mean,
nice cup of coffee on the couch, 1X.
Any kind of Singaporean breakfast that you can make, or?
I'd be down. Singapore, great city.
Ever been?
Never been. I've looked at pictures, though. It looks pretty nice.
You know what that was, right?
Yes.
That was a great guy. Never met him.
Yes, I think every time we do that, you ask.
Okay.
Me. I think I've.
All right, fine. Singapore breakfast. What is it? What is a traditional Singapore breakfast? Where to eat traditional breakfast in Singapore? Ooh. I hate when these things pop up where you have to. Fragrant, earthy, and stack of toast. Frank, I feel like Frank knows the answer to this question. What's a traditional Singaporean breakfast, Frank?
You would be wrong to ask me.
You don't know?
Not at all.
Wow, okay.
Kaya toast seems to be something.
Oh, here's a video. Oh my God, I can't watch the video. Yeah, there seems to be a toast situation. A roti prata.
A lot of crab. It looks like they eat a lot of crab over there.
Ooh, this nice little egg on top of rice situation. Yeah. That's
my roommate's from Maryland, so maybe he can give me some crab tips.
Okay, yeah. Kaya toast, a tau hoi yo tai, wow, a carrot cake, a bak chor mee, dim sum.
Hate bak choy.
Okay, we're not going to do that. Mee rubus, fried bihun. So there's a lot of options, basically, is what we're trying to get at.
If we get odds on 1X, I will get a to-go order from a Singapore restaurant here in New York. I've already found one.
Oh, wow. How did you find one already?
I Googled Singapore restaurants NYC.
Like right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's quite a few. So if we get odds, that's for lunch on Saturday.
Some Singapore noodles.
Why not? Why not breakfast?
It doesn't look like there's like a ton of.
They're gonna. I mean, I guess you could order it the night before and.
No, I could just have it for lunch.
Yeah, fair enough.
Depending how late the card gets.
The card will be over by then. Anyway, we'll figure that out. Thank you very much to GC for his picks. Time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time. Yes.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A, MMA fans.
Oh, I gotta stretch.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived to hear from the man himself, Ariel Helwani. Live from the Box Studios in beautiful New York City.
Take us home, baby.
And now, to answer your questions, get out of your seats and on your feet because here he is, Ariel Helwani.
Some have compared my hips to that of Elvis Presley, the late great. Just needed to get the blood moving. Big show, big guests, a lot of names, hung up on twice, but no time for dilly-dallying. Time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time for On the Nose. All right, here we go, my friends. Let's answer some questions. There's a lot of hot topics in the world of MMA. Don't I know it? And I think that you guys, you have some questions. So let's answer some questions. Where's it going? Oh, here's my thing. Go to chronological. Okay. Nico Suave is first up. Any breaking news, Frank? Assuming the UFC makes a welterweight title fight in December, Who do you think is in it? My money's on Usman versus Khamzat, with Khamzat taking the W. Khamzat's relentless cardio until blinding the champ from the corner with his incredibly white teeth will be too much even for the pound-for-pound king. Yeah, I could see it happening. I mean, there's definitely a path where Usman beats Edwards, Khamzat beats Khamzat beats Gilbert, bypasses Covington, and goes straight for the title shot. I could see that happening. Not a great matchup for Usman. Probably, the toughest, I would say, to date. I can't wait for the Gilbert Burns fight. Can't wait for that fight. I think it's going to be a really interesting matchup. If Khamzat gets by Gilbert with flying colors, what are the odds in that fight, by the way? GC, I think we've talked about this.
Yeah, Khamzat's like minus 340 right now.
Minus 425.
Wow.
Plus 320. So there you go. Yeah, I could see it happening. I can most definitely see it happening. Now, let's not disrespect Leon Edwards. And you know what I don't like about this Usman-Conor McGregor talk? A lot of talk about Usman fighting Conor McGregor. Did we all forget that Leon Edwards, who, by the way, same management team, Paradigm, is fighting for the belt next, probably in July? Let's not disrespect old Rocky Edwards, all right? I don't think that that's very fair. Trey, shalom, 2 quick things. I'm going to my first UFC event this weekend. Any tips on how to make the most of the experience? Yeah, go early, go from the first fight, enjoy the whole damn thing. I don't know if they're doing like a fan thing outside, but, go to the ceremonial weigh-ins, have a good time there. But yeah, I would just go early. Don't show up late. Take in the whole damn thing. It's going to be a great time. For G Sizzle, if you were to parlay 3 dogs at Moneyline for UFC Columbus, who would they be? Putting you on the spot here, Trey.
Oh, my goodness. Wow, yeah.
I'll answer the next one. You think about it, and I'll come back to you. El Cubano. Hola, Ariel. What upsets bother you more, Masvidal punching Colby at a Miami restaurant or Colby's use of trash talk towards people's wives, children to promote his fights? Golly. Well, I mean, one is related to the other, right? Look, let me be very, very clear. I do not condone punching anyone outside of a fight at all. I don't condone this. However, you cannot be surprised at the byproduct of using family as part of your trash talk. Again, family, religion, these things should be like, they should not be a part of it. And I saw someone say, show me the place where Colby talked about his kids. Did you not see the picture with the woman? Did you not see him talk about alimony? Did you not see him talk about the ex-wife? Did you not see him talk about being a deadbeat dad, all that stuff? That's personal. That's information that does not need to be talked about in the build-up to a fight. Leave it alone. Kids should not be talked about. Don't even mention kids. Don't even mention wife. Don't mention any of that, ever. I see some people saying, how can you sit on this high horse when you let, Conor make a mention of your wife back in the day? Oh, don't bring Miss Owen. Darren, I'm not getting into a fight with these guys. I know this is the way they like to joke around. Trust me, we're on good terms. We're not using this to sell a fight. We're not former friends turned foes. It's apples and oranges. Now, I can assure you, someone who's beefing with me, I'll tell you one thing, straight up. I remember after I was banned, Dana was on a podcast. Nothing has pissed me off more than this. Nothing. And nothing probably will piss me off more than this. I don't care. He can say whatever he wants. Anyone can say whatever they want. But he was on a podcast, I think it was UFC Filtered. And he was talking about the episode where I got emotional. And he said, one day his kids are going to look at him on camera and see him crying and see what kind of a weak person he is. And nothing pissed me off more than that. Don't mention my kids. Don't mention my family. I've never mentioned yours, and I would never. Leave that out of your mouth. And I would say the same to anyone promoting a fight. Leave someone's kids out of their mouth. Leave wives, leave significant others, leave that all private, sidelines. Leave it in the back. So you cannot be surprised by the reaction of Jorge Masvidal. Again, good look, bad look. I'm not condoning it. He's going to have to pay the price. And I would argue that going out and sort of boasting about it probably wasn't the smartest thing. But you cannot be surprised. I hate when people on the internet are saying like, oh, I'm not surprised by this. I'm not surprised. Nothing was less surprising than this happening. Nothing was less surprising than this happening. This was going to happen. They live in the same town. Masvidal is very popular. People are going to call up Masvidal when Colby's around. Like, this was going to happen. And I would guarantee that it never happens if the trash talk doesn't go that route. If the trash talk was simply, former friends turned foes, this, that, gym, all the stuff that we heard, but left all the family stuff out, I can guarantee you we don't see what happened Monday night. How long have we been watching this sport? How long have we been watching fights? How often do these things happen? They don't really happen, right? They've happened a couple times, extenuating circumstances, but all the fights, all the rivalries, all the trash talks, it usually ends in respect, we move, our separate ways. Unnecessary. This isn't good heat. This isn't it's just, there's no place for it. I actually don't believe that deep down Colby is a bad guy. I just think he has a skewed vision and a skewed thought process as to how one should act when you're selling a fight. I actually think deep down he's a good guy. I do, based on my conversations with him. I don't think he's a criminal. I don't think he's anything like that. I just think it's messed up that he thinks that this is appropriate trash talk. And so again, I know I'm not necessarily answering the question, but you talk about family, you're crossing a line. You just are. And I'm not condoning it, but nothing would surprise me. All bets are off at that point. Can't do that. Not to a fellow fighter. Not to quote unquote sell a fight. Can't do that. And so I wish it didn't happen. I wish he didn't boast about it afterwards. But above all, I wish family wasn't brought into the mix. I wish family didn't get involved. And I hope it never gets involved. Not necessary. No one's buying a fight because of the things that you're saying about someone's wife, ex-wife, kids, alimony. What is that? It's not necessary. There has to be a line. There has to be a line. And the UFC needs to start enforcing that line. We don't want this. You can't sit here and tell me that you want a cleaner sport with less sponsors and less banners and less this and less that, but be okay with this. No. Either you want to clean up the sport and make the sport mainstream, or you don't. Either you want to clean up the sport, or you just want what benefits your pocket. It's, to me, the two don't really vibe with each other. If you truly want to clean up the sport, if you truly wanted to make it ESPN and Disney friendly and all this stuff, get that crap out of it. And there should be repercussions for that so that this stuff doesn't happen. There's nothing wrong. I could also guarantee you that if someone pulled Colby aside and said, yo, man, leave this out. If someone pulled Conor aside back in the day and said, leave that out, I think that you would see pretty damn good results. I think you would see people adhering to that suggestion. Do you have an answer, GC?
Yeah. Let's go. Kai Kara France, Chris Gutierrez, and your boy Mateus Nicolau, the Helwani dog lock of the week.
That's right. That's right.
That pays out at plus 1,600. That is not financial advice. That is not betting advice. I would not take that myself. But there's your three dog parlay.
Thank you very much. Great comment here in the comment section from El Cubano. Someone asked if he was surprised. He said, not at all. Truly expected this out of him, Masvidal. I even think if he won 2 weeks ago, this incident still occurs. By the way, agree with Cubano. Maybe not as quick as it did, but still would have gone down. I agree. Newman. Hello, Ariel. Hello, Newman. With the talk of Colby going to 185 and getting an immediate title shot against Izzy is absurd to me. I mean, Cannonier is next, so it wouldn't be immediate. And seems like another way for Colby to avoid the boogeyman, a.k.a. Khamzat. If Colby wants to fight a middleweight, what about Sean Strickland in a number one contender fight while Izzy fights Cannonier? Don't hate it. Trash talk would be cringy. It would. But it's a good... By the way, I'd love to see Strickland and Paulo Costa fight. And if they do fight, loser has to get rid of his... Maybe loser and winner. Can we make it that? Loser has to get rid of their... Or both have to get rid of their social media? That would be awesome. Or if he wants to fight at lightweight A lightweight at 170. What about Gaethje if you I don't know. Listen. Colby versus Khamzat next would make a lot of sense to me. And Colby moving up to 185 if he wants to fight a top contender there. And I wouldn't be surprised if they do Izzy versus Colby at some point. Stylistically, it is a very interesting matchup. It really is. But I think that Izzy versus Cannonier is next. Salutations and butt slaps, Ariel. This is from Persian Apothecary. Why do I always have a tough time with that word? Apothecary? Is it apothecary?
It is apothecary.
Marvin Vittori wearing his shorts backwards was pretty funny. What does apothecary mean?
It's like a think of a pharmacist.
Oh, I see. Can you mute my microphone for a second?
Yeah.
Marvin Vittori wearing his shorts backwards was pretty funny and endearing. For a more recent fan like me, could you fill me in on any other comical, unique moments over the course of UFC history? Love you. Oh, God. Till and Mike Perry, the spa one. That is a great one. This is from Nico Suave, Matt in Montreal. Any chill highlight video. Yes, the home invasion one. Tony and Verdum. That wasn't very funny. There's 1,000. I don't know. You can't ask me at this point to rack my brain of the MMA history books, so to speak. Hugo knows. 2 quick questions. During your time at ESPN, did you ever get to work with the great Carlos Contreras Legaspi? I did not. I refer to him as the Mexican Helwani because he's always on the nose regarding Mexican and Latin American MMA. Last one. So I see that he does great work, but I never got a chance to work with him. Last one. Who do you think will compete, win a title coming from Contender Series or looking for a fight? Oh, God. Looking for a fight? Who's from looking for a fight these days? Sean O'Malley. Yeah. I feel like I'm missing one. Contender Series product. There's an obvious one. I can't think of it right now. Thanks, as always, for the great stuff from Matt S. To start, I will answer the hotbed question of when will Paddy start fighting real fighters? As gloriously documented at 648, Dana's close friend Dave Poyner asked for Paddy to only fight cans. By the way, now you know why he has that sense. Same with Sean O'Malley. If you're getting paid 12 and 12, why wouldn't you want to fight people like he's been fighting? And honestly, I don't consider Vargas and Vendramini cans, but he's certainly not getting pushed the way Conor got pushed and the way other fighters get pushed. But this is fine. He's young. Like, honestly, the fact that he got rocked twice in those fights, but the fact that they ended very, relatively quickly and exciting fact, like, I would be in no rush. If I'm him and his team, give me 6 more of those. Why? He's super popular. He could sell out an arena. Everyone's talking about him. Why the hell not? What's the rush? When you consider the free marketing that comes with this, I don't expect to see Topuria fight in 2 years. Yeah, I mean, 2 years is a long time. It could happen within 2 years. Who do you think is being more discredited in the build-up to 273, Aljo or Dorino? Definitely Aljo. Definitely Aljo. Since the Paddy thing is being brought up, no one's hot tagged me yet, but I want to talk about this. So everyone's going crazy over him saying on that show yesterday, the Barstool show, Dave Portnoy show, that he made 12 and 12 for this fight. I have several thoughts about this, if I may. It's obviously a shocking number, right? 12 and 12, $4.5 million gate, O2 Arena, sold out, huge event, biggest night in UK history. He's one of the stars. He's the guy that they're all talking about going in and going out. Shocking number. Now, if you've been following the UFC and you know it's a second fight and you know the economics of the whole situation, you're not surprised by the number. This is what people get entry level. But when you consider these factors, this is why it doesn't sit well with people like me. And he could feel, if he's happy with it, God bless. Last year, the UFC's revenue was in the range of $1 billion. $1 billion. Okay? Their deal with ESPN alone generates in the range for them $500 million. Okay? A year. when you have a situation when you're making that kind of money and you have a situation where the vast majority of your most lucrative deals are coming in at a fixed rate, what does that mean? The ESPN deal is fixed. The sponsorship deals, all those deals on the mat, right? Fixed. Monster, Modelo, this, that, fixed. Crypto, fixed. Venom, fixed. TV deals, Combate, Global, TSN, fixed. Pay-per-view deals now, fixed. They have never been in a better position. Now, please be clear about this. Kudos to them. That's the dream. You want a fixed income. I want one. They want one. Fighters want one. Everyone wants to know what they're making when the year starts to when the year ends. And it's an amazing feat that a fight promotion has fixed income. That's incredible. Wow. Fixed? Now, everything else is cherries on top, right? Gates, ticket sales, merchandise, that fluctuates. But all these big deals are fixed. So they know now more so than ever how much they're going to make, what's coming in. They can allocate that money now more so than ever. $1 billion, $500 million from just ESPN alone. And the biggest star on that card, the biggest name on that card, the one that everyone was buzzing about, got 12-12. Now, don't even begin to talk to me about the bonus, because we saw this past weekend, they can hand out 9 of those 50Ks. You want to add that 50K to it? You want to add, so 12 and 12, 24, 74K. If you want to do that, fine. I don't think that's fair because he wasn't guaranteed. He was guaranteed $12,000. That's what he was guaranteed. If he lost that fight, he was only getting 12. There was a chance that Paddy Pimblett could have showed up, all the buzz, all the buildup, all the talk, all the promos, all the media, and he just walks away with 12 if he loses that fight. Think about that, $12,000. And that's before taxes, and that's before you pay your manager, and that's before you pay your coaches. $12,000. Incredible number for a name like him, for a guy who's making that kind of buzz. And then people want to say, oh, he's got this Barstool deal, and he only has that deal because he's a part of the UFC. That has nothing to do with anything. The UFC's not, that's not part of their revenue. That's not part of the $1 billion. The Barstool thing has nothing to do with it. That's in large part because of who he is. Now, did Barstool see him because he was on a UFC show on ESPN? Sure. But you can't factor that into the equation. That has nothing to do with the pie that the UFC is eating out of. The other thing that is amazing about all this is that when you go back to Conor's second fight back in 2013, August of 2013, UFC on FS1 won against Max Holloway. First fight, Diego Brandao, April. Second fight, Max Holloway, August. Conor made 12-12. What that tells me is all this talk from all these executives at the UFC is hogwash. Nothing's evolved. Nothing's changed. This is before the UFC got to ESPN. This is at the beginning of the Fox deal. If a guy like Conor McGregor was making 12-12 and a guy like Paddy Pimblett is making 12-12, nothing has evolved. Nothing has changed in 9 years. It has to change. Salary caps go up. Revenue sharing goes up. How has it not changed in 9 years? How could you be a UFC fighter and look at these numbers and say, oh yeah, I'm getting my fair share? And I love Mohamed Mokaev, and I love all these young fighters and how wide-eyed they are. And I'd be like, you talk about the PI, you talk about the people behind the scenes, $1 billion we're talking about, guys. Of course you should be having a PI. Of course these things should be at your disposal because they are for every other high-level athlete out there. This is not a gift. This should come with the territory. And the one thing that I feel like always gets lost on people when they talk about these things are the managers. The managers get off way too easy in this game, if you ask me. Now, I have a great relationship with the vast majority of the managers, so I'm not trying to, pick a fight or point fingers, but let's call it like it is. In fact, let's go super specific here. Paddy Pimblett's manager is Graham Boylan. Graham Boylan has a great thing going for him. He's the head guy of Cage Warriors. He's been that guy for a long time, and they love to boast that they've sent, I think now, over 100 fighters to the UFC. It's a great farm system, if you will, and they've developed and located and recruited a ton of great talent that have become huge names. Massive credit, I do think, to his matchmaker, Ian Dean. But he has this system where he'll bring over guys from Cage Warriors, sign them to his management team, and then bring them to the UFC. So Paddy is represented by him. And so are the vast majority of those fighters that were, UK-based that were fighting on this card. Now, why are you okay with a 12-12 deal for a guy as big as Paddy Pimblett? Paddy Pimblett was no ordinary UFC debutant last year. This guy had a massive fan base dating back to 2015. How is that okay? Does it have anything to do with the fact that you got a great streaming deal with Fight Pass? You don't want to rock that boat, right? I would imagine. Or what about the fact that you've got all these fighters and this great relationship? You don't want to rock the boat because of one person. And so the question I would wonder is, are you looking out for my best interest, or are you looking out for the best interest of your relationship with the UFC? Because that's what it seems like to me. Because if I'm representing Paddy Pimblett and I'm calling up the UFC and say, what do you got for me going into the Luigi fight? And you tell me 12-12, you know what's the next call that I'm making? It's to Scott Coker and Mike Hogan at Bellator and saying, hey, I'm getting 12-12 here. What can you guys get? And I feel like they're going to overpay, especially with their interest in that market. And so they may come back with 40-40 or 50-50. I don't think that call ever really happened. That's how you play the game. That's how you look out for the best interest of the fighter. And so, yeah, I do think there's some questions that need to be asked there if I'm Paddy. Now, again, Paddy could be happy with the deal, and maybe it's not even the real number, although he said it himself. We've heard about these, backroom deals. But how could you, in good conscience, sign your fighter to a promotion that's paying you 12-12, 12 guaranteed when you're that big of a name? He deserves way more than that. This guy deserves, based on what they generated, at least $500,000, at least, based on what they generate just that night alone, let alone all the other stuff that he's generating for them. $1 billion. Most, if not all of it, fixed. Fixed. How they don't see this, how they don't understand this, I'll never know. It's one of the great mysteries of my life. But you see today, when he says that, people have this reaction like, wow, nothing's changed. Go back to 2013. Hey, Dan Hardy's saying 5-5 in 2009. How far off are we from that? 7K off. That part of the business hasn't changed. Everything else has changed. The TV deal, $1.5 billion from ESPN. The sponsorships, all this has changed. And yet you see people online like defending it. Don't you want the best for your fighters? Because I can assure you, very soon they're going to be out. Very soon they'll be out of the UFC. And very soon they'll be looking for new work. And they'll be looking for a new job and new opportunities and new employment. And not left with a lot. When is that cycle going to end? When are we going to have things like revenue sharing, collective bargaining, and pensions? All these things can happen right now. They can all happen right now. But we seem to care about it more than the fighters. So God bless. Those are my thoughts, though, when I see something like that. Like, wow, if I'm a guy getting that, like, how come my manager's not doing more on my behalf? Why are they making $1 billion? What about the TV deal money? What about like all these fixed? I see all these sponsors on the cage. What about this crypto sponsor that I have to wear on my shirt that I don't get a penny from? Where's the breakdown? Where's my share? Where's my piece of the pie? Matt, thanks as always. Oh, no. Iman, true or false? Sean O'Malley's next fight is against a top 10 opponent. False. Cody Rhodes appears at WrestleMania. True. I think he'll show up. Seth comes out. Where's my opponent? He shows up. Brilliant. DC appears on the MMA Hour before the end of 2022. True. One of Francis Ngannou or Nathan Diaz doesn't resign with the UFC. False. TJ Dillashaw's next fight against the winner of Jan Sterling. I'll say this out of a guess, not because I know. True. Covington fights Khamzat Burns winner next. False. Open scoring is used as a Bellator PFL UFC event in 2022. False. Shout out to Combate Global, my good friend Campbell McLaren. Shout out to him. They're doing open scoring. I feel like this is his way of trying to endear himself to me, but he's going to need a little more than that. John Jones fights in 2022. False. Paddy Pillman's next fight is a main event. True. UK gets a pay-per-view or number card in the next year. False. Dublin gets a UFC card before the end of 2022. False. Frank watches a UFC event with GC at his house in 2022.
False.
False. You stole the words out of my mouth. Yeah. Hey, Lewis Gilmore said, Ariel reads all of this false. You're wrong. Adrian, dear Ariel, greetings once again from London. I was hoping to get your insight on a common scenario in day-to-day life. When you are walking towards someone in a long corridor and there is a significant distance between the two of you, how soon do you wave? Wow, this is a great question. If you wave early on, do you wave again once you have gotten closer? If you wave only once, I actually struggle with these things. If you wave only once, you have gotten close, do you acknowledge them in some other way from a distance, such as with a head nod? Would appreciate your insights on negating awkwardness in these sorts of encounters. One of the best questions we've ever received. If I see someone far, I'll probably do like a, hey, and then I'll probably say it almost 2 more times. It's actually not the worst scenario. The worst scenario is when you say goodbye to someone and then you realize you both have to walk in the same direction. That's the worst. I have been known at times to go in a different direction just to avoid that once I realize, oh my God, we actually have to go in the same direction and I don't want this to continue. But you could do like the quick hey and then another hey and move on. Great question. Joe, hey Ariel, which of these current or former champions will be retired by the end of 2023? Usman? No. Miocic? Yes. Arlovsky? No. McGregor? No. Glover? No. Jan? No. Jones? No. Cruz? No. Ariel, this is the second time Jorge has physically assaulted another fighter outside of the sport. Unlike Leon, this one was premeditated. He put a mask on. By the way, most surprising part of that whole story, Jorge wearing a mask. Do you have a laugh track? Thank you. And his hood up. Do you ever see UFC actually addressing it, or is this part of the mean business? Nah, they ain't addressing it. Where's the MMA fighting swag? Mysterious fraud said it was coming. Whoa. What's up with that? This guy just called you mysterious fraud, Frank.
Yeah, I don't think I like it.
Did you ever say it was coming?
No.
Wow. What about this comment from Nick? I would buy a mug faster than Mysterious denies GC hangouts.
That's probably right.
Any update on the swag, if you will, GC?
We're in talks.
Okay.
We're friends.
Yeah,
breaking tea.
Oh, are we really?
Discussions are happening.
Wow.
It's a slow process.
Can we get some I feel like Tucker back there is being a little generous with the counter. Like, how did we just go up to 33? A question wasn't really answered.
I mean,
there.
that constitutes as a question itself.
Okay, fine. All right. Ariel, Dana spoke earlier in the week about almost having to cancel the England card and head to Dubai. What are those issues and how close? I think the issues he was referring to was A, the arena, B, the Russia situation. Fighters flying in, that whole thing. Now that you and CM Punk are friends again, when can we expect him on the show? I don't know, but I'd love to have him. Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm a cult of personality. You know that song, Frank? I feel like you know that song.
I do.
Like Mussolini and Stalin. I'm a cult of personality. The cult. I'll tell you this. I do have a conversation coming up with a guy who just went toe-to-toe with Mr. Punk. Stay tuned. Good morning from Idaho, Israel. I wanted to get your thoughts on Conor's recent comments in his interview with Oscar Willis, in which he said he wouldn't be going down to lightweight and coming back for a title against Usman. The thing that I found weird about that was like, Edwards is next and it's the same management. This does not sound like something the UFC would entertain. Of course they would, but I feel like Usman may be a bit much for a return fight. Yeah, but Usman would love it. Hey, if I'm Usman, I'll take the Conor fight over Khamzat any day. Bigger name, better style matchup. I still maintain, though, it should be Conor, Jorge, MSG, November. That's the fight. Is it more likely we see Conor versus Diaz, Jorge at 70 in his return fight? I think so. Lord Jake, happy Wednesday from Winnipeg. Not MMA related, but was wondering what match you are most looking forward to next week in a WrestleMania. Personally, I'm looking forward to Seth and his mystery opponent. That is going to be great, but honestly, the build that I'm most looking like that I'm enjoying the most is Pat McAfee versus Austin Theory. I'm loving Pat McAfee versus Austin Theory. I think it's a really fun build, smart. When is McAfee going to come back on the show? Someone's calling me. Should I pick this up right now? F it. Hey, I'm live on the air right now, okay? Do you want me to call you back or do you want to say something to the people?
Oh, I just want to say hello.
Oh, hey. Someone just asked me, I just did a true or false, and you know what one of the questions was?
What's up?
DC appears on the MMA Hour before the end of 2022. That's one of the questions. I said true. Was I right or wrong?
You're absolutely right, my brother.
All right.
All right, Doug.
Bye-bye. I don't want him to get in trouble. I don't want him to get... Listen, you call me during the show, you're getting put on the air. I might lose friends over this, but you know what? This is what I do for you guys. Hey, Ariel, I had to post this at 4:30 a.m. And by the time 8 a.m. rolls around, I saw that there were over 100 comments. Any chance you could do this twice a week without reducing the duration? I mean, what do you want, my kidney as well? When will GSP's contract with UFC expire? I believe next year. With Casey's win on Saturday, does this inspire you to do MMA boxing smoker? No. Listen, Casey's done a great thing, but I have 3 kids, all right? That alone takes me out of the running. You recently posted from Malki that Masvidal's new contract is one of the most lucrative deals in history. How do we know that is true compared to all the contracts in UFC history that are never published? Great question. I mean, listen, a retweet isn't an endorsement, okay? Question for GC. Can DraftKings ban you for winning too much? If so, how many units or games do you have to be up or win in order to receive this? Do you know the answer to that?
Yeah, I think they can. I don't know the number, though. I think you got to be winning like a lot.
Should cities pay for new NBA, NFL, NHL stadiums and why? Hell no. Let the owners pay for that. Metal fan. Ariel, I love the show and the new wrinkles that you've added since the move back. GC is great at being entertaining and solid with his betting advice. Plus, being a Braves fan is icing on the top. On Monday, though, he skipped right over the exec league on DraftKings because he made it a 50-50. As one of the 3 people who tied for first, I cared very little about the money lost by comparison to not seeing our faces pasted into a picture together on the #1 show in mixed martial arts. Rest easy, though. Recompense can happen now if G City has the image I tweeted to him last night from Matt Metal Fan. All in good fun and love from Arkansas. What do you have to say for yourself, GC?
Wow, I did not understand that tweet when I read it last night, but I know what he's talking about. It's a great picture, too. It's all of our faces. Yep, it's all of our faces.
Maybe Monday?
Hangover. I'll put it up on Monday. That's a huge oversight by me, but yeah, with the 50-50, I didn't make it. 3 people tied for first. Man, you can do some great pictures there. Matt, I'm sorry.
Ariel, my man, greetings from Delco. What do you make of Nate dropping the B word, Bellator? Meh, not much. Do you think the UFC would ever consider doing a trade? Not with Nate. No way. Too big. Was Nate injured against Masvidal? I do believe his knee was a bit messed up. RDA versus Poirier is a great fight. Agree. Also, this guy says Andre Petrosky is a bum. All right. Good. I think he's the guy who last time told us the Petrosky story. Good day, Ariel. In your opinion, who's the bigger draw, Nate or Masvidal? Nate. Any contract update with Nate? Inching along. I think it happens. Dear Ariel, couple questions. Abhisek. The London Fight Night card was definitely the best Fight Night card of recent times. Fair. Which fight main card is best, you feel? UFC London or Covington Woodley? London. Crowd. Results. Main event in Covington Woodley wasn't great. Do you feel that had Leon fight been rescheduled, that they would have been best prospects for Jorge than a fight versus Colby? Do you feel that had Leon fight had been rescheduled, that would have been best prospects for Jorge? I don't understand that question. If Conor defeats Islam, how much in terms of percentage are Khabib's comeback? Yeah, I mean, I think he would come back. Ariel, theory time. Paddy Pimblett was born on January 3rd, 95. On March 28, 94, a little over 9 months before Paddy was born, wow, this is crazy. WWF was having its European tour with the destination that night being Manchester, England. Owen Hart lost to Bret Hart that night. March 28, my wife's birthday. Owen and Patty are around the same height, look somewhat similar in blonde hair. Could Patty be Owen's son? I mean, come on. All jokes. Ollie, the Fremantle Dockers beat Adelaide Crows by 1 point on Sunday. I know, I watched it. 1 point, so good luck supporting them, I guess. What do you think of Darren the Gorilla celebrating with Aspinall? It was fine. Come on. It was fine. I don't like it. No, now we know. Aspinall told him to come up. Favorite sport documentary of all time? Ooh, tough one. Wrestling with Shadows. Beyond the Mat, also a great one. So many, the 30 for 30s are all great, but Wrestling with Shadows is like blew my mind. Lewis, my man, good afternoon, Ariel. What's the sweet spot for you when it comes to the event's starting time, running length, even the day? Saturday, main card 7, ends at 10. I like that. Day cards are fun, but it is tough with the kids. You miss out on things. 4 p.m. prelims, 5 p.m. prelims, main card Saturday, 7, ends at 10. WrestleMania is coming up and it's split into 2 days again. Don't love the 2-day thing, by the way. Just for the record, I prefer it just being 1 day. Feels more special when it's 1 day, the big reveal. I don't know. That's just my thing. MMA has done 2, even 3-day cards. How do you find that balance with the viewpoints of watching as a fan versus cover? Like, I remember when they did Conor versus Chad Mendes. Remember that? And then the next day was Ellenberger Wonder Boy. It felt like we had stuck around too long. And the Sunday Mania feels like it's sticking around too long. Should be 1 night. Highlight of my year so far was this past weekend representing Helwani inside the O2. Much love, Lewis. Lewis, Amber, Judd didn't wear a shirt, but Lewis and Amber were wearing Helwani merch, Thug Nose merch at the O2. I was told everyone stopped them. Everyone asked where they got it. They were the bells of the ball. Thank you. Did you ever end up getting paid for the evening with Conor McGregor event in Manchester? No, I got paid 50% when I agreed to do it. They never paid me the other 50%. Totally stiffed me, went running, treated me great, but I never got the second half. How did I get the gig? They reached out. They said they had this thing. I said yes. It was a cool opportunity. I went to Manchester for literally 24 hours. Wish I went longer, but I've always been an in and out kind of guy. I remember them saying, do you want to see Conor before? And I was like, nah, it's like our wedding. We're going to talk in front of the people, not before. Maybe a stupid decision. I don't know. We did it. It was fun. There was a meet and greet. I went back. There was a UFC event in Denver, watched it in the hotel lobby, went to bed for like an hour, and then went back to the airport. Why would Malki be egging on Masvidal to jump Colby? I don't think he was egging him on. I think he was puffing his chest out, but I don't think he was egging. I think Jorge did that because he wanted to. Feels like bad management to be tweeting. Hey, Ariel, you often ask fighters if there's a message they have got that stands out to them since their debut. I would like to ask you the same question. What is the best message you have received from anyone during your career? Man. I mean, when the banning thing happened, the messages were just insane. I'll tell you like one, well, there's been so many, I can't even remember. I mean, I remember DC calling me when I was in the hotel, when I was very upset. I remember I hadn't talked to Gina in a while, and she DM'd me support. That was very nice. But I mean, like the messages, the best ones are when people say that they've gone through a tough time and they listen to the show to forget about their tough time, or that they listen to me when they're at work, or when they're I don't know, on a study break and they choose to watch me. I mean, those are the best. Like when you are being used as an escape, when there's 1,000 million different things that you can choose, when they choose the show, there's nothing better. There's no greater compliment. Like the stuff that we got with DC and Helwani in the pandemic, that really warmed my heart. So I can't think of one, to be honest. But and I know a lot of the fighters say the same, but those really, they really touch me. Riley, I think this is a question for Frank Mysterio. Is the audio different between YouTube and the podcast version? I normally watch the MMA Hour on YouTube, but last week I had to listen on Spotify, and it sounded quite different. Not different in a bad way, but it definitely reminded me of the old DC and Helwani on ESPN radio days. Oh my gosh. Frank?
It's different.
Is it different?
Yeah.
How so?
Well, I remix the show.
Right.
And I do some processing to all the Zoom calls.
But would it be better on...
That's subjective. I think it sounds better.
On the pod?
Correct.
Wow. You know, when I was at ESPN, the thing, you know, they gave me they put me in a studio in Bristol, and I had a microphone. And for about a year, there was just a buzzing underneath the entire show. Bzzz. And like, you know, I think you know me a little bit. Like, you know, I like the show. I put a lot into it. When there's a buzz, like you can't listen to a show that has a buzzing sound. And no one fixed it. In fact, one time I was told, you need to stop bringing this up. I was like, how can I do a show and have these great guests, some even visiting Bristol, to come on the show, and there's a buzz? So I have great respect and admiration for good audio, and a piece of me died every week when I had to do that show.
I appreciate you leaving the epaulette at home.
Yeah. Darnell, my man Ariel, it's your boy Darnell. Would it be on site for you if someone talked about your kids the way Colby did? I don't know. Listen, I'm not going to condone. I'll just tell you. You guys don't know the fire that is burning inside of me, the temper that I have. That is one thing that is just like non-starter. Kevin, I've been a longtime follower of your work and really appreciate what you do. I was wondering if you were aware of the legal action that's being taken regarding Jake Paul. He's being sued for essentially scamming his followers. He's being sued for one instance of it, but there have been at least 5 as far as I know. The video link below indicates, I can't watch this video. I don't know about this though. The video link below indicates that he's gone over $2 million to promote scams. I obviously don't expect you to watch. Oh, well, thanks a lot. I did not know about that. Honest. Some boxing questions for you this week, Mr. 107 Helwani. I was curious if you've recently gotten back to hitting the bag. No, but I do have like one of those dummy guys, the bully guy in my garage. It's actually been like burning inside of me. I would love to go back to the boxing gym. It might be time. I also think we would like to see what your combo speed technique be looking like. What are you talking about? I mean, this is the stance. Thank you. You always have to keep one. You couldn't even see the double jab there. And you gotta pour. You gotta pour. Just a taste. Do you know any fighter in recent memory that has ever been diagnosed with the same disease as Virgil Ortiz? I do not. I know the story, but I can't think of one. Hey, Ariel, what match are you most looking forward to at Mania? McAfee Theory. Also, any chance of getting Patty the Batty on the show? Can't get into it right now. Hi, Ariel. I know Jorge's the BMF, but jumping someone while they're wearing a hood is just low and gross. Do you think the UFC will punish him? Doubtful. Hi, Ariel. Thanks for what you do. After his most recent loss to Drew Dober, what's next for T-Rex? Just build him up. I don't think he lost much, to be honest. Okay, a few more here. What was the biggest turning point in your mindset towards MMA journalism? Moreover, when did the light bulb go off in terms of finding your strengths and motivations? Well, I remember being at that fight, GSP versus Matt Hughes in 2006, and saying, oh, wow, crowd can react like this. I want to be a part of this sport. That was a big turning point for me. UFC 112 in Abu Dhabi, being one of the few American journalists there, North American, was like, whoa, this feels like a turning point. Respect to GC for promoting the Verdict app. Gives a fun alternative to people who don't want to bet, sending good vibes his way. All right, how about that? I don't think Mokaev would be considered rushed by the UFC, giving him a ranked fighter next. No, especially not a flyweight. Question 1. Sean Strickland claims the UFC doesn't want the Costa match. Who else do you see either person fighting? I mean, that would be the one. I don't know what's going on with Costa. His social media is just completely... It's complete meshugas. Am I saying that correctly? Kevin Holland claims he would win the Brunson rematch. Do you believe that? Right now, maybe. Brunson coming off a bad loss. Hi, Ariel. Absolutely buzzing from the weekend. Getting to see the main man, Pizzi, in the flesh. Oh, it's Nem. What's up, Nem? Question is, how would you go about developing the next UK card if it's indeed a pay-per-view? I don't think it'll be a pay-per-view, but put it in the August, September range. Put a lot of those same dudes there. Oh, he gives us some options. Interim heavyweight title fight, Aspinall tie. I'm in. Number one contender fight, Holloway, Arnold, I'm in. Don't think that's happening. I think Holloway's going to get a title shot, especially if Volkanovski wins. Paddy Topuria, don't think that's happening. Molly, Antonina Shevchenko, like that. Main card opener, Mokaev Elliott, like that. Ariel, 2 fights into their respective careers. Who wins, Paddy or Conor? Come on. Conor. Hola, Ariel. Love the show and all you do for the sport. After the developing story with Masvidal, Sultan, Colby, do you see the UFC answered that? Greetings from Madrid. Why Bellator backtrack on Kavanaugh Cyborg 2? Because she's got a messed up knee. With UFC trying to do Ortega Yair, could that possibly be in Mexico? I haven't heard that. I remember seeing reports that UFC might do a pay-per-view in July in Anaheim. Yeah, now I'm hearing Dallas might be in the mix as well for whatever that would be, July 30th. What was the moment you fell in love with MMA? Do you remember it? Oh, wow. I remember seeing UFC 1 and not live, but it was on like a loop on pay-per-view, and my grandparents had like one of those pay-per-view boxes, and I remember being enthralled by it. I remember sort of paying attention to it, but it was hard. In 2000, I started to get more into it again with the internet, UFC.tv. I remember starting my own radio show in college. I remember telling my parents in 10 years the sport is going to be mainstream. 2001, this is only 8 years removed from the birth of the UFC. I want to be the guy. I remember on my radio show having Bruce Buffer on. This is 2001, Syracuse, and talking to him about UFC, having Dave Meltzer on, talking to him about UFC, Dan Severn on. I remember in 2002 watching the Best Damn Sports Show, period, and seeing Tito and Ken on and thinking, wow, this sport is actually moving in the right direction. People care about the sport, and ordering the Friday pay-per-views. The pay-per-views used to be on Friday. And then, of course, The Ultimate Fighter was a huge thing right after Monday Night Raw. That was gigantic. So all those moments. Non-ESPN Andrew Feldman from Hoboken here. UFC London was a hell of a card. 12 and 12. Okay, this is about... Paddy's going to get a new deal for sure. Whatever he gets, it's still not enough. I can assure you that. Without even knowing what the new deal is, it's still not enough. Ariel and team, thank you for all your work. My wife is a bona fide casual. She only watches fights when someone she likes is on. Favorite fighter, Tony Ferguson. It's now Kevin Holland. It's only because she saw your interview, so thank you. Question for you is, if you wanted to get someone into fighting with 3 fights of active fighters, what would you choose? My 3 are Sanhagen Jan, Holloway Yair, Louis Tuivasa. Active fighters. Does John Jones Gustafson count? Does Shogun Hendo count? I mean, Shogun's active. Joanna Zhang, your wife may like that. Update on Max Holloway. I think he returns to fight the winner of the title fight, April 9th. How would you book Cody in his first WWE appearance? Show up at Mania. Have everyone pretty much... Same how like we all knew Punk was going to show up at United Center. Make it very obvious he's going to show up and everyone will tune in. They want to... people want to see that moment. At this point, don't even debut him on Raw and SmackDown. Just have him show up at Mania. GC, you seem to have a strong hoodie game. Do you have matching sneakers to go along with the hoodies?
I mean, not every hoodie, but I got some nice sneakers. Finally, someone respects the hoodie game.
Yeah. Excluding anyone on the production staff, who has the most profound and encyclopedic knowledge of MMA history and culture? I think probably New York Rick. New York Rick or Frank Mysterio. Ariel, with new drama unfolding, nothing? No response to that? All right. Which potential matchup and storyline is more likely to headline a best friends turned bitter rivals? By the way, I still think they're going to fight those guys. Just want to say. Ooh, okay. This is a matchup this guy's proposing. GC and Frank as the shining star versus control room curmudgeon, or GC and Rick as the babyface prospect versus crafty veteran. Oh, okay. So this guy's proposing which has a better chance of happening, better storyline. Is it GC versus Frank, shining star versus control room curmudgeon, or GC versus Rick, babyface prospect versus crafty veteran? Also, do you think the rivalries would end in a Twitter, IG follow for follow or unfollowing Perching. Any comments from you guys in the back there?
I was waiting for Frank, but he just looked at me. I think GC versus New York Rick is more likely.
Yeah, I think so too. Any update? Any update on Corey Sandhagen? No. Oh my God, this is a great call. With all the fighters from the UK in the news, just wanted to suggest, I think it's high time for another poem from Chris Eubank. Oh my God, yes. I mean, that would be amazing. You guys don't know about Chris Eubank, but that man is an absolute hero. One of the all-time greatest guests. This one is for GC. GC, I won a 6-fight parlay last weekend. It was plus 800, and I bet $25 to make 200. But going into the Tom Aspinall fight, I did what they refer to as hedging my bet. I bet 75 on Volkov to win 75. Ultimately, I was right with my Aspinall pick and I ended up profiting 125. Did I make the right choice, or should I have just ridden with Aspinall the whole way?
I mean, in hindsight, you probably should have ridden with Aspinall just because he won, but I feel like 75 was a little bit too heavy. How much did he say he originally bet?
25 to make 200 plus 800.
Oh, if he bet 25, then yeah, he only should have hedged like 30 or maybe like 40 something. I feel like 75 is too much of a hedge. You're putting too much there. Also, I have an update. New York Rick has officially said the line's been crossed.
Wow.
It's been drawn in the sand. I've gone too far, I think.
Okay. Couple more. Salam alaikum, Ariel. Cheers from Dubai. Do you miss Montreal, or the NYC weather keeps it close enough? I miss it dearly. I look forward to going back later next month. A few weeks back, you were talking about the Bob Marley documentary, that quote, which I love. Thanks for reminding us. Possessions don't make you rich. My life is rich forever, brother. I don't think he said the brother part. I think that was Habib who said that. But possessions don't make you rich. My life is rich forever. Tremendous quote. I remember seeing that right before I became a dad for the first time. Shout out to my person. Thank you for not giving up to me and introducing me to Helwani. All right. Also, hey, Frank. Lots of love, Russia. How about that? Frank, you got a fan in Russia from Dubai.
Cool.
I keep hearing you take shots at Phoenix. No, I don't take shots at Phoenix. I'm just saying, could we diversify a little bit? For God's sakes, I'm tired of going to the same spots. Does Corey Anderson finally taste light heavyweight gold this year? And if so, do you think he finds his way back to the UFC after that title shot? No to the latter. No to the former. And with that, we are done. Longest show ever? I mean, of the new era? Still got a lot of people watching. I could go more if you want, but I've had enough. Is 93 the most questions we've ever answered, Frank?
So far, yeah.
All right, so I think we're good. Thank you to everyone who sent in questions. Appreciate you all very much. Tried to get to all of them, and I feel like we got some good stuff off our chest. We don't have to go home, but we do have to get the hell out of here. So without further ado, Frank, you can hit my music. What a day. Feels like we talked to Gable Steveson, like, what?
On Tuesday?
Yeah, 5 weeks ago. Oh, my gosh. Well, I appreciate all of you for still sticking around.
Wouldn't miss it for the world.
Well, thank you. Oh, wow. A lot of chatter from New York Rick in the Slack channel here. First he writes, I would never fight GC. Then he writes, wow, okay, F that, I'll kill him. Wow, what a turn. What a turn. There's a lot going on here. There's just a lot happening. Anyway, we're out of time. What's a Jedi Goodman rating MMA week? Listen, I'll go as long as I want, as long as I please. Now I gotta get the guests right because I screwed this up on Monday. Thank you very much to all our guests. Thank you to Gable Steveson. This bothered me greatly. Oh, I was harping on this. Thank you to Gable Steveson. Thank you to John Gooden. What a mensch. Thank you to Paige VanZant. Didn't love the hang up, but squirrely. Thank you very much, Dan Hardy. Thank you very much, Tom Aspinall. Thank you very much, Darren Till. And thank you very much, Khamzat Chimaev. I bet you didn't think I'd say that when this show started, but yes, I say it. I say it very well. Thank you to DC for calling in too. Nice little cameo there. Put that on the title. Back on Monday, same time and place. Until then, I say peace.